Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Cleveland Browns lost a rather high-scoring game to the Denver Broncos yesterday on Monday Night Football, 41-32. That means that the Pittsburgh Steelers were the only team from the AFC North to win this week. Again, they're 9-3. They're at the top of the AFC North right now, and Mike Tomlin makes that 18th consecutive non-losing season just a bit more sweet, doesn't it? The Browns and Steelers play in Pittsburgh on Sunday, this coming Sunday the 8th at 1 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that's coming right up next here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet. Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's a Tuesday. And it's still cold outside. That's okay. We'll get through it together. My name is Nicholas Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Early Morning Show is presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. And you out there can give me a ring on the Fan Hotline, 412-928-9370. Isn't it so sweet sometimes how sports works? The Cleveland Browns, yay, we beat the Steelers. Woo, we're blah, 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 blah. And then they lose a rather high-scoring game to the Denver Broncos and fall to 3-9 on the season. For all their great hopes that they had to improve with all the talent that they had to begin the season. I mean, think about it. They're now terrible again. Yay! 3-9. So I think we can all be unfazed. I think there was some legitimate fears about the game against the Bengals. It was nice to see the Steelers win a high-scoring game against the Bengals. It was nice to see that every other AFC North team this week lost. Yay! It's tremendous. Tremendous to see. And, you know, that this week may prove a point to why maybe we should not overreact as fans. Because, you know, I mean, it was a rough loss. The Steelers should not have lost to the Browns. And the Browns that week got to say, hey, we're great. Good for us. And, I mean, the Browns ruined our Thanksgivings, right? We had to wait through the week, Sunday and Monday. We had to wait through the rest of the week from Thursday and through Thanksgiving to watch them play again. But, I mean, in the end, it's all right. Steelers still aren't the best team in the NFL. But dang, 3-9 is nothing at all compared to 9-3. And last place in the division is way worse than first in the division. And remember that when you hear the Browns talking trash at all in the Steelers. And there's going to be a traditional 1 o'clock Sunday matchup between the Browns and the Steelers again coming up this weekend. So, yay! Woo! Everything's great. Everything's going to be fine. The opportunity is going to present itself again for the Steelers to perform better. This weekend's going to be cold. Shouldn't snow. And even if it were going to snow, it should not get as much as Cleveland gets up there by the lake. So everything's fine, right? I mean, again, it's a case in point to maybe why overreacting is not great. Like, that loss stung, and it shouldn't have happened. Well, losses are going to happen through a season. I mean, weird things happen. I think we just chalk that up to, bad weather. That team was a little underprepared, right? We just chalk it up to whatever and move on. Because the Browns, facing a team that's not the Steelers, lost, and the Steelers are the only AFC North team to win this week. All good things. And Mike Tomlin is the head coach of the Steelers. 18 consecutive non-losing seasons, so we get to celebrate that much better this week as well. It's a good week. Good week from the NFL and from the Steelers' perspective. 412-928-9370. I'm going to touch a little bit on that non-losing streak coming up here in a moment. I mean, if you want to react to the Browns game, they lost 41-32 to the Browns The Broncos now 8-5, so wow. Interesting enough. I think the parting of Russell Wilson was mutually beneficial because Bo Nix wasn't perfect against the Browns, but was better than them enough to win by 9 points. So there's that. And the team's 8-5, so that's it's a respectable Broncos team right there. I mean, they've got a pretty solid record at this point in the season. Yeah, give me a call. Talk about anything sports-related, Pittsburgh sports-related. A lot to still touch on. I mean, Pitt football's 7-5 regular season finish is it's kind of a bummer. Pitt being ranked pretty high early on here in the season. Pitt men's basketball, that's pretty not shocking. I mean, they've played well enough, but it's just a pleasant piece of news that came down yesterday. The Penguins have been on a little run here. They've been playing slightly better than their average so far this season. So if you want to touch on them at all, that's fine. I'm probably not going to do that. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff to talk about with the Steelers that I want to focus on that. But, I mean, again, you're welcome to call. Talk about whatever you feel like as it relates to Pittsburgh sports, 412-928-9370. And we'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
James.
Good. Give me that again. I'm sorry.
James.
All right, go ahead, James.
The Steelers are in the saddest division of the National Football League. All the teams are losers. Baltimore always lose to Pittsburgh. And that's Cleveland's Super Bowl when they play Pittsburgh. So they'll be in the Super Bowl this Sunday. They're going to beat Pittsburgh 17-10.
Interesting.
So they'll lose again to Cleveland. And that's why when they get in the playoffs, they lose in the first round. They don't play no good competition.
All right.
Have a good day, young man.
You too. Thanks for the call. See, I don't. The division may have developed into a sad division. I'm not going to necessarily just outright say that the AFC North has been a bad or terrible division. I think there's a lot of good talent from the AFC North. I think there are a lot of talented players on each team. I just think that the teams have underperformed. So, I mean, if you want to talk about it from that perspective, yeah, I mean, the teams have absolutely underperformed this season, and now we've gotten to a point where, like, yeah, I mean, they're maybe not as good as we thought, and they might not be good. I mean, the Bengals, for goodness sakes, are 4-8. They had high expectations. The Browns had extra high expectations. You know, they had a lot of good talent that they have since moved on from, or talent that's gotten injured. And if you want to call Deshaun Watson a talented quarterback, I mean, maybe that's a stretch, but I mean, I guess you could call him somebody that didn't pan out for them, at least to this point. But, you know, time's only moving forward here. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's a terrible division, though. I'm not going to go that far, but I understand where you're coming from for sure. It's not a terrible division. It's not a sad division either. I think that there was a lot of promise for a lot of teams, and those teams just so far haven't been doing what needs to be done, which is to win. Now, are the Steelers going to lose to? Now, I guess what if the Steelers lose to the Browns again, as you predict? Yeah, maybe I'll say it's a sad division because you should not lose to the Browns again. But unfortunately, it wouldn't surprise me if they did. So that's kind of where I stand on that. But I'm not going to call it a sad division right now. I think that it's a division that ended up just so far developing as nobody anticipated. Like nobody expected the Steelers to be where the Steelers are right now. That's just a fact. Nobody expected the Steelers to be doing what the Steelers are doing right now, and that is that's good for the Steelers. Maybe it's a reflection on the division. I just don't think so right now. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more Pittsburgh sports. I've got some things to say about Mike Tomlin's non-losing season streak as well. So call, react with me, talk anything Pittsburgh sports that you may want. 412-928-9370. Nicholas Harry Callis here on the Fan of the Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
So far, so good around the Pittsburgh area for your early morning commute. Checking the Cordell and Cordell camps. Not much going on around the area, though there are some slight backups on Business 22 as you get ready to approach the Parkway East out in Wilkins Township. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
And we are in it, the holiday season. Listen, Schultz Ford has everything for you. First of all, they got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. How about Schultz Ford Wheeling? That store's doing just great business and always online, schultzford.com. They've got all kinds of selection. And when I say all kinds of selection, I mean the best going. You need a truck, F-150, nobody better. Mobile service, they'll do that for you. Pickup and delivery, there's that. Your car needs service, something small, they'll come, pick it up, leave you a loaner, take your car to the shop, get it done, and bring it right back. Those locations can't be beat, like I said. And the staff, it's not just holiday cheer, it's every day of the year. They're kind, they're friendly, they're great. I've not met better people than the ones who work for Richard Bazzi and Schultz Ford. So check it out. You can always go online and see that great inventory, schultzford.com.
Hey, how'd Thanksgiving go? Little cranberry sauce over on the floor there, little gravy on the chair there. Who knows what else? 'Tis the season to be jolly. Nothing's going to make you jollier than a clean home. Get ready for the rest of the holidays. They're right around the corner with Zero Res. We do it every time we're going to have a big family function. Call Zero Res. Get everything cleaned up. Holiday mishaps. You want to impress the in-laws. I don't know, whoever's coming over. Maybe they haven't been there before. They don't know how beautiful your home is every day. Get Zero Res and the gotta love it guarantee that makes it easy to get what you pay for, because Zero Res stands behind every cleaning. Get clean now, right now. Get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $129. You can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188. Appointments are filling up fast, so call today and beat the rush, or go online. ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I know what kind of Mac.bid shopper you are. You're patient. You set your watch list and wait. No, you're a price beater. When in retail stores, you're constantly comparing their prices to the Mac.bid app. Maybe you're a swooper, waiting until just before the auctions close to strike. I got it. You're all about that instant gratification. You only use the instant win button because you know what you want and you want it now. The one thing I do know is that you save up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This holiday season, cozy up to streaming more of your favorite entertainment, a whole year more. Switch to Fios Home Internet and get 12 months of Netflix and Max on us. So kick back, relax, hop into your coziest flannel jammies, and switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet for 12 months of Netflix and Max on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. 'Tis the season for streaming on the 100% fiber optic network. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Cozy flannel jammies sold separately. Verizon. For your first 12 months of the perk with select Verizon Home Internet plans, then $10 a month after. Netflix and Max with ads perk requires Fios 1 gig plan. Must install service and enroll in perk within 60 days after, and then register the perk with Netflix and Max within 90 days of enrollment. $10 a month perk credit ends after 12 months. After 12 months, perk bills at the then current price for the Netflix and Max bundle, currently $10 a month unless canceled. Must be 18 years or older. One offer per eligible Fios plan. Limited time offer.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
This is the story of the one
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-6294. 800-390-6294. 800-390-6294.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Go Caleb! Come on, hit a homer, Jesse!
Let's go, guys!
Hey, did you guys know that kids who play sports earn more money when they grow up?
Of course. I knew that.
Hey, did you guys know that kids who read books have a bigger vocabulary?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Wow, jinx. Did you guys know that friendly children have more friends?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's true. I knew that. Did you guys know that winter babies are better at music?
Everyone knows that.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, so obvious.
Oh, hey, guys, did you know that most people think they're using the right car seat for their kid, but they're not?
Huh, I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure I knew that.
I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Parents who really know it all know for sure that their child is in the right car seat at the right age and size. Visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat to make sure your child is protected. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis, walking you up to the Fan Morning Show pre-show. Crowley and Doran in studio, standing by for their show to begin. So until then, about 10 more minutes of Pittsburgh sports talk. I want to touch on Mike Tomlin's non-losing season streak a bit. You can talk about anything Steelers-related or Pittsburgh sports-related. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. You can chat with us on YouTube as well. There's a live stream going on right now, and there is every weekday during the daytime shows. So feel free to interact that way as well. And leave us voice messages on the Odyssey app. Download it. It's free if you don't have it already. And leave us voice messages. We do listen to those and air some of them as well. It's a new feature that we have on the Odyssey app. But caller called in and said that the AFC North is a sad division. Yeah. Nah. I don't think so. I still don't think so, but I understand the perspective, though. I mean, it is a division where the Steelers are supposed to finish last. Let's not forget the quote-unquote unprovenness of Justin Fields and Russell Wilson and a wide receiver core that was still kind of trying to grow. All that stuff that the Steelers were critiqued for. And they're 9-3, and they're at the top of the division. So I think that I would call the division more of an unexpected result so far than a division that is sad. I mean, the Browns are the Browns. They've been the Browns, and they've gotten a lot of karma, I believe, for some of the dealings that they've made recently. I think the Bengals they've flattened out. Joe Burrow can score. I mean, I saw a graphic. I think the least amount of points they've scored this season is 27 in a game. Or 27 in a loss, even. I forget exactly what it was, but that's insane that they are scoring like an average of 30-some points a game and they're not winning. But that's the thing. When you are only one-sided, you might not win games. You might win some, but you might not. Steelers have invested in a solid defense, and on top of that, their offense is quality, I'll call it, even. So I love when I call it a whole division sad. I think the Steelers have just built themselves in a way that has allowed them to earn their way into success this season. So, yeah, I mean they deserve a lot of praise for the position they're in right now. Now, again, I mean the Steelers could fall off. I guess that's true, but I don't think. No, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even going to jinx it. I don't have that feeling that they're going to fall off, but you know what, they might. So we'll see. And there's plenty of games left in the regular season where they could indeed go on a tiny losing streak. But they've set themselves up early on in the season to make sure that at least right now they're going to finish without a losing record. So that's cool. 412-928-9370. Caller on the line now wants to talk. So go ahead. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Good to hear from you.
Hey, question for you.
Okay.
I've seen that people are complaining about the Steelers' defense wasn't that great yesterday or Sunday. But if you notice, the second quarter to the third quarter, there was 2 punts, 3 turnovers in that span, and that's what we pay that defense for. It stopped them enough for us to win the game. People need to calm down about our defense. They're still great. And remember, those 2 touchdowns come more or less at the very end of the game. Mm-hmm. Everybody needs to calm down about the defense. They're still there. They're good. And plus, you're playing against Joe Burrow, top line quarterback. You're going to give up points. But we did enough to win the game. That's all we have to do.
You're right. Thanks for the call. No, I totally agree with you. Anybody that shames the defense's performance from Sunday's game, I think, is a little misguided. If you look at the final point total and see, the nearly 40 points scored by the Bengals, yeah, I mean, maybe you're going to look at that and think, oh, man, they could have done better. Absolutely. But if you look at it on the flip side, like, hey, look at all the times they pressured Joe Burrow. Look at, some of the fear that they may have put in that Bengals offense. Look at the limitations that they also dished out to the Bengals. Look at the turnovers that were made. I mean, look at the big stops that they made. I mean, they made timely stops. And I think instead of looking at it as they gave up almost 40 points, look at it as the defense properly paced itself with the Bengals offense, and the Steelers offense put up more points than the Bengals offense. That's the way I look at it. Like, if I'm concerned about anything after that game against the Bengals, like, it's not how the defense performed. I think that it's more just about, okay, did the defense pace itself well? And the answer is yes. The Steelers' defense didn't do anything the Steelers led for most of the game. So, yeah, I mean, the defense adequately paced itself to not give up the lead. And that's all you can ask. And thankfully, and in a very reassuring way, the Steelers put up over 40 points. I believe it was for the first time since 2018 that they put up that many points, 44. So don't shame the Steelers' defense. There's no need. 412-928-9370, that's the phone number. Get a phone line. And now this person wants to talk. So good morning. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Mike.
Mike, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, listen, I just wanted to respond to the caller from about 2 callers ago. It's like, dude, get some positivity in your life, man. Steelers are 9-3, okay? We sit there and we dissect them every day. But somehow they've negotiated through this disgusting division and being 9-3. Go Steelers. That's all I'm going to say, brother. Have a great one.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. No, I appreciate the optimism. Look, I still think that there are reasons to worry about the Steelers team because they've got to win the big game coming up when the playoffs begin. They've got to win the big games in January and maybe even February. Now, is that going to prevent me, and should that prevent any of you from being excited week to week as they seem to pile on wins here? No, absolutely not. Enjoy the season for what it is. And enjoy the idea that the Steelers are an entertaining football team. But if I'm looking ahead that far, I will say if they don't win a playoff game, I'm going to be disappointed. They feel like they're built in such a way where maybe they can overcome that obstacle that has hindered them so much, either losing in the first round or not even making the playoffs at all. But you know what? Taking it week to week right now, not worried about it. So, no, I'm with you. We'll be optimistic right now. Week to week, get excited for the wins week to week. And just appreciate the fact right now that the Steelers are in first place in the division. And I'm not really worried about the two teams from Ohio. The fact that they're performing better than Team Baltimore over there, the Ravens, that's a good thing. It's a good thing indeed. And it's something that should be cherished in the moment, for sure. Justin Tucker's really proving to be an albatross for them as well. All those misses. I mean, he is human now, and that's what you get when you have a kicker that misses kicks. I mean, think about how many games that they won extra from his ability to just make automatic kicks. It's nice to see that that's not happening anymore either. And the Steelers, I think, are benefiting from his recent struggles as well. Because if he makes all the kicks that he's missed this season, who knows how many more games the Ravens are winning as well. And that's the beauty of sports. Father Time waits for no one. I do have an opinion on Mike Tomlin's non-losing season streak. Does it matter? I think is a question that has been floated out there and should be addressed. I do want to address that a little bit more thoroughly. I'm not going to have time to do that today. But I will say that I believe that it matters in certain ways, but not in others. Ooh, a little teaser for you. It matters a little bit, but not all the way. There's ways that it matters, and there's ways that it should be respected, and then in other ways it should be completely thrown out the window and not matter at all. But in the meantime, I mean, I like Mike's optimism. I like some of the optimism from a lot of the Steeler fans that I've heard from. Take it week to week, because the playoffs aren't here yet. So take it week to week, and appreciate what the Steelers are doing right now. And that's really all I can. That's all the advice I can give you this morning. So, with that being said, this show is over. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in the South Hills. Visit sunchevy.com today. High of 33, low of 22. Partly cloudy skies expected, and expect a little snow tomorrow and Thursday, with the high not reaching over 40 degrees over the next couple of days. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorn is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates, highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial to design build needs. Hellman Electric does it all. If If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley Dickerson here with you. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Good morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, let's go.
Callis, how you doing?
Yay!
You feeling better?
It's a good day.
You sound better.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm happy. Happy for
Yay!
you.
Everybody's happy. Good stuff.
Doran, what's with you taking the leaf blower to your kids last night?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was fed up, man. I had enough. Like they hit a nerve, and they've been off for over like basically a week. And I mean, when we were younger, we were off for 2 days for Thanksgiving. We were off Thanksgiving and the day after, and then we'd go back to school probably Monday. Maybe we had off Monday, but they were off Tuesday to Tuesday. Now they're going back to school today, and they've just been insane. They've been insane. And then yesterday, like, I was like, all right, like, I'm back to work. Like, I got to take my, little nap during the day. They know the deal. They're usually in school. And then they had all their friends over and had a sleepover the night before, and kids are running in and out of the house. Rochelle's working. And I'm like, guys, I just need to catch, like, 20 minutes. No. I mean, then they're fighting. Then there's blood everywhere. And then, like, then there's boogers on the wall. Like, I had enough. Then it's like, I'm hungry. I was like, okay, all right, guys, I had enough. And then later on in the day, they fall asleep. They take a nap. And, whenever kids
you don't need a nap.
You don't need a nap, whenever, especially later on in the day. That means you're not going to be able to go to sleep at night.
That's right.
And you're going to be hell waking up in the morning for your mother. So I was like, okay, you guys want a nap, huh? I'm over here all groggy and tired. I was like, you know what? I've got the leaf blower, plugged it in, and was like, here you go. This is what you get for not letting me nap. So that's the punishment they get. And, honestly, they didn't even really care. They just, like, they
probably loved it.
They got started a little bit, but they're so used to my BS. They're so used to my BS.
I had tears in my eyes. I felt the same way yesterday. I'm not proud of this. I may have snapped at young Nora. I was trying to have my cake and eat it too. I'm trying to work out. How many times do I say this?
All the time.
All the time, and then it never sticks. This one's going to stick. I'm starting my New Year's resolution early. But at any rate, eating my cake and having it too, whatever. And I'm trying to get my workout in like the witching hour. Between 6 and 7:30, it's basically bedtime routine, bath, this, that. And I'm going to work out, but I'm going to see if Nora wants to work out with me and do some of the weird stuff or just kind of do whatever she wants to do. And in the middle of the workout, like halfway through, I made the mistake of moving one of her. Do you know what a nugget is? It's like this big padded thing you can use, and It's kind of like a tumbling mat, but thicker, kind of like couch cushion material, and you can manipulate it to turn it into forts or use it however you want.
Yeah.
Well, she had it set up in this obstacle course. I had no idea. She wasn't using it, but it was getting in the way of me doing my lame jump around things. And so I moved it, and she freaks out. And then she runs to Mom, and my wife's like, why don't you just put it back together? I said, I'll put it back together. I said, Nora, I'm going to put it back together. I start putting it back. That's not how I had it. Da-da-da. And I go, just tell me. Just tell me how you want it. She's like, no, you do it. Okay. I start doing, not like that. Just tell me. I felt bad.
Just lost it.
But here's the thing. There's nothing better than time off and spending it with your kids. You get these moments. We get to maybe sleep in a little bit. You get more energy, be a great dad. But then also, it's 5 straight days, and they gonna get you.
Yeah, absolutely.
They gonna get you.
I mean, it's funny because
show me how to do it.
You're like, show me how to do it. I don't know. I don't know what you want.
Help me, help you. I think I said.
I don't know what you want. I was laying there. What day? Well, maybe it was Sunday. It was right before the Steeler game, and I'm like chilling. I'm laying there, and a movie came on that I used to watch whenever I think I was in middle school. It came out. You ever seen Snow Day?
Love that movie.
It came on, and I was like, I haven't seen this movie in years. I was like, I'm gonna sit here and watch it, and I was cracking up at one of the scenes that I didn't realize till now that I'm an adult. It was one of the parents, and they're like waiting. They're listening to the radio, seeing if school's canceled, and the mom's like sitting there, and all the kids are at the table, and she has like her hand over her face, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, please let them have school. Please let them have school." And the radio guy's like, "Oh, and by the way, all school's canceled," and the mom just like starts crying. The kids are cheering in the background. I was like, I've never related so hard to somebody. I was like, I never got that scene until now. Like, I understand how she's feeling.
Did the movie hold up?
Yes, it absolutely did.
That's great.
Absolutely did. Really good movie.
I love that movie because as a kid, there's nothing like it. But then you're right, as an adult, it's not like you don't want to hang out with your kids. That's not what we're saying. But you want to talk about routine totally uplifted. I mean, everything changes when you got kids that got to, all right, now who's taking the kids to school?
Right.
For a delay? Like, a delay is even worse.
It's way worse.
Like, at least with Snow Day, it's like, all right, just someone come over, flip the TV, or whatever, we'll survive. But now,
Oh, man.
As an adult, Snow Day, different than as a kid.
Absolutely. My kids have days off all the time. I say this all the time. I mean, they have delays on 80-degree days. I'm like, why?
I know.
Do you guys ever have school?
I know.
And then the homework and the teaching piles up on the parents. And I'm like, I don't know how to do this.
See, I'm not there yet.
Oh.
I'm not at that point. I'm not looking forward to the homework that I sucked at back then, sucking at now.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm like living in a nightmare because I didn't really like things in school. I didn't really like school growing up, like not any grade. That's just who I am. And now I have to like relive that because I have to help with homework and stuff. And I'm like, I didn't like it then. I didn't, and I get anxiety.
Well, and now, I mean, it's not like you're sitting in class.
Right.
Like, at least then you had some sort of, maybe something would have seeped into the brain in class. Probably not, but maybe something accidentally makes its way in there. Now as an adult, like,
I don't know.
I don't know. Texter, I have 5 sex trophies at home and applaud your parental creativity. Never heard kids referred to as sex trophies.
Sex trophies? What?
There is, seriously, nothing in the world better than being a parent.
There's nothing. It's
nothing.
The best.
It's the best. My daughter yesterday did something that made me super proud. She came home from gymnastics and was telling me about it. And your eyes well up, all you want to do is give them a hug. And it's like, there's nothing better than that.
It's so cool.
There's nothing better than holding a baby and feeding her the bottle at night. Like, nothing better than that.
And every day, like in that infant stage, like every day it's like Christmas as an adult because like they change. Every day.
Every day.
And it's just amazing.
Every day.
You could take anything away from, you, but you can't take that away from you.
Correct.
It's creating a kid.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes.
You could take anything. You could take this away. And, the special thing is that's one thing that you did with your wife.
Oh, there's nothing that I think means more than your kids having success and molding these young minds. And so Sometimes you got to pull out the leaf blower.
Yeah.
Sometimes you raise your voice and you wish you don't because, like anything in life, there are difficulties. You also get hit in the nuts a lot with kids.
Oh, my gosh. There's lessons. Like I mean, I'm an only child, so, like, I also look at them. And I can't wait till they get older. But I can wait till they get older to tell them, like, I look at them like little brothers that I never had to.
Yeah, right.
Like, but I'm their dad. So, like, I got the best of both worlds right now.
Yeah.
I get to play video games.
You just hang out with them. It's sick.
Out.
Throw the ball in the backyard.
I get to tell them to stop. Whatever.
Yes.
I'll start like a wrestling match, and I'm like, all right, I'm done. And then it's like, okay, it's done. Like,
we did that yesterday, too. Daddy, you want to wrestle? Sure. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, God. All right, that's it. No, we're not. We just started. Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, you TKO'd my ass.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Texter, it doesn't get better when they go to college and come back for 5 days. Starts great, ends with when you going back.
Yes. That's probably tough because, like, you know, they're in college mode and they're probably, you know, want to have people over and having some beverages. And, you know how it is, but that's probably tough too.
I think, and we're in different stages-ish of parenthood. I mean, there's overlap with your youngest and my oldest. They're the same age.
Yep.
You want to soak in every moment, and then you start thinking, like, oh, one day they're going to be driving, and that's going to be terrifying. But, like, there's going to be fun elements with that. Then one day, and these things don't mix, you know, they're going to have their first beverage.
Yes.
It's like, when am I going to get to slide over that first Guinness to Nora?
Right.
And we just sit there and shoot the you-know-what, just pulling on a pint.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably be very emotional then.
Everything makes me. I
Same
cried
here.
at a. Oh, God, the commercial where the dude pops in the earbud and all of a sudden he can hear his daughter playing guitar for the first time.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there like, son of a God, mother, dang it.
Right? I did the same thing to the commercial the other day, too.
Did you?
It was a dad and the son, and he's, like, making his son pancakes, and then it just shows him, and then the son's, like, 10 now. And at first he was 4, then he's 10, then he's a teenager, then he's in college, and then the son has a beard, and he has his own kid, and he's, like, he's a grandfather now, and I'm like, man, jeez.
What are we doing?
So fast.
What are we doing? I used to make fun of my mom constantly because she would Hallmark commercials or any commercial. My mom's crying. I'm like, dude,
right.
What are we doing here?
Right.
And now, everything gets me. Everything gets me. A song catches you at the wrong time.
Yep.
Start welling up. Texter. Teacher side of me loves school days because I don't have to deal with other people's kids, but on the flip side, my kids and wife are home too.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Being a teacher be tough.
Yep.
My wife is a speech therapist, and she absolutely loves her job, and it's because she has an unbelievable amount of patience, and I'm one of the least patient people on the face of the earth.
Callis is shaking his head very, very,
That is true.
What, that I'm impatient? Do you have any idea how annoying you are, though?
I think I'm your favorite child, Crowley.
You are one of my children. There's no doubt about that. Texter, fun fact. Well, a not so fun fact. By the time your kids are 18 years old, they say they spend, I don't know, bad grammar. Fun fact. Well, a not so fun fact. By the time your kids are 18 years old, they say you spend 90% of your time. I see what you're saying. So you spend most of your time with your kids when they're 18, 90% of it, and then 10% of the time you spend with your kids is after they're 18.
Oh, man, that's terrible.
Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
I might leave now and go cuddle with them.
I know. Jeez.
You do want to soak it up, and there's everything you try to make it slow down, nothing works. You just got to trust that you're doing what you can to make the most of it at the time.
Yeah.
It's a very scary thought to me, and I try not to think about it.
Then I think about, like, I feel like I was just 10 years old. Like,
right?
Wasn't that not that long ago, but it was, and, like, things are so different. Well, you're old. Like, I don't know. It's a mind, you know what.
Have you thought about, like, I mean, obviously, we're more mature than we were then. And, like, I know I'm a much better decision maker now in my life than I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But while my body feels old, I don't think of myself as old. Like, I've always felt like the same. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm, like, the same age. I feel like I'm, like, 24.
Yeah.
But, like, I'm a totally different person now.
Yeah.
But I still feel like I'm that person.
I always thought that I'd be in my 30s and I'd be like, oh, geez, I'm feeling older.
Right.
Oh, I bet y'all feel the same at 50.
Yep.
But I always used to feel like I would feel bad for my future self the closer I got to death. And now I'm like, I'm the same cat.
Yep.
Texter, the days are long, but the years are short. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes a day feels like 4. And then you blink, and, I mean, Halloween was 10 seconds ago.
All right.
And Christmas, we're closer to Christmas than we are to Halloween. Feel like just yesterday you were scaring the coffee out of me here in the studio.
Yep.
Anyway, what are we doing? Am I high? My wife and I had a deep talk about the afterlife and all that stuff the other day. We're just sitting there. She had her head in my lap. We're sipping on a drink, just not watching TV, candles going, just hanging out, you know? And we just start, like, talking philosophical nonsense to each other. Like, what is all this, Doran?
Mm-hmm. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. I feel like my theory is like, we've all been here before. Like, multiple times. Like, I feel like we're all the people that is like our family, friends, the people that we know are all in the same pod. And we all just kind of shift galaxies in that pod whenever the afterlife, and all of us are in the afterlife. We all kind of, the people that are there now are waiting for us, and then we all get there, and it's like, hey, how you doing? Then we all shift, and it kind of just like rotates to another galaxy, and then we're all together again, and we're like, man, we feel like that's what deja vu comes in. It's like, man, I feel like we've been here before, and that's why we have camaraderie with certain people.
I don't hate that.
Yeah,
I like
that. I think that happens. I think that we've all
I
been
would
together.
sign up for that.
I think we've all been together a bunch of times.
I mean, heaven would probably be my number one.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
if we could have heaven, I would, heaven would be good. I would take heaven. But if not, I would take that.
Yeah.
That's you and me working together as green Martian kind of deal.
Right,
You know,
right.
Not bad.
Or doing something else, like, I mean, who knows, in a different form. Maybe we're sharks.
Do you ever see that show where sharks?
Yeah, maybe we're just...
You ever, it's the Good Place?
Mm-mm.
It's just okay. Oh, hell.
It's just okay.
It's just okay. First season was really good. I like the girl in it. Forget her name. Lost it. Texter, if your body feels old now, wait till you're 55. Keep active. I'm trying to keep active, but I moved the damn nugget.
You messed up.
And my wife's like, did you really think that you were going to be able to squeeze that in? I was like, I really did.
Yep.
She's like, that was dumb. Like, yeah, it was. Because, Monday's trash day, so I wanted to get the exercise in.
What's trash day have to do?
I'll tell you. It's trash day. So I had to get the trash done. Kitty litter, all that stupid crap, literally. And my hope was if I exercise and then I get my daughter to help me take the trash out after they go to bed, I can just put my feet up and watch Monday Night Football.
Uh-huh.
But no.
Of course not.
No, it all goes to hell, and then you get no free time.
Great decision maker you are now. You're like, I feel like I'm a better decision maker now than I was 5 years ago.
In theory, I was trying to get it all done so that I could have free time. Shame on me. And the other day I went to the library, got a book. I ain't even going to read a book. When the hell am I going to read a book?
Never.
I'm doing Justin Fields, Russell Wilson math last night, trying to watch Sunday Night Football, trying to figure out who the hell's going to replace Neil Brown. What am I going to read? Trying to be a dad?
You're like, I'm going to go get a book.
I just want to have it. I just want to hold the book. I want to think that one day I might read. I ain't no time to read.
It's amazing how you have such short patience.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're stressed about all this stuff, and you're wondering why.
You don't have any kids. You don't get it. You have no concept of how we live our lives, and that's okay. You shouldn't know. You should be soaking up all the free time you have now.
Yep.
Because it goes like this. I texted my buddies last night. Hey, you guys want to watch a Steeler game at 1 p.m. on Sunday? No one replied. You know why? Because everyone's all wifed up and has kids.
Yep.
They got to check. What do I have to do on Sunday? Am I allowed to get a hall pass? No, you're not. Me neither. We're probably not going to hang out ever again. Texter, Kristen Bell. Love Kristen Bell. That's who it is.
Oh.
Good Place. Watch the first season. You'll laugh. It's whimsical.
She's married to that, like, Dax dude. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of gives you hope. when you think about it, because he's like this goofy-looking guy.
Yeah.
This tall, goofy-looking weirdo.
Yeah.
And she's pretty.
Yeah, she is.
She's afraid of pickles.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah, I know. I know enough about her, but not her name, apparently.
Yeah.
Couldn't remember her name.
Sarah Marshall, wasn't she in that?
Yes. With Mila Kunis.
Yes.
Yeah. It's tough to beat those two.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mila Kunis, she doesn't shower or something, right?
What?
Weird? Yeah, something weird.
She should be with Aaron Rodgers. Like, that's
Ashton
perfect.
Kutcher, they don't shower.
They don't shower.
I don't think so. Or
Ashton Kutcher's supposed to be a real smart guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
That 70s show, or what?
Yeah, he was in that 70s show.
With her? Was she in that?
Yeah. I think that's how they started their flame. Yeah. Shall we do football?
Sure.
Did I just vent?
I don't know. Did I?
Yeah, I think we did. This is good. We should have a couch in here. Not bad. A little catharsis.
Yes.
It's trash day. I just want to exercise.
Trash day.
Cal says I have no patience.
You're trying to get one over on your daughter. That's interesting.
Trying to fit it all in, buddy.
Gotta do what you gotta do, Cal, sometimes.
You
man.
do.
It is what it is. Like, nothing really changes. It's just
slide a 18-minute friggin' body coach exercise in there and can't even get that done.
Nope.
Like 11 minutes of it.
It's you gotta do what you gotta do.
And then you want to tack on taking the trash out at the end because you feel like your heart rate will still be up.
Right.
Add to the exercising. God almighty. All right, speaking of God, Jameis Winston played a football game last night, then he prayed. What do I mean by that? We'll tell you. Coming up in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Winston is picked. Intercepted. Bonito. Goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
How? I mean, how in the world? That's so funny.
Jameis Winston throws not one, but two pick sixes last night as the Cleveland Browns dropped to 3-9, lose to the Broncos 41-32. It was the story of Jameis Winston's career. He throws for 497. He throws 4 touchdowns. The Browns put up 32 points. But he throws 3 picks. And every one of them were hilarious. There was one he threw in the end zone, Doran. I've seen the highlight now 6 or 7 times. There's only one guy he could be throwing the ball to, and that's a linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, there's no one in the area. I remember Jameis, he led the league in interceptions. This was a while back now. He threw 33 touchdowns, second most in football, 30 interceptions, the most in football. And then in the offseason, he got LASIK eye surgery.
Yeah, I was just about to. That's so great you brought that up. Yes, go ahead.
But that always struck me. Like, bro, I know you think you can't see, and maybe you can't. Like, maybe you need the cheaters on whenever you're finding time to read your books. Maybe you need the bifocals. I don't know. But LASIK eye surgery, like, just throw it to the blobs wearing your team's colors. Like, if it's like fuzzy, fine. But the Browns wear white and orange.
Right.
And the Broncos are wearing blue.
Didn't he say, like, he got LASIK? It was like, everything's been going good.
Yeah.
I'm fixed. The Lord has gave me eyes. I can see. Thank you, Lord.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
That's so funny.
That is one of the funniest post-game quotes in the history of professional athletics. And it is so Jameis Winston. And I vowed earlier this year that I wasn't going to tweet during Steelers games because a lot of times you're emotional, things happen very fast, and it winds up looking real dumb. Like, oh, this Steelers defense blows. And then the next thing you know, they force 2 fumbles and have a pick 6, and you know what I'm saying here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people last night tweeting through the Jameis Winston experience. A lot of national people last night saying the Browns need to re-sign Jameis Winston this offseason and start him over Deshaun Watson. And I'm not sure that that's a bad idea, even with him throwing the 3 picks. But the 3 picks were so bad. Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yep.
He's better than Deshaun, no doubt. No doubt. Deshaun ain't throwing 4 touchdowns at 497. But he's still not good.
Right.
And so that brings me to the crux of the conversation to start the show. We'll do a lot more Steelers-related stuff as we move forward today. The Browns are better than I thought. They beat the Steelers the other night. That was a gritty performance by them, and I blame the Steelers for the loss, and I still think the Steelers beat themselves more than the Browns beat the Steelers. But hey, the Browns had a hand in it. Of course they did. And then last night's game, super competitive on the road against a team that it looks is a shoo-in now for the playoffs, and the Broncos sitting there at 8-5. Yeah, these Browns are game. They're game.
And you know what? This is why I would think it'd be so ridiculous for them to fire Stefanski. This has to do with a lot with Stefanski. You give him actually a competent quarterback, and look what they can do. I mean, look at last year. That should be enough proof. And I think that we can all get on the same page. I know it's Cleveland, and, that's our rival, whatever. But I think we can all agree that Stefanski's a good coach. Probably their best coaches they've had in a while, right? I mean, I can't remember one that's had this amount of success or, like, some success. It's all Deshaun Watson. If they move on from Stefanski at the end of the year, I think that would just be a huge disservice to their football team. They know what the root of the issue is, and I don't think they can get underneath it.
I think the Steelers are in a really good place to compete in this division the next few years, so long as Russell Wilson comes back. And if the Browns did something stupid like that, that's outstanding.
Right.
Stefanski didn't want Watson. Watson got forced upon him. He can't win with Watson. He's won with everybody else. He won and went to the playoffs with Joe Flacco. They were on their 4th-string quarterback last year. He's a 2-time coach of the year. You're right. Stefanski, I don't know if he's a great coach. He's a good coach.
Yeah.
And you don't fire good coaches in Cleveland. You hang on to them. The Ravens could have fired Harbaugh a couple of times. The Steelers, I guess, could have fired Tomlin a couple of times for some relative underachieving. And the Ravens are a model of consistency in this division, as are the Steelers. The Browns should follow that model. But you think about the Bengals, they're not making the playoffs this year. Chad Ochocinco's crying gumball tears. We'll play that for you later on. That's also hilarious. Chad Ochocinco very, very upset, despondent even, that the Bengals are missing out on a year of Joe Burrow's window. But their defense blows. They don't have good players. That's not going to be an overnight fix. I don't care who their coordinator is next year. The Ravens are going to be a problem as long as Lamar's there, but he hasn't been a Steelers problem. And if the Browns fire Stefanski, their roster is going to turn over. They're still dealing with all they had to give up for Watson in terms of the draft picks, and with what they're paying him, it wasn't that long ago. Oh, boy, what are the Steelers going to do? They're going to be in the basement for a while. It's Joe Burrow and Deshaun Watson and Lamar Jackson. Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about where the Steelers sit so long as Russell Wilson remains a Steeler, and I think he will.
Yeah, and for the price that they've done these things and these moves. I mean, Patrick Queen being, the highest paid off-season acquisition in a long time, I think, ever, right?
Yep.
Defensive, at least. For the price that they've paid, especially Russell Wilson, I mean, what, $1.2 million? That's what you're getting for Russell Wilson right now? I mean, that is just unbelievable. And so, he's playing at a high level, and I honestly am not shocked. I'm not shocked. And, thinking about last year and what he did and the situation he was in, the Broncos are actually decent this year. And, that just shows you that, whenever you have, you have two alphas in a room, they clash most of the time. So Russell Wilson being in a situation with Sean Payton last year, it was probably just never going to work. Russell Wilson does things his way. Sean Payton does things his way. Sean Payton needs a guy that he can mold. Or a guy like Drew Brees that they think they have like-minded, thoughts throughout the season. So
and really, Brees became Brees. He was pretty good at the end in San Diego, but he became Brees with Peyton. So they had that camaraderie,
together, yes,
that symbiotic relationship. You're right about that. Sometimes, there's a decision made, and there's clearly a right party and a wrong party.
Mm-hmm.
This Russell Wilson situation is one where Denver did the right thing for them and for Sean Payton. If they had so much invested in Payton, you let him run it the way he wants to run it, and now he's molding Knicks. And with Russell Wilson, it's working out for him too.
Yeah.
So I think both parties got exactly what they wanted and needed. And you're right, it was a match that just wasn't going to work.
Well, they're still paying $39 million for Russell Wilson to maybe go to a Super Bowl.
There's that.
Yeah.
There's that. But would they be 8-5 with Russ this year? I'm not sure.
Probably not. You're right.
Russ is a better player.
Right.
Than
it just
Bo
never
Nix.
would have worked.
Think about that game on Sunday for the Steelers. I went back and I rewatched it. This is, again, why I don't have time to read. Girls are napping, rewatching Steelers-Bengals. What is? I'm such a nerd. And how many times they just barely got the snap off before the play clock. One time they didn't. Because Russell Wilson's getting up there with 20, 15 seconds, and he's stopping everything, and he's Omahaing, and he's blah, blah, blahing. And I don't know what kind of freedom he had in Denver last year, but I don't think Arthur Smith has such a big ego where he's thinking, oh, boy, Russ, I called this. You got to stick with it. I would be willing to bet that, especially in that first half, and this is just an educated-ish guess, 50% of the time Russ is up there switching probably from run plays to passing plays.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't had that in years, and he didn't have that, I don't think, because of the egos at play in Denver.
And Mike Tomlin, that's the way, and we talked about this before the season, like the way that Mike Tomlin wants to coach football, he has to have a veteran quarterback that he could trust, that he doesn't have to, kind of put his arm around and kind of hold his hand. And that's exactly what they needed. And we talked about this yesterday. If you watch the slot motions yesterday or in the game in Cincinnati, you could tell that's whenever Russell Wilson was running the offense. That's whenever he was making the checks because he's identifying the coverages. He's identifying what's going on. You haven't had that in years, but that's exactly why Mike Tomlin was so infatuated by Russell Wilson, is because he knows that he could win with a quarterback that he doesn't have to hold his hand and that he could trust. And with Kenny Pickett and some of the other quarterbacks that we've seen outside of Ben, Mike Tomlin's like, handcuffs, nope, we're not. I don't trust you to do that. You might throw the ball in harm's way. Now he has a guy that can do it. Yeah, even Fields. Yes, he has a guy that he knows that can do it, and that's how Mike Tomlin has really, he only knows Ben Roethlisberger really, and he's seen the highest of the highs, and he wanted to get back to that point where he could trust the quarterback and offensive coordinator and to do their thing and to not have to intervene.
I know that Russ didn't really play all that well against the Ravens. I do think he played well against Cleveland. He was far from their biggest problem in that game. Was obviously outstanding on Sunday. This is the highest level of quarterback play the Steelers have had since 2018, and it's not even close. Russell Wilson is a good quarterback. I've sort of been waiting for that other shoe to drop. Like, he can't be this good, really. No, I just think he is. I think he is because I think the mind is as sharp as it's ever been. Like, he knows more about football now than he did 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So he's at the sharpest he's ever been diagnosing defenses. He understands this offense, and then we're seeing it. The arm's there, man. He drops the ball in the bucket down the sideline to Pickens. He lasers that one in to
Freiermuth.
Freiermuth was a great play. That wasn't even the one I was referencing, but yeah, that one he moves in the pocket and throws it on a BB. Van Jefferson, where that thing's like 3 feet off the ground. There's no hump in that ball. Zips it right in there. The throw to Calvin Austin, that's a hell of a throw. So his mind is working at this high level. The arm is as good as it was in 2014. I don't know that that's even arguable. The Steelers have, right now, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback pulling the trigger here. They got a shot, man. And we'll get into Fields v. Russ a little bit later on in the show. I pulled a bunch of numbers. Again, not reading my library book, pulled all kind of numbers, compared them to Super Bowl champions of the past, and I think the Steelers got a shot. We'll get into that coming up in a little bit. How are we feeling about the Broncos as a threat, and how worried are we about the Browns on Sunday? 412-928-9370. We'll get into that a little bit more when we come back. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If you want to give us a ring, I gave you the number, the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. One time before we hand it over to Callis for a headline.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
I'm praying for Callis to deliver a wonderful fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Browns lost yesterday to the Denver Broncos, and the Browns are now 3-9 on the season. Steelers 9-3, and in right now clear position in first place in the AFC North after this NFL week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Doran Dickerson for Permane Brothers. Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports. If you can't make it to the Pens game tonight, head over to Permane's. Pens take on the Florida Panthers. Head over to Permane's. That's what I'm doing. Follow my lead. As I say all the time, they have beer, they have wings, they have sandwiches. Beer for $3.99 in domestic pitchers for $9.99. Follow my lead for the best game day experience. Permane Brothers now serving more sports, more food, and more of what you love on game day.
Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits and if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Mostly cloudy today, the high 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is a story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up, it's golf. It's the holiday season, and put a fork in the 49ers because they're done. Christian McCaffrey is out for the year with a knee sprain. The injuries are just too much for the 5-7 49ers to overcome. Even McCaffrey's backup, Jordan Mason, is done with a high ankle sprain. I'm JR.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Checking the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams on the Parkway East. Things are looking pretty good, though you are starting to see the typical backups you would see as you approach the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Same thing on the Parkway West, getting ready to enter the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Backups in Robinson Township on Route 60 as you approach 79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
I can't get over it, man.
Me neither. It's so funny.
Lord, please help me make better decisions throwing the football. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I do think the Browns are a better football team with Jameis Winston. They beat the Steelers. They beat the Ravens. They pushed Denver to the brink on the road on Monday Night Football. It's a tough place to play for a number of different reasons. That's a good Denver defense that he threw for 497 yards against. How big of a threat are the Browns on Sunday? We'll obviously get into them more in depth as the week goes on, but how are you viewing this game now as compared to maybe a couple days ago?
Well, I'm looking at the weather. It's going to be 50 degrees and sunny, so there's a little plus. It's not going to be a blizzard. So I think they're the same team that they're going to – I think the Steelers on a long, normal week will have a better showing.
And the Browns have a little bit of a short week because they had to play last night and
Right.
come back from Denver.
Right, that too. I see this game, coming off of a big win in Cincinnati and doing it the way that you did. The Browns can score. They can put up a lot of yardage, as we've seen. I mean, Jerry Jeudy and Jameis Winston have done this. This is the second time that they've both went over 200 receiving and over 400, almost 500 yards passing. I don't think that that'll happen against the Steelers this time around. I think the Steelers kind of know who they are at this point, and they'll take care of the Browns. I really do. I have a really good feeling about it.
You remember that time that Antonio Brown drop-kicked the punter for
Yes.
the Browns? That's what the Steelers are going to do to them on Sunday.
Yes.
I think the Steelers are going to beat them by 10+, maybe 14+.
Mm-hmm. Early, too. They're going to get up quick.
I think so, too. The Steelers beat the Bengals more decisively, I believe, than the final score indicated. The pick six never should have happened. Probably be a good time for me to play the Jameis Winston thing. Russell Wilson threw a ball on a timing pattern to a receiver that got yanked down by his head. The Steelers' defense also gave up 14 points, really in garbage time. I mean, you're up 41-24. You're not really ever in danger of losing that game. It got a little tight at the end. You didn't feel super comfortable, but the defense was, I thought, excellent until about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
The offense, I think, is going to have a much better showing against Cleveland. In the second half, they made adjustments. They took Myles Garrett out of the game. They did that to Hendrickson against the Bengals. I don't think Myles Garrett's going to impact the game the way he did last Thursday. I think the offense is going to move the ball. I think the defense is out for blood because of the things that Myles Garrett said after the game. I took the Browns lightly once. I'm taking them even lighter now.
Yeah.
Because of what happened the first time. And look, I thought after that game that the Steelers are not who we thought they were. I thought that Browns game showed me that the Steelers are the team that they've been under Tomlin for the last 7 years, that they've got warts and they're going to lose to bad teams. And they did lose to a bad team. This Bengals game makes me feel like the Browns game was an aberration.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're going to be out for blood. I think they're going to be out for revenge. It's at home. They know just how tough the 3 games in 11 days stretch is going to be immediately following this one. I think they kick the hell out of them.
Mm-hmm. I think they know that they absolutely need to win this game. And it would be insane for anybody, and especially us right now, to think that T.J. Watt would have the same game that he had against the Browns the first time. That's not going to happen. And on the other side, Alex Highsmith will be back too.
Yes.
And we do know how the defense does change, and they play, a tick better whenever Alex Highsmith is in the lineup. So, it would. I do believe that the offense will have an answer for Myles Garrett. He's not going to have 3 sacks. He's not going to have 3 sacks again. But it would be insane for us to think that T.J. Watt wouldn't have a game like he had on Sunday.
He had 2 sacks on Sunday, the forced fumble, and it's not like the Bengals weren't trying to double him.
Right.
They were. They had him. He rushed the passer on a stunt at one point. They lined him up inside at another point. They lined him up on the opposite side another point. They actually did move T.J. Watt around. You'll probably see more of that on Sunday. I think the Steelers will take care of business. Yep. We'll break it down more in depth later on in the week. I am going to pay special attention to Jerry Jeudy, though, and I'm probably not going to shadow him with Joey Porter Jr. I'm probably going to give Deontay Jackson more of the assignment there because he's a fast, wiggly guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Porter likes to get handsy.
Yeah, he does.
Get his hands on a guy.
He does. And then clearly we have to pay attention to George Pickens and Newsome, and I know that the officials will be paying attention to George Pickens the whole entire game. So if I'm Mike Tomlin and, Azani, as you said, Aziz Ansari.
That's right.
I'm telling George, listen, do not let anybody get underneath your skin because they're going to try.
Go play football.
They're going to try.
Yep.
Wouldn't you?
The best revenge, Doran, is living well.
And scoring points.
That's right.
And catching balls.
There's nothing that would be more aggravating to the Browns than you putting up 150 yards, scoring a touchdown or 2, and then after your touchdowns, you walk over and make a point to hand it to the referee.
Yep.
That's going to piss him off more than anything.
Absolutely.
Like, I always wanted the Penguins to punch Tom Wilson right between the eyes and break his nose, but hey, eliminating him from the playoffs feels pretty good.
Yep.
And there's nothing that hurts him more than that. So just go out there, kick Newsome's ass on a scoreboard.
Yeah.
How about that?
I like it.
How good are the Broncos?
I think they're going to be good, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're a year ahead of schedule.
Uh-huh. I don't think that they may squeak into the playoffs, but I don't think they're like a contender good.
I was rooting for them last night. As much as the Ravens don't scare me in a playoff game because Steelers have beat them 8 out of 9 and Lamar's had his bugaboos in the playoffs, I would still rather play Denver than Baltimore.
Yes.
And they're now both tied at 8-7, or excuse me, at 8-5. Baltimore beat them straight up by 1,000,000 points. And so Denver's the 7, Baltimore's the 6. The Steelers are obviously the 3. If the playoffs started today, the Steelers would play the Ravens. Would not mind for a second Sean Payton walking up in here.
No.
Because you want to talk about the best revenge is living well. Russell Wilson didn't get his chance to play Sean Payton.
That's right.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, that's right.
Give it to me. Give it to me. All day.
Yes.
Let Russ cook.
Totally forgot about that.
Because we're now seeing with Russell Wilson, if you want to win by throwing it a bunch of times, you can. And if the Steelers throw it around on Denver and put up points, Bo Nix has been a pleasant surprise. I think Sean Payton's done a nice job with him. I think Sean Payton's a jackass, but I think he's done a nice job with him. You put up 30, they ain't putting up 30 at Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium.
Nope.
I'd love that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it wouldn't just be a petty game ball from Mike Tomlin. You give Russell Wilson the game ball.
Yes.
Yeah, give me that. Give me the storylines all week. Oh, man, that'd be – I think that's my dream playoff matchup right now. So, hey, go Broncos. And, hey, lose Ravens. There's nothing cute to say with that. The Baltimoreans there found one. All right, coming up next – I did math, Doran, and I compared what Russ has done through 6 games to that of which the Fields did through 6 games. And then I also compared the Steelers offensively and defensively to the last 10 Super Bowl champions. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. And out popped, I think, maybe a Super Bowl contender. I'll tell you more next. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland Browns lost yesterday to the Denver Broncos, and that means that the Steelers were the only AFC North team to win this week in the NFL. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Air Pro Heating and Cooling with great news.
Air Pro and Bryant are now offering the $1,000 rebate program. Buy a furnace, take $1,000 off. Add a central air conditioning system, take another $1,000 off. That's $2,000 savings.
Plus up to 60 months interest-free financing or low 3.9% interest, subject to credit approval. So call someone you know. Call Air Pro Heating and Cooling at 800-749-0642. Bryant, whatever it takes.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
Need individual health insurance? Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits with UPMC Anywhere Care. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends December 15th to get coverage starting January 1st.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get 150.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is the 10th play of the drive for the Steelers. Shotgun. Wilson fires. End zone. Calvin Austin. Touchdown. Steelers. Perfectly timed.
All right, real quick before we get into the actual topic, I just saw Jameis Winston's pregame speech. And he said, Mile High, forget about Mile High, Brown's gonna multiply. Like they're amoebas or something. Hey, Jameis, just because it rhymes, buddy.
Yeah. He's just saying whatever.
It doesn't mean it makes sense.
Saying whatever.
You know, Ray Lewis used to do that all the time back in the day, too. And then he had this bit when he was working for ESPN where he would do it in his garage. He would give pregame speeches and pretend he was in the locker room, but he'd be in his garage.
I don't know if I remember that one.
Yeah. And it would just be echoing throughout the garage. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. Just giving pregame pep talks to nobody. It was outstanding. And half the stuff he said didn't make sense.
Nothing.
But you're going to run out of material eventually. You can't. 17 games, 16 in his case a season, 20 if you're including playoffs, and you got preseason. Like, we're talking hundreds of games. You're going to have to start recycling material at some point.
Something. Eat a W.
Eat a W today. Hey, we're going to eat a W today.
That was probably number one.
All time.
All time.
That one can't get knocked off the perch. At least in terms of pregame stuff. Because postgame, asking God to help him not throw pick sixes is up there. It's like that guy in Buffalo, Stevie Johnson.
Yep.
Blame God for dropping that touchdown pass in overtime against the Steelers. I do digress. So Kabali said yesterday there's not a team the Steelers can't beat. And we'll get into that a little bit later on in the show. We'll get into it actually a little bit now. And I was thinking, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Especially in the AFC, you look around and you think, okay, could the Steelers beat the Chiefs? Sure. Can the Steelers score with Buffalo? Well, sure looked like that on Sunday. I started breaking down the numbers, Doran, and I got like weird with it. And I couldn't stop. Once I start, I can't stop. So The difference between the Steelers with Russ and with Fields, well, it's stark. And I think Fields did a good job. I mean, he went 4-2. Russ obviously has gone 5-1. So with Russ, they're averaging 271 pass yards per game. With Fields, it was 184. Remember when everyone had that conversation about, can the Steelers run the ball without Fields?
Mm-hmm.
With Russ, they're averaging 135 rushing yards per game. With Fields, it was 133. So they are slightly actually running the ball better with Russ than they were with Fields. Yards per game with Russ, 391. Yards per game with Fields, 298. Here's the big one, though. Points per game with Russ, 28.6. With Fields, 20.6. So they're averaging a touchdown and a 2-point conversion more per game with Russell Wilson. On the whole, I hope people are following me here. On the whole, the Steelers are 10th in the league in scoring. But they would be in the top 5 if you just extrapolated out what Russell Wilson has done. So then it got me thinking, okay, let's look at some past Super Bowl winners and see how the Steelers compare. Do they compare favorably? I think they do, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the Steelers right now, and they are 10th in the league in points for, and they are 6th in the league in points against. I'm going back 10 years here. Seahawks, 2013, first in defense. Defense. Well, Mike Tyson came out there.
Defense.
Seattle, first in defense. 8th in offense, scoring 26 points per game. Patriots, 14. 8th in defense, 4th in offense. 15, Broncos. 4th in defense, 19th in offense. But that defense was really good. No-fly zone, all that fun stuff. Then you go to the Patriots, 1st in defense, 3rd in offense. Eagles, 4th in defense, 3rd in offense. Patriots, 7th in defense, 4th in offense. Chiefs, 7th in defense, 5th in offense. Bucks, 8th in defense, 3rd in offense. Rams, 15th in defense, but they played well down the stretch. 7th in offense. Chiefs, 22. 5th in defense, 1st on offense. Chiefs, 23. 2nd in defense, 15th in offense. Point being, you got to be well-rounded.
Yeah.
You got to play good offense. You got to play good defense. Steelers are.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers are. And when I look at the points per game scored by all those Super Bowl champions, 26, 29, 22, 27, 28, 27, 28, 30, 27, 30, 21. Steelers with Russ are almost averaging 29 points per game. Guys, they can do this thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're the favorite, and I'm sorry to bog it all down with the numbers there. I'm happy that I slipped into Tyson because at least I break up the monotony of all those numbers. The Steelers are as well-rounded a team as there is in the NFL outside of the Lions. Because when I was pulling all this crap together this morning, you said, all right, pull up the Lions. Well, the Lions are averaging 32 points per game on offense. That's 1st in the NFL, and they're 3rd in the league in points against.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is the gold standard.
Yeah.
That team should be and is the runaway Super Bowl favorite right now.
So are the Steelers 2nd in the averages of offense and defense in the league?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Like who would be probably better? I would say maybe.
I'll look at Buffalo.
Yeah. Chiefs maybe. I don't know. Like just the averages of like where they are in the gap.
So the Bills are 2nd in offense, 6th in defense.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bills fit that bill.
Mm-hmm.
See how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs' offense hasn't been great.
Right.
So I'm guessing that they don't quite. They're 8th in points allowed. They're 11th in points for. They actually compare very favorably to the Steelers, who are 10th in points for, and what did I say, 6th in points allowed. So the Steelers are right there statistically.
Yeah.
And then you watch them with your own two eyes. Russell Wilson is playing. I mean, he's a top 5 quarterback right now. Remember when people gave you hell for that a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, I do.
They have a top 5 quarterback in the league right now.
They sure do.
Right now. And I'm sorry to bog everyone down with the numbers. I went off on a Rain Man thing there, and I couldn't stop.
But it's good to compare because you know what you're going against, and then it's comparing to what it takes to get to a Super Bowl in the last decade, but also what your competition's doing around you too, and do you fit the bill of what your competition is doing, and can you see a pathway? And there's clearly a pathway with the numbers that you just rattled off there.
Yeah, it's not to say that they're better than the Bills.
No.
And I would take Josh Allen over Russell Wilson because I think Josh Allen's probably the best quarterback going right now.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes, I mean, you're probably taking over anybody because he's won back-to-back Super Bowls and he's won 3 out of 4, and we just know what Patrick Mahomes is. But do the Steelers have a shot? Yeah. Can the Steelers win the Super Bowl? Yeah. And you might say, Crowley, you're riding the roller coaster here. You wrote them off after the Browns lost. I just wanted that game to be an aberration. And the way they played against Cincinnati offensively is they hit a level that I didn't know that they could hit. And so that makes me think, yeah, the Browns game, it stings. It hurts you mathematically. It hurts you trying to get the number 2 or number 1 seed in the AFC. It makes it harder to win the division. But it does seem like that's a game that you kind of throw out.
Yeah.
That's not who they are. By the way, you took a lot of flack for the Russell Wilson deal.
A lot.
He's 5th in the league in passer rating right now. 5th. Now he's only played 6 games, but he's 5th in the league. If he had played all 12, he might be an MVP candidate right now.
There's no doubt about it.
Actually, yeah, you're right. There is no doubt about it. If he had played all 12 games and he played to this level, he's absolutely an MVP candidate. Just double everything, right? What's he got? He got 10 touchdowns, 3 picks. Say he has 20 and 6. That puts him right there with some of the best in football.
Well, think about the defense he would have won against. Think about the defense that Justin Fields won against. I mean, he's probably going to dice up the Dallas Cowboys defense at that time, having like 3 guys out. I know he would have diced them up. He probably would have diced the Broncos up because of the, going to Mile High, going to Denver. It's early in the season. They're trying to figure out who they are. They don't have an identity. He probably would have diced them up. He knows what they're going to do. So you take just 2 games right there, his numbers would probably be definitely inflated to what they are now to say that he could be a candidate for MVP.
I totally agree with that. And I think, okay, you had the Ravens game where you only kick field goals. They moved the ball. You hate to say stuff like this because it does make you sound like a homer, but I'm just going to throw the stats out for a Ravens game.
Yeah, because I mean, you know what you're going in for.
Yeah,
that game had to be dragged down into the mud.
Yes,
and that's how it always is.
And isn't that kind of the crux of all of this here? If the Steelers want to drag you into the mud and beat you, they can.
Yes,
and they did.
Yes.
If the Steelers want to go out there and put up 37 offensive points and beat you that way, they can, and they did. Oh, you go into Washington, you're going to need to score darn near 30 points to win. They do. They're clutch at the end. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If they want to beat you on special teams, they can. Special teams was bad on Sunday. Kick, block, give up some returns, still beat you. Defense bled yards, still beat you. This team can win the Super Bowl. Not saying they're the favorite, but they can. Agree? Disagree? Comments? Concerns? 412-928-9370. That's the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Can the Steelers win the Super Bowl? We'll get your reaction to that coming up next. Here's a text I want to read now before I forget about it. Crowley, this is because we played Jameis Winston praying. Didn't Tim Tebow get tossed out of the league because he was praying all the time? No.
No, that's not what happened.
He got tossed out of the league because he sucked. Now a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tim Tebow also tried baseball as well, where he prayed a lot less and didn't make it there either. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game tonight against the Florida Panthers at home. They play at 7 o'clock. The Penguins right now are tied in last in the Metropolitan Division. They have 24 points with a 10-12 record and 4 overtime losses. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're looking at some solid backups on the Parkway West. The delays there beginning on the Green Tree Hill as you approach the Fort Pitt Tunnel, heavier than normal at this hour. In the Parkway West, we see the typical Squirrel Hill traffic delays, and on Route 51, things are slowing down as you approach Bowsman. 28, smooth sailing until you get to the Sarah Hines house. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know Awaken 180 is an approved expense for both HSA and FSA accounts? Reserve your consultation for December, and you decide the start date, now or on day one of the new year. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected! Also, you forgot to renew your website domain and now you're in a bidding war!
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird! All right!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Guys, can I let you in on a little secret? Women love to receive jewelry for Christmas. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, and I'm personally inviting you to experience Urbanowitz Jewelers. We can help you find the perfect gift for that special lady. We offer the area's finest collection of unique diamond and gemstone jewelry, all at prices you can afford. Designer lines and all the elegant classics. And now through Christmas Eve, you can save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org. now.
Think of early December as the 2-minute warning for enrolling in the right Medicare plan for you. Bob Pompiani here from MediConnect. The deadline to compare your coverage is December the 7th. If you're on Medicare, give the top-ranked folks at MediConnect a call. Meet in your home, online, or in their office. It's absolutely free. MediConnect will work to gain an understanding of your particular needs and situation. It's Medicare made simple. 888-818-6334 for MediConnect.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Going to be joined by our sports director, Jeff Hathorne, coming up at the top of the next hour. So I did more math. Sorry, Doran. It's not really math, but it kind of is math. Math. With Russ, they're averaging 28.6 points per game, as I've said. That would have them 6th in the league if he did it over the full season. Just behind Washington and just ahead of Tampa. And ahead of such teams as Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Green Bay, Kansas City, Houston, San Francisco, L.A., Atlanta. A lot of good to decent teams in that mix. And some that we think of as having these high-flying offenses. Steelers' offense has been among the best in football since Russell Wilson took over. And they've been moving it consistently. They haven't always punched it in the red zone, but they have been moving it consistently with Russell Wilson. I mean, I had the calculation somewhere here of total yards per game, but they've been moving it. I mean, they're up over 400 yards a game. 391 yards per game with Russell Wilson. So I think it's here to stay, man. And I think Arthur Smith deserves a ton of credit for it, too.
You can tell that it's here to stay, especially in offense. And we talk about how balanced this team is and comparing them to their, teams around the league that they're going to be competing with. But on offense, you could tell that it's here to stay because of the disbursement of the football on offense. And it's been like that every single game that Russell Wilson has been in there. I mean, last game there was 10 guys, 10 different guys that touched the football. Now, Mike Williams wasn't one of them. He was kind of the only one left out. But that isn't just a couple days ago. That has been like that ever since Russell Wilson really has been in there. Now, I don't know if it's been 10, but it's been close to 8, 9.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, and you look at the numbers. Just check the box score after the game on Sunday, this game coming up, and then compare it to the box score of the game against the Bengals. And look at the numbers, though. The disbursement's one thing, but look at the numbers of each individual. They're around the same. Like Jaylen Warren, you know that he's going to have, and he was a little off with the rushing, but you know that he's going to have around 25 yards rushing. You know that he's going to have around 28 yards receiving or around 40 yards rushing. Najee Harris, you know he's going to be over 70 yards rushing. He's going to have over 15 yards receiving. Darnell Washington's always going to have a catch. Pat Fryermuth's always going to have 3 catches for 20 plus 30 yards. Van Jefferson's going to have maybe 1 catch. And then George Pickens always going to go over 80 yards receiving. Like, it's been like that every single game. It's literally, and that's why it's here to stay, because there has been that trend that he does not just target George. They don't just run with Najee. They run with Jalen. Then you fold in Cordero Patterson. You throw Cordero Patterson some footballs, even in the slot as a receiver. Like, these things have been the same since Russell Wilson has been in there. That's why it's here to stay.
Yeah, I'm with you. And you would expect Mike Williams to have a say in the matter at some point, too. They needed him in Washington. They probably could have used him in Cleveland. They lose the game. They didn't need him, obviously, against the Bengals. He'll get folded in.
Yeah.
He'll make plays.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that. You wonder why or when, and the why it hasn't happened to this point, but they're making do without him. So I think there's an argument to be made that maybe it gets even better, and this offensive line, which is young, you would hope would continue to get better. I did want to mention Connor Hayward, because the 2 guys who didn't catch the football who reported as eligible were Connor Hayward and Mike Williams. Connor Hayward, though, he recovered the onside kick.
Right.
So he was able to make a play in the football game.
Think about guys like Skoranek. Like, who do you want on the field at this point whenever you're trying to run the football, establish the run? Do you want Skoranek on the field or do you want Mike Williams?
I'm okay with Skoranek.
I mean, he had a big catch.
He did. Van Jefferson had one of the biggest catches of the ball game. 3rd and 9. Looked like Cincinnati was going to bring the house. Russell Wilson just got the snap off because he's gesticulating. He knew exactly what Cincinnati was going to do. He knew where his hot was. He knew, I got to put this thing on a line. Did all those things.
Now, Mike Williams is a way better receiver than Skoranek. That's not what I'm trying to say. But what they're trying to do in their identity, Skoranek kind of fits that build. He almost is taking the place of what they visioned Roman Wilson being. Like, they want to run the football. Skoranek is a very good blocking receiver, and he's a role player, and he will catch a football for you.
Yes.
So if you're trying to establish that, you kind of want – and we think about – I'm just trying to think through why Mike Williams hasn't getting the targets.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe it's just so specific to they have an identity, they want to stick to it, and Skoranek fits the build better than Mike Williams does or Van Jefferson does because he's been here longer. I don't know. I was thinking about it all last night because I was like, even yesterday you asked me, you're like, what do you think it is? And I'm like, I don't know. And that bothered me that I didn't know. So I thought about it all last night. Like, why hasn't he even been looked at target-wise?
Yeah, and you wonder, too, like, he's a veteran. He's a smart guy. He's got a good coordinator. He's got a veteran quarterback. But still, I mean, you're out there. You got to know all the checks, and they are doing a lot of that kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Texter, the 44 was against an all-time bad D, squeezing the numbers. Wasn't that long ago they went 7 quarters without a touchdown. Yeah, but you can do anything you want with statistics. They also had the longest stretch in the NFL, going 23 straight quarters with scoring points. So, I don't know. The first half against the Browns was bad. The second half was good. And actually, the first half against the Browns, they did move the football. They crapped their pants in the red zone. They crapped their pants on short yardage. So we had even said coming out of that game, you fix both those areas. Those are the places you need to fix. Everything else had been looking pretty good, and then they put it all together against the Bengals. Time will tell if they can keep it up. I think they will. I mean, against the Jets, they moved and scored. Against the Giants, they moved and scored. Against the Commanders, they moved and scored. Against the Cincinnati, they moved and scored. Only 2 games did they not, and really in both of those games, they moved it. When you look at all the top offenses in the NFL, it's not like, unless you're the Lions, you're not going out there every week putting up 30.
No.
You're going to have some where you do put up 40, but you're going to have some where you put up 20. Look at the Ravens the last 2 weeks, or 2 of the last 3 weeks. They didn't put up these huge offensive numbers. That's why they're averages. Sometimes you're great, sometimes you have an off day, but what do you do over the course of time? I think they've got sustainability here. All right, we've taken this long, but that's because we're having fun.
Yep.
Jeff Hathorne's going to join us next. There are some bad things to talk about with the Steelers. We'll do a little bit of that with Jeff when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. Sunny skies return to the area today, but don't expect any big warm-up to go with it. Out-the-door temperatures are in the mid to low 20s in most places, with wind chills dipping to the teens. Highs today should hit the mid-30s with lunchtime temps near 32 degrees. Looking ahead, accumulating snow of 1 to 3 inches in most places is expected to fall Wednesday evening to early Thursday morning. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. This FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. That's the deal. It's like you're in the game, right? You get a little hunch. Let's go with that. Let's go with that play, that guy. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
Hey, how'd Thanksgiving go? Little cranberry sauce over on the floor there, a little gravy on the chair there. Who knows what else? 'Tis the season to be jolly. Nothing's going to make you jollier than a clean home. Get ready for the rest of the holidays. They're right around the corner with Zero Res. We do it every time we're going to have a big family function. Call Zero Res. Get everything cleaned up. Holiday mishaps. You want to impress the in-laws. I don't know, whoever's coming over. Maybe they haven't been there before. They don't know how beautiful your home is every day. Get Zero Res and the gotta love it guarantee that makes it easy to get what you pay for, because Zero Res stands behind every cleaning. Get clean now, right now. Get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $129. You can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188. Appointments are filling up fast, so call today and beat the rush, or go online. ZeroResPGH.com. Tell them you want the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An accident on Route 28 in Shaler, so expect some delays as you head into the city of Pittsburgh. Over on the Parkway East, the delays really beginning around Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, typical delays at the top of Green Tree Hill. This month, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now on the Fan Hotline by our sports director, Jeff Hathorne. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Jeff.
Morning, fellas.
Jeff, it's Browns week, and I'm happy that there was such a quick turnaround because, boy, did that game get my blood boiling. Did you watch last night, and do you look at the Browns as a credible threat now after the last couple of games that they've played, or do you think the Steelers, I know it's early, do you think the Steelers will be out for blood this time around?
Yeah, if they don't have their attention now, they'll never have their attention. But, man, I tell you what, they were moving. Denver's defense is good, and Jameis was having his way. I mean, a couple of obviously huge interceptions, that was the difference in that game. But if you thought, okay, maybe Jameis moving the ball was a little bit of a fluke, and especially considering the Browns don't have a run game, which is the thing you think of with the Browns offense. If they're going, the run game's going. It hasn't been going, and yeah, Jameis was impressive. I mean, I don't know if that was necessarily a one-off, some of the things that he's done, but then, you see this thing that's hurt Jameis over his career are those key interceptions at the wrong time.
Well, Jerry Jeudy was impressive too, and he's been impressive ever since, really all season long. And, I think he had, 290-some, receiving yards, something crazy like that. With that being said, are you worried about Joey Porter Jr.? 5 penalties, 5 pass interference calls against Cincinnati. Are you worried about him moving forward?
I mean, you have to be, even if it is what they think, and that he's kind of quote being picked on. I mean, he's got some things to fix this week in a short time. You mentioned Jeudy, then you're going up against AJ the next week, then you're going up against the Ravens, then you've got Patrick Mahomes, and then you've got Cincinnati again. So he says he's confident. He says Mike Tomlin keeps telling him to do the things he's doing. Well, maybe not exactly the things that he's doing. Maybe you tweak something here or there, and that might just be him, saying in front of us, doesn't want to say what he needs to do. I still think he's a good corner. There are just some things he's got to fix, man. What is it, 6 pass interference penalties this year that leads the league? I mean, that's got to settle. I mean, whether he thinks they're looking at him or not, they're going to be looking at him.
I think it's the same with him and with George Pickens, Jeff, where both guys have these reputations that precede them, and so anything close and you're going to get called. Mike Tomlin did address both of those guys differently, though, to your point. With Joey Porter Jr., he kind of said, look, T. Higgins, he's a goon. He's going to be physical, and kind of swept it under the rug. Meanwhile, with Pickens, he said, you got to grow up. Do you think the way he's talking about these guys publicly is the way that he's addressing them privately?
Well, I think if Joey's would have been post-whistle, then maybe he attacks Joey a little bit different than he has. I mean, if he's making those penalties where he's getting up after an incompletion then taunting a receiver, I think that's where it's a little bit different between these guys. And I think Joey is, consistently handled himself pretty well in that regard. But yeah, he does treat these guys differently. And as far as George goes, I mean, I don't know what was said. I mean, there had to have been more than just him making a first down gesture. There had to have been something said that we just couldn't hear, because if that was the reason, then you'll be throwing so many flags. Games are going to last 4 hours.
You really think that was a first down gesture, Jeff?
Bang, bang.
No.
Bang, bang. Yeah, I saw people doing the side-by-side of Josh Allen pointing and George Pickens pointing. The difference between the two is Josh Allen pointed, and I'm guessing if we might, because of Hard Knocks comes out tonight, if Pickens is mic'd up, I guarantee you he went, boo-boo. Guaranteed. Boo-boo.
Jeff, do you think that Russell Wilson...
The thing about George...
Good.
One of the things we learned about George, guys, is he's pretty stubborn in his ways. That could be a good thing. I mean, the guy's a hell of a receiver. It's just, I don't know what, I think Mike's trying to figure out what gets through to him. Like, he's been on that, I'm going to support him. I'm going to say, I don't care what he says. Those are his words. I'm not going to add fuel to the fire. And after that one, maybe he's trying something a little different with George.
Jeff, do you think that Russell Wilson's a top 5 quarterback in the league right now?
Ooh. I don't think he's top 5, but I would put him in the second group, maybe 8, 9, 10, somewhere in that group. I'll say this, man. It was fun being in Cincinnati and watching a Steeler quarterback have a game like that. I don't care if Cincinnati was playing with 9. It's been years since we've seen a quarterback make plays, and not just the plays down the field, but a little movement in the pocket and a check down. You know, knowing that the middle of the field is open and exploiting that. I mean, it doesn't always have to be the moon balls, the pretty passes that we've seen. It's those smart plays. And then on a key third down, to not really fret when it's in his hand, and he throws it to Van Jefferson. I mean, those are like days where, you know, Ben would find
Eli Rogers,
whatever obscure receiver you want to
Marcus
mention
Wheaton
on a key third down because he was the guy open. And I think that's what's so different now. It's not just the pretty moon balls. It's that he gets the game. He's calm in the huddle. He's a good leader. And, yeah, there have been some hiccups in the road, but, man, they're so better off at that position, which gives them a lot better chance in January.
Jeff, he's 5th in the league in passer rating. The Steelers averaging nearly 400 yards a game in his starts and 28.6 points per game. If we gave Tomlin, Truth Serum, Omar Khan, Art Rooney II, Arthur Smith, would they tell you that they saw this coming, this level of production from him, do you think?
I think they saw improved play. I don't know if to go from where they were to this, I don't know if they would have thought that. Now, they're not going to say any of that, but I get what you're saying. I don't know if they would see. I think they would see more game manager than playmaker and that's kind of what we've seen over a few of those games. I mean, there have been a few where he hasn't made plays, and there's a mistake here or there, and the dude has been solid.
I thought he was going to be a game manager and an elite one where he would throw touchdowns and not turn the ball over, and they'd look like a professional outfit. I did not expect this. I also didn't expect this, Jeff.
It's a 2-point game. Right to the rim. Jalen Lowe kicks it to Austin. Austin 3. Zach Austin! And Zach Austin! Zach Austin! At the buzzer. Oh my goodness, the Panthers win it.
I love it.
Neither did I.
91-90. Zach Austin hits the 3.
That's a hell of a call, Jeff.
Oh my gosh, it's an all-timer, especially against your team.
Oh, yeah. Listen, there's so many emotions that are involved in that call. I mean, they had no chance to win that game.
No.
Ohio State shot 69% in the first half. They made 4 of the first 5 in the second half. And you're sitting up there and you're like, man, this is going to get ugly quick. Then Papa Conte comes in and helps turn the game around. And then Zach, who's been, he's been kind of emotional this year. He really wants a big year. He wears 55 because his mom has passed. The day after Thanksgiving, he hits the 3. And, I don't know how, maybe all of that just went into my head. And I saw him actually the next day at the Pitt volleyball game. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry for screaming your name. And he's like, nah, it's cool. It's cool.
So did he heard you? Because the whole place goes silent, right?
Yes.
All you hear on the TV broadcast, if anybody could find it on damn Peacock, I'm sure most people listen to you, Jeff. I mean, It's just silence, and then all you hear is you, and then the Pitt players. I thought it was, this is from a West Virginia, I thought it was wonderful.
Unbelievable.
Awesome stuff. And they are now, don't look now, Jeff, number 5 in the net rankings, number 18 in the AP poll.
Yes. I mean, listen, and they're doing it with guards that are playing tons of minutes. I mean, they haven't played their best. There's still things they're trying to figure out. And look at what Jeff's done with this program. I mean, they were teetering with firing him a couple of years ago, and that's something Jeff told me. It's like he walked in a couple of Marches ago, and he's like, he wasn't sure if Heather was going to let him go. And now look what the program's at in a big road game tomorrow at Mississippi State.
No doubt in the SEC ACC Challenge, 9:15. You can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Jeff, we always appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Buddy. Jeff Hathorne. That's a hell of a call. That's a hell of a call.
Unbelievable.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
You want, because what do you think Pitt fans are? What were you doing?
Oh, I mean, we had just landed, and I was going up in the elevator to my room in Boston College, and I saw that they were down 4 with 8 seconds. I was like, this game's over. And then I go right back downstairs. I drop my stuff off, and I look at the game's over. I'm like, what? They won? And then I showed EJ. He didn't know either. I was like, EJ, they won. He's like, what? And we all start freaking out. It was unbelievable.
So Bostic didn't even get to watch it either.
No, none of us.
They're good.
Yep.
They're good.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting rewarded for it in the computers, which sounds lame, but it matters a whole hell of a lot. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, coming up next, trouble in Baltimore with Deontay Johnson. But it begs an obvious Steelers question. Tell you more about that when we come back. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers won on Sunday against the Cincinnati Bengals. Then yesterday, the Cleveland Browns lost to the Denver Broncos. Cleveland and Pittsburgh, they're going to play on Sunday. And this past NFL week, the Steelers were the only AFC North team to win. The Bengals, the Ravens, and the Browns, they all lost. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
This holiday season for the month of December, the Good Feet store will donate 1 pair of shoes per system purchased to their partner Souls for Souls, an organization that helps provide new shoes and clothing to people in crisis situations. Come to the Good Feet store and help care for people in crisis this holiday season.
Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop is your place to catch every game on NFL Sunday Ticket and exciting Premier League soccer and Big Ten action. Check out their new menu options, including breakfast and happy hour specials every day. After your meal, enjoy the Smoked Cigar Shop and Lounge next door with over 75 premium brands and a great atmosphere. You'll be treated like family and leave with a fine butt and a hot ash. The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop and Smoked Cigar Lounge in Collier Town Square. 1597 Washington Pike in Collier Township.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. About 11/28 through 12/4 cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. About 11/28 through 12/4 cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Beginning on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf. Give Kirk Cousins one more chance. 6 interceptions during a 3-game losing streak. Not good. But the Falcons face the Vikings next week. And, of course, Kirk will be hyped to go back and play against Minnesota. And if Kirk Cousins stinks, then go to Penix. I'm JR.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
There was an earlier accident this morning on Route 28 southbound in Shaler. It's gone, but the delays are still there, and it looks like they'll be there for a while. The Cordell cam showing things backing up right around the North Etna Butler exit. Over in the Parkway East, typical traffic delays as you approach the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Things are tough on the Parkway West as you approach the Fort Pitt Tunnel. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
That's John Harbaugh talking about former Steeler and Panther Deontay Johnson. Sounds like Deontay's asked to be released. That's some of the reporting out of Baltimore right now is he doesn't want to be there. and it doesn't really sound like Harbaugh really wants him there, and it's hilarious. And it begs an obvious Steelers question here. Couple, in fact. But did the Steelers make a single wrong move this offseason? Seriously. Because at the time, we were all over the Deontay Johnson trade. We didn't love the return in Deontay Jackson. It's not that we wanted the Steelers to keep Deontay, but if they had, maybe they could have flipped him for Brandon Ayuk, and so we thought that part of it was an issue, and they kind of rushed into it without having a plan B. But Deontay Jackson leads the league for interception from a cornerback. Leads the league with 5. He's been pretty good.
Yep, really good.
Really good.
Really, really good.
Meanwhile, Deontay Johnson, he was okay in Carolina, has done nothing in Baltimore, and he's showing you right now the guy he is. Mike Williams caught one ball with the Steelers, and he posted on Instagram last night, nothing matters but winning, or something to that effect.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Deontay Johnson's all wrapped up in his parka, just doing nothing. Patrick Queen has worked out. Deshaun Elliott has worked out. I'm trying to think of a guy that they've brought in who hasn't been good. Patrick Queen's been very good. I think they hit a whole bunch of home runs this offseason, Dorn.
They really did. I'm trying to think. Maybe the injury luck with Faltanu. I mean, if you want to throw that in there with the draft. Yeah. Roman Wilson as well.
Yeah.
Some draft picks haven't really been able to play because of injury, but other than that, yeah.
And it's not like they haven't been able to play because they've stunk.
Right.
Which I think would be a misstep by the Steelers if they were playing guys who weren't playing well.
I mean, even Cordell Patterson. You're thinking, okay, he may be a kick returner. He's 40 years old. You're going to take a shot on him. But, for the production that he has given the Steelers, I mean, it's been a lot better, I think, than people thought. And we were saying that before the season. I was like, he's going to get used on offense.
Yeah.
And
before he got hurt, he looked really good.
Yeah.
He looked a lot better in this game, had 40 receiving yards, something like that. If there's a swing and a miss that we're missing, let us know at 412-928-9370. Fields got them to 4-2. He's got them out of 2 ball games at the end in Baltimore and this last week against Cincinnati. Obviously, Russell Wilson has been a godsend and transformative for this franchise.
I mean, think about what they did with Johnston in the punting position and thinking that, one of the best punters in the league last year, we're going to sign him because our punting unit stinks and Presley Harvin stinks. And then he gets hurt immediately, but then you get Corliss Waitman, who's been just as good, one of the better upper echelon punters in the league. So, yeah, they haven't missed.
He's had one bad punt all year, and it helped cost them the Browns' loss, but it's among the many reasons why they lost that game. He's been outstanding.
Outstanding.
And then you think about the hires. Arthur Smith's done great. I think that's inarguable. Bad game against Cleveland, but again, I just said there's a lot that went into that loss. They're top 10 in the league in offense. They're top 10 in the league in rushing. I don't think they made a misstep. But I'll tell you what's going to happen with Deontay Johnson. This is obvious, right? Do you know where I'm going with this?
Mm-mm.
He's going to be a Chief. Oh. He's going to wind up being a Chief, and they're going to use him immediately, and he's going to be very good because he is a good enough football player, and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are magicians. He's going to go to Kansas City, and he's going to wind up being a thorn in their side.
Do you think that Kansas City doesn't? I mean, Hollywood Brown's about to come back.
That's true.
I don't know if Kansas City,
Buffalo.
If you're the GM in Kansas City and you're pulling the strings, red flags immediately, right? With Deontay Johnson, okay, this is you can't make it work with the Ravens.
Yeah, maybe he would go there and he would taint the pool.
Yeah, I don't know if we really need you.
Maybe he'd be the turd in a punch bowl.
Right.
The Steelers should sign him, tell him that he's going to be a principal point of the offense, and then never dress him and just not allow him to go anywhere else. That's so mean.
That is mean.
Deontay, we love you, man. We're so sorry we let you go. Why don't you come on back to Pittsburgh? Bang. Practice squad. See ya. No, it's not going to happen.
No.
Never. If he knew the offense, I still wouldn't bring him back. But he doesn't know the offense. It's totally different offense, totally different quarterback. They're not using Mike Williams already.
I think he would do good here.
They can't get Mike Williams on the field.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just think that Deontay Johnson would do good here.
He's an ass.
He is.
And they already have issues brewing brewed. Cup's been poured.
Yep.
They got cups poured issues of George Pickens. That's good English.
I still, if I could go back, even though everything how it's transpired with Deontay Johnson, me personally, I would have given him a chance with Arthur Smith, a new receivers coach. I would have waited it out in OTAs in training camp and then see where we were at with him. If he was acting up, this and that, I would give him another chance because I think that Deontay Jackson was going to get released, and I would have signed him.
Yeah.
Like in a perfect world, me personally, I would have gave him one last chance.
They probably could have had both, but you run the risk then of Deontay Jackson getting plucked by somebody else.
Right.
And he might have been a hot commodity. Maybe not like the most sought-after corner on the market, but he's been good.
Mm-hmm.
He does some stuff that makes you like he lost, who is it, Higgins or Chase?
Yeah, the back of the end zone.
Back of the end zone, where I think he's trying to pass that off.
He is trying to pass it off.
So somebody didn't know what the hell was going on there. Maybe that's on him. Maybe it's on somebody else. I don't know. Here's a text. It may be a good one. Cam Sutton hasn't been very good. But that's one of those you understand the process, even if the results don't work out for you.
Mm-hmm.
He was a very good jack-of-all-trades corner for you a few years ago, was miscast as a starting corner with the Lions. And so you're taking a flyer on a guy that was going to come in for basically nothing.
Yeah, he's more of a depth piece. Somebody goes down and you're in a pinch, like he could play so many different positions. I mean, he's not really – I don't think they really intended him to be like the starter. You know, Beanie Bishop has done a decent job. And
he only played 9 snaps, Beanie did, on
How
Sunday.
many did Cam play?
32, I think.
Okay.
So he's definitely taken over on the depth chart.
Yeah. He's still a depth piece, like if somebody does go down in the back end.
I'm interested in what happens with Corey Trice when he comes back. Like, he's not a slot guy. I don't think that bumps Jackson in. He's more of a depth dude, but I'd be interested in him getting some burn because I do think that they've lacked at corner at times. Texter, Steelers aren't allowed to sign Deontay, league rules. No, I think they weren't allowed to trade for him.
Yeah, if he gets released, you could sign him.
Yeah. Texter, Deontay is going to be really good as a Toronto Argonaut.
Man.
Do you ever consider CFL?
No. Heck no.
Too cold, funky rules?
I remember I did a workout for the Colts, and our former running back coach at Pitt was the running back coach at the Colts, you know, whenever it was like my third year. And I did the workout, and then we had lunch. We were catching up. He's like, you ever thought? He's asked me the same question, and I took it personally. And then I ended up playing 3 more years because I took that personally. So, no. Hell no.
You ever think about doing sports talk in Canada?
No.
And now you're about to go on the best 3-year run of your radio career. Bang, I've unlocked it.
You hit a nerve.
I know, now I'm scared. I'm just going to hide behind the computer over here.
You ever thought of you should try it for the CFL, he said. I just looked at him.
Well, that was different. That's in the smack dab middle of your career.
And after I just worked out, so I'm like, what? I didn't make the team? Like,
I guess I'm fast enough to run and catch balls in Canada.
I was like, what?
Were the Colts good then? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Luck. Yeah. They had like Kobe Fleener. I think, remember him, the tight end?
Now I do.
Remember, who was the other guy from Clemson? I think he got hurt. That's why I came in. Oh, what was his name?
I ain't no way I remember that guy. Kobe Fleener you're throwing at me?
Yeah, he was pretty good.
How about Andrew Luck is now the, CEO or president of football operations for Stanford?
What was the interview? Oh, thank you. I'm excited to be back here, and I love this campus, and we're going to get good players, and I'm excited. Like, you know, we're going to do this thing right and get good guys.
Dearest mother, I've been promoted.
Yes.
All right. Coming up next, let's revisit, because we got blown up today on the text line, because I was saying that Russ should, if he played all year, would be an MVP candidate. We've called him top 5 quarterback right now in the NFL, which I actually think is inarguable based on statistics. People they're texting in mad. If Mike Tomlin would have listened to you, Justin Fields would still be the quarterback. Yeah. Okay, let's revisit. Let's go back in time real quick. At the moment that Mike Tomlin decided to make that decision, and explain why we felt the way we felt and why Tomlin went the other way. We'll get into all that coming up next, but first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland Browns lost yesterday to the Denver Broncos, and that means the Steelers were the only team in the AFC North to win this past week in the NFL. Steelers are 9-3 in first place in the AFC North. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift, or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success motto is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas, we are offering 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsairs at prices that Scrooge would smile about. Why don't you treat yourself? We have over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. Offers end January 2nd.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, Mike Williams is a top 10 receiver, according to Adam. What, just because I think Russell Wilson's a top 5 quarterback, I'm latching on to Doran's take, which I think is correct. That means I think everyone's good. Mike Williams would help the team. I think he will help the team. I think that's a shot at us for saying that Russ is a top 5 quarterback right now.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Even though he is 5th in the league in passer rating, and the Steelers are scoring almost 29 points per game with him at quarterback. It's led a lot of people to jumping into the text line and telling us how wrong we and a lot of other people were, saying that the Steelers should stick with Justin Fields at quarterback. And I want to go back. I want to go back in the time machine. Obviously, Mike Tomlin made the right call. There's no arguing that. And even the locker room was split, according to reports. The front office was split, according to reports. Mike Tomlin called himself, the Lone Wolf or the Lone Ranger, something like that. Look, we were used to seeing Matt Canada, Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky. Mason Rudolph was okay, better than okay at times, but we were used to seeing that. We were used to seeing the end of Ben's career and the last few games of 2020, and 2021 was really not very good offensively. And so Justin Fields comes in, goes 4-2. They averaged 21 points a game. They were top 10 in the league in rushing, which were both significant improvements over where they were the previous few years. And Russell Wilson was hurt, and I thought he was going to be a glorified game manager anyhow. I think it was a reasonable position for folks to take because we had been scarred by the past. Mm-hmm. I'm happy the Steelers, in particular Mike Tomlin, didn't see it that way. They are a legitimate contender with Russell Wilson. They were merely a good team with Justin Fields. I'm happy it's happened this way, but let's not pretend like there wasn't merit in Justin Fields. It was a ballsy decision by Tomlin. It's okay to admit that I was wrong, but it was a ballsy decision for Tomlin to make that switch at 4-2 when offensively they certainly weren't bad with Fields. So it's okay to admit when you're wrong. I was wrong. A lot of people were wrong. But I think that we were all wrong based on some legitimate reasons.
Yeah, I mean, he was winning, and you're not used to it. I can't remember where I fell on this. I think I was maybe split. Like, I could go either way because you have a quarterback that has won you games, and, you know, he was a starter in the league. He did a lot of good things in Chicago, did a lot of bad things, and you don't know with Russell Wilson. There's so much unknown, but also Russell Wilson has the resume and knows how to win and can, you know, be that leader that is probably missing. I think it could be a split decision about it. Like, I mean, you could go either way with it.
Well, and the other thing was we thought we were going to get the Denver version of Russ. With this defense and the special teams, okay, you should be pretty good with that guy. And this is before the season, I guess. We'll rewind even further. But I even said, you're not winning the Super Bowl with that version of Russell Wilson. Justin Fields goes 4-2. He had cut back on some of the mistakes that he was making in Chicago. And the thought by me was, maybe he keeps getting better this year.
Yeah.
And maybe he's your quarterback for the next 10 years. It wasn't just about now. But now, Russ has been so good that you can envision him being the quarterback for the next 3 or so years. And, okay, I'll take this version for 3 years than the unknown of the next potentially 5 to 10.
Yeah.
So it made sense for people to argue for Fields back then because you're thinking maybe you've got the guy. He's 10 years younger than Russell Wilson. But you can't pass up now on what Russ has given you.
Does Mike Tomlin still make that decision if they had been 6-0? if they didn't lose to the Colts and to the Cowboys? Do you think he still makes the decision that he made?
They were so bad against, well, I guess we're erasing that. If they're 6-0,
if he comes back, if Justin Fields comes back and actually wins the game against the Colts, and then at the end of the game, I mean, they lost by what? How many points against the Cowboys?
4. Let's say
points.
they swat that ball away on 4th down against the Cowboys, and they're sitting there at 6-0.
Right.
I think he still makes the switch.
Really?
I do. Because of the way he talked about it. It was the same as when Canada was fired. We need to engineer victory more fluidly. I think they still knew that they were limited enough offensively that they at least wanted to see what Russ had to offer.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe if Russ didn't play well and you had been 6-0 with Fields, you just wanted to look at Russ and maybe you would go back to Fields, whereas that's obviously not going to happen now, even though they're using Fields. I think that's how it would have played out. What do you think?
I think that he would have stuck with.
You think he's stuck?
I think it's almost you almost have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you're 6-0. You have a quarterback that got you to 6-0, and he engineered a comeback against, the Colts, and ended up winning a game that was close against the Cowboys. I think that if he would have made a decision then, that would have been wild.
Oh, it was controversial even whenever he made it at 4-2.
Right.
At 6-0.
I think he sticks with it. I don't think that there's a way where you can talk yourself out of having to sit a quarterback that had won you every single game to that point. That'd be tough.
It is tough. He played not good against Dallas.
Right.
I think that was his best chance. The nation's watching. Yep. It's against a brand. Go out there and play well, and that's really as bad as the offense has looked all season long. All right, it was fun to go back and relitigate. Coming up next, sounds like Russ is going to have some suitors this offseason, according to a national report. Let's dive into that briefly, and then Jason Mackey going to join us at 8. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play the Florida Panthers at home tonight at 7 o'clock. Penguins right now, they are tied at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division. They have 24 points. The record is 10-12 with 4 overtime losses. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kevin has worked with Gina multiple times in the past, and when he needed to sell his home on the east side, he reached out to Gina for some help. Kevin said that Gina's experience and knowledge of the real estate market is like no other, and she always makes everything go so smoothly when it comes to selling your home. Kevin said that Gina's creative marketing skills are also very impressive, and she was able to sell his home for over $600,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An earlier accident on Route 28 has been cleared, but the Cordell traffic cams show things are really starting to pick up again right around the Etna Butler exit, so give yourself some extra travel time this morning if you're coming in by 28. Typical delays on the parkways east and west. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. NJM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true and approved by legal. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling up. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. money, a lot, like top dollar, a lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident, top dog law.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
Free Coffee Mondays are back at Get Go Cafe and Market, just in time to keep you fueled for the holidays. Scan your loyalty card and get the gift of any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Free Coffee Mondays every Monday through December 30th, 2024. Only at Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
And we are in it, the holiday season. Listen, Schultz Ford has everything for you. First of all, they got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. How about Schultz Ford Wheeling? That store's doing just great business, and always online, schultzford.com. They've got all kinds of selection. And when I say all kinds of selection, I mean the best going. You need a truck, F-150, nobody better. Mobile service, they'll do that for you. Pickup and delivery, there's that. Your car needs service, something small, they'll come, pick it up, leave you a loaner, take your car to the shop, get it done, and bring it right back. Those locations can't be beat, like I said. And the staff, it's not just holiday cheer, it's every day of the year. They're kind, they're friendly, they're great. I've not met better people than the ones who work for Richard Bazzi and Schultz Ford. So check it out. You can always go online and see that great inventory, schultzford.com.
schultzford.com. schultzford.com. schultzford.com. schultzford.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Jason Mackey of The Fan and the Post-Gazette going to be joining us coming up at the top of the next hour. Here's a text. Russell Wilson was always the starter. You don't lose your job to injury unless you're Drew Bledsoe. The media just made a huge deal because they wanted a quarterback controversy. Kenny Pickett lost his job due to injury 1 year ago. I mean, unfortunately for guys that get hurt, I mean, that happens all the time. It happens all the time.
All the time.
All the time. Let's say, seriously, if Alex Highsmith missed the rest of the season and Herbig goes on to be unbelievably good, they might move on from Highsmith this offseason. Yeah. Just as a random example. Like, right. It happens. That's the business. And it does suck for guys that get hurt. I hate that, but it happens. Mike Tomlin also did himself no favors by not putting Russ on IR when he could have, and you said he should have. He should have just to quell the controversy. And the way he referenced it and danced around it in his press conference, like, that wasn't the media's fault. That was their own doing. Anyhow, Dan Graziano of ESPN, he says, expect another team to try to swoop in this offseason and throw big money at Russell Wilson. Why is that doing? Well, because he's playing like a top 5 quarterback right now, first of all.
Correct.
I don't worry about that at all. I don't think, even if a team, and this wouldn't happen, But let's say a team throws $60 million at Russ for each of the next 3 years. I think the Steelers can give him less and keep him. Maybe I'm naive. We just talked about business, right? Maybe I'm naive here, and maybe the almighty dollar wins out. The Steelers gave Russell Wilson a lifeline here, then benched a 4-2 starter for him. They're winning. He's got the faith of Tomlin, who kissed him on the head. Arthur Smith trusts him. We'll see if he's around or not. Maybe he takes another job. I just think if you throw the guy $40 million, he ain't leaving. Do you think that's crazy?
No, I think the only possible scenario where he could Russell Wilson isn't worried about money. Like, that's not the object. The object is the trophy. The only maybe possible scenario where I could see that he would go somewhere else is if he wins a Super Bowl here. Then it would become about, because then he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. And then now it's like, okay, I've obviously balled out this year. Somebody's going to give me $60 million and thinking they're going to get that version of me. I just got my trophy. Yeah, I'll take as much money as possible next because I already accomplished what I needed to accomplish.
If they win a Super Bowl and he goes take $60 million from somebody else, I'd sign Justin Fields and I wouldn't feel bad about that.
Absolutely.
It's not honestly, I would sign up for that right now because you've got the hardware and now you've got a quarterback that maybe is your guy for the next 10 years. That wouldn't be bad. I think if they come up short of the Super Bowl, which is more likely than not, obviously, but he keeps winning in the regular season, they win a playoff game or two, somebody comes calling, he's going to be loyal here. I think he'd feel like he owes it to Mike Tomlin.
I agree.
Did you not? Someone posted last night on X this cut-up of Sean Payton on the sideline. Time after time, this montage just screaming bloody murder at Russell Wilson. And then you cut to Mike Tomlin kissing Russell Wilson on the head in the tunnel. If you've got an opportunity to finish out your career here for a little bit less money,
he would do it.
I think he would do it.
Yep.
I'm trying even to think of who the suitors would be. Like the bad teams who are turning over quarterback, they're all going to draft guys. There's always one or two. Think
Raiders.
Raiders would come calling, you'd think, but they'll be in a position maybe to draft a guy. Here's the draft order right now. Jags, Raiders, Giants, Patriots, Panthers. Panthers will probably be out because actually their guy's playing okay now. Jets, Titans, those are your top 7. I mean, any number of them could be, but none of them are – it would be all about the money and not about contention because none of those teams – they'd be better with Russ. I don't think any of those teams are Super Bowl teams with Russ. Although Dable would have his job next year if they sign Russ instead of the Steelers.
Yep, and that was the next stop, or that was the first stop.
I don't remember the order there.
I think it was the first stop.
But that was the other suitor.
Yeah,
was the Giants.
That was the first stop, I think.
First stop. They'd have been a much better football team, clearly, with Russell Wilson. All right, coming up next, Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette, getting all the Steelers-related topics with him. Love our Tuesday chats with Jason. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high at 33.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Hey, it's Chris Sullivan, play-by-play voice of the Robert Morris Colonials with the Bobby Moe Report on 93.7 The Fan. Both the RMU men's and women's basketball teams are home at the UPMC Event Center this week to tip off conference play in the Horizon League. Come pack the house for men's basketball Wednesday night at 7 as the Colonials battle Youngstown State. At halftime, stay in your seat for our mascot game. Our own Romo joins forces with and goes up against some of your favorite local mascots. Watch our RMU Athletics and RMU men's basketball social media accounts to see who's playing. RMU women's basketball host Milwaukee in their first home conference game of the season Saturday at 2. Grab tickets for both games now at Ticketmaster or visit RMUcolonials.com. And remember, parking is always free. Get complete game schedules and stay up to date with everything Colonials by visiting RMUcolonials.com. I'm Chris Shovlin. That's the Bobby Moe Report on 93.7 The Fan. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS now. Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
That earlier accident on Route 28 has caused a lot of problems this morning. Checking the Cordell traffic cams, starting around the Butler-Etna exit, it's really solid, and it will just stay that way as you head into the city of Pittsburgh. Delays on the Parkway West at the top of Green Tree Hill, and Squirrel Hill Tunnel traffic's backing up right around Greensburg Pike on the Parkway East. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I was just perusing some NFL playoff clinching scenarios, Doran, for this weekend. I thought the Steelers might be there. They're not. That's only because the Colts beat them. So the Colts can only win 11 games. I thought, man, if the Steelers, I guess they would only get to 10 this weekend. Forget what I said. I did so much math earlier, I can't math no more.
Yep.
All right, let's bring on Jason Mackey. He's smarter than me. Jason Mackey, the Post-Gazette and 93.7 The Fan, joins us for his weekly appearance right now. Jason, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. I don't know if I'm smarter than you, though, Adam. I don't have that. My math has been broken for a while.
I was never good at math.
I'm good at, quick math.
Yes. All right, what's 20 times 2?
Oh, come on, Adam.
Jeez.
That's not math.
Nobody answered. Nobody answered.
What's 13 minus 9?
200.
4. Damn you. All right, Mackey.
All right.
Mackey, our Twitter poll question of the day, and then we'll narrow down on some more specific stuff. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Simple question. Can the Steelers win the Super Bowl?
Yes. I don't see why they can't. How's it doing?
Good question.
Is Russ a top 5 quarterback?
Hold up. 60% of people, 500 votes so far, say yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't see a team, and we haven't seen the Detroit Lions yet, in the AFC right now that the Steelers can't contend with. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm not going to be some nutbag that's predicting they're winning the Super Bowl at this point. But, I mean, I don't see anybody that they're discernibly worse than. The Lions would be my only question. But, Doran, that's a great question about Russell Wilson. Is he a top 5 quarterback? I don't know. Right now he's performing like one. I don't know if he is one. If you can look numerically, he's right on that fringe, 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. But, I mean, they have an advanced passing game. They have a real passing game. It's kind of crazy that we were talking about the offensive coordinator and worried about the offense after that Thursday night in Cleveland, and the conversation is much different now. But, yeah, I look at their defense. I look at their health. I look at their coach. I look at their quarterback, some offensive playmakers. Like, yes, I think this is a team that theoretically, if things fall their way, there's a bunch of randomness. I'm not scratching them off of that list.
Kurt Warner went through a stretch in his career where, let's just call it like it is, he was dreadful. From age 31 through age 34, actually through age 35, he was ass. And then at 36 years old, he throws 27 touchdowns, then 30, then 26 to round out his career. It's not impossible that Russ has staying power here. And in fact, Jason, I think it's more likely than not that he keeps this up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for him to throw for 400 plus, but does Russ have a handle on that room? Absolutely, man. Absolutely, they believe in what he's doing. Just hear some of the guys talk after the game. Najee Harris, his comments on it. I asked Cam Hayward about it. There were more, I know, but being around that team, seeing the presence that Russ has, and it's not like an overlording, he just has the respect of everybody. And I think we've seen he has the physical tools to do it. I think he's in an offense that puts him in a position to succeed. I think he can move well enough. There are enough guys on the other end of those passes. I kind of wish, maybe they still use their wide receivers more, but I think we're differently. We're quibbling, but yeah, man, Russ is not ass. He's far above that.
Jason, are you worried about George Pickens and his antics moving forward? And especially in this game with Greg Newsome?
No, I'm not worried about it, Doran. I'd like it to go away. And so we can just focus on this guy playing football. You know what worries me? If the Steelers are going to play tight, games down the stretch where the stakes are higher, emotions are going to be ratcheted up. I want to see this guy be able to control himself. I'm not, personally offended. I don't think George Pickens is a bad person or whatever these narratives are out there. But I think that they're going to get in situations where one of these calls or something silly that he does can be a heck of a lot more detrimental than it was against Cincinnati. I felt like they kind of got off easy with what he did. I don't want to see that cost them yardage, a game, momentum, something like that, because they're a better team than that. He's a better player than that. I just think it's useless stuff that he's doing that, I guess it's look at me or his emotions aren't channeled. Man, step back and think about what you're doing for a little bit and how good you are and how many people are looking at you. Have them look at you for that, not for the silly stuff.
Do you think that he can move off of doing that silly stuff with an arm around his shoulder, or do you think they need to crack the whip a little bit on the guy?
I don't think he'll respond if they come down hard on him. I don't. I don't know. Maybe that's a parenting decision or feel or something like that. I think George needs to know that the Steelers care about him. I think they do, and he does. I think that just needs kind of reaffirmed. I mean, I'm sure Mike Tomlin has done this, but the type of thing like, buddy, look what you have in front of you. Look what we have in front of us. Like, this is a really good thing here. All we need you to do, like, we respect the effort. We respect the emotion. I love the way you play. Don't cost us games in key moments, because right here, I know this looks innocuous, but, you know, if we're in the AFC Championship game and you do something stupid in the fourth quarter, everybody's going to be really upset and you're going to let all of us down.
Do you think this game Sunday will be close? Do you think it'll be like it was on the Thursday game? You have a lot of faith right now?
I do, Doran. I do. I think these guys were extremely agitated at how they let that one get away. I think they're going to blow Cleveland's doors off, to be honest with you. I can see this being a springboard to, you know, I'm much more worried about Philadelphia, Baltimore down the stretch. You know, they're 3 days in 11. I think they're going to be very focused this way. I don't think they can take another L against Cleveland.
You've mentioned your thoughts on Pickens. How about Porter and all the penalties? And Mike Tomlin's response, I thought, was different when talking about him after the game than it was with Pickens. Pickens, he told to grow up. Joey Porter Jr., he said, yeah, he's going up against a goon out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they're different things. I think they're physical mistakes versus mental mistakes. I think they're, you know, effort level things versus just dumb stuff that's unnecessary. Like, I respect the way Joey Porter has to play T. Higgins. You know, that's not easy. There are a lot of comparisons we can draw across sports where sometimes you're just going to, you know, I don't know. That's like facing a tough hitter. Sometimes you're going to walk them, right? Like you're not going to do anything stupid. It's just the way you have to approach it. That's kind of the cost of doing business. Yeah. I mean, Joey Porter needs to clean up the penalties. I don't think I'm stating anything outside of the obvious there. I think he will clean up the penalties. I think he's going to have a lot of tests down the stretch with the offenses the Steelers are going to face. But, yeah, it didn't surprise me that Mike Tomlin handled it that way. I feel like they're two different things that need to be coached.
Outside of Russell Wilson, who's the unsung hero on the offense?
Oh, man.
Ben Skoranek.
Was it Ben Skoranek?
That's right.
Van Jefferson. Man's in motion every play. That's like his sole role is to go into motion.
That's good.
Did you call? I don't know if that's my actual answer. I don't think it is. Man.
Look at Doran's face lighting up. He wants it to be your answer. Just go with it.
That's because people don't think about that stuff, though. I mean, he is doing a lot of different things, even though people have wrote him off ever since he signed here, being the number 2 receiver. He's doing so many different things to make this offense be what it is. I mean, low key.
I mean, he's creating space for other receivers. Like, he has a useful purpose, and I feel bad saying it that way. But, Doran, you know what I mean. Like, he's doing things that impact his teammates on every single play. He's blocking. He's doing stuff that you never give wide receivers credit for. I just don't know if I'm going to call him the unsung hero of the offense. That feels a little aggressive.
Najee's been
maybe
very
Najee
good.
Harris, but honestly, we don't talk enough about what he's done and the angry running. Like, it seems like everybody is way more inclined to get mad over Najee Harris than they are to give praise to him for all of the stuff he does well. And then you look at stats that I'm going to bungle these, but I mean, you can go through their game notes and look at stuff that has him in a category with, like, you know, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, like these elite running backs. And you're like, Najee Harris, really? Because the narrative around him, for whatever reason around here, is way too negative. Like, the dude produces and run. I don't know. Yeah,
would you pay him? Would you bring him back?
It depends on what it looks like. Sure, I'd be open to it. I'd want to get it done. Put it that way, Crowley. I mean, if he wanted like $12 million a year, I'm not sure I'd go there. But if I could get him for like 8 to 10, yeah, I'd be interested in that for sure.
Jason, are the Penguins back?
Dude, you know, I was pondering that a lot. I think tonight will say a lot playing the Florida Panthers. They might be. I don't know if they're back like the top of the Eastern Conference. Are they back to like playing competent hockey and competing in games? Yeah, I think they could be. Like, I was really impressed with Tristan Jarry on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know who's been really good at him? Carlson. Eric Carlson's been excellent over the past couple. If that has some staying power, man, Phil Tomasino's scoring. You know, we all knew he was going to be the key to this thing, Phil Tomasino.
Yeah, he's the Van Jefferson of the Penguins.
He's the Van Jefferson. All you needed was a winger named Phil to get this thing turned in the right direction.
Right. That's how it goes. Jason, awesome as always, man. Appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday at 8.
All right, you guys are the best. Thanks so much. Take care.
You're the best.
Thanks, Jason.
Go practice your math. Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette and the Fan. I look at Joe Mixon's contract. I don't think I would bring Najee Harris back. It's not because he's not a good player. It's just how I view running backs. But Joe Mixon, 3-year, $25 million deal with Houston. It's an average annual salary of 8.5. Like, you can't go Josh Jacobs. You can't go Saquon. You can't go Derrick Henry because those guys are the elite of the elite. Joe Mixon's having a nice year for them.
He is.
And that's not breaking the bank. I just don't know that I want to pay any running back for 3 years.
I'm paying him. I think that's the type of running back that Arthur Smith wants. And that has helped as well. And the unsung hero question, yeah, Najee Harris would be it. And the reason why that he has been fantastic this year. He's very durable, too.
I got another one, too. I'll bring him up next.
I got another one, too.
Maybe it's the same guy.
It probably is.
Maybe we're going to say it right after we go to break.
Spider-Man, me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unsung hero on the Steelers offense. We'll get to that. We'll react to some of what Jason had to say. I have more to say about Russ being a top 5 quarterback in football. That kind of just hit me. We'll do all that when we come back. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight against the Florida Panthers at 7 o'clock. That game will be played at PPG Paints Arena here in Pittsburgh. Right now, the Penguins, they have 24 points. They're tied for last place in the Metropolitan Division. They are 10-12 with 4 overtime losses. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop is your place to catch every game on NFL Sunday Ticket and exciting Premier League soccer and Big Ten action. Check out their new menu options, including breakfast and happy hour specials every day. After your meal, enjoy the Smoke Cigar Shop and Lounge next door with over 75 premium brands and a great atmosphere. You'll be treated like family and leave with a fine butt and a hot ash. The Pittsburgh Bottle Shop and Smoke Cigar Lounge in Collier Town Square, 1597 Washington Pike in Collier Township.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
How do you spot the all-new Nissan Rogue Rock Creek? Here's a hint. It's got all-terrain tires, a tubular roof rack you can't miss, and it's tough inside and out with lava red detailing. You'll also find it in its natural habitat, climbing mountains, attacking rugged trails, and never backing down from any adventure. The first ever Nissan Rogue Rock Creek.
Intelligent all-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions. Always secure cargo. Heavy loading of the vehicle with cargo, especially on the roof, will affect the handling and stability of the vehicle.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo.
Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The 12-team college football playoff, first ever, it's going to be awesome. Giving more teams a shot at the title was the right call for sure, but maybe we could have waited a year. It's hard to see anyone truly deserving get snubbed this year unless they do the unthinkable with Indiana, but there aren't really 12 teams good enough to compete for a title right now, especially after losses from Miami and Ohio State last weekend. This year, 4 probably would have been okay. I'm Bart Winkler.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Vehicle fire on the Parkway east of Churchill. That plus your typical tunnel delays causing some major backups coming in from the east this morning. 28 still clogged following that earlier accident near Shaler. And solid traffic heading into both the Fort Pitt Tunnel and the Liberty Tunnel as well. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we both said Najee Harris an unsung hero on this Steelers offense. Obviously, Russ is above and beyond. He should be comeback player of the year, right? Although, didn't they change it?
They changed it, yeah.
You can't just go from not being very good to being very good and then get the award anymore. Although he wasn't bad last year in Denver.
Trying to think who's in the running for that right now. I mean, that doesn't matter, but now I got my mind going.
Text us, 412-928-9370, because I want to chase that shiny object too. Sam Darnold, but same thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Hurt.
Yeah. Huh. Who was hurt and came back? Don't remember.
Wait, I just had it. Oh, my
Tip of your tongue.
Maybe Chubb.
Nick Chubb. Yeah, I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Just because.
Yeah. We were also talking about unsung heroes. We were talking about unsung heroes on the Steelers offense. and we got into a Najee Harris debate that we'll revisit here in a moment. All right, on the count of three, we're going to say the other guy we were thinking. 1, 2, 3, Calvin Austin.
Darnell Washington.
Damn it. What are we supposed to say at the same time?
I didn't know.
We usually have this thing going. We had a couple of texts saying Darnell Washington. Yeah, I mean, last year we were talking about converting him to tackle.
Yep.
And I don't know that was necessarily a bad idea given his knees and everything. God, is he valuable, though.
I mean, you don't see tight ends like that anymore that just do that in the running game. And you don't really pay attention to it. And a lot of people actually do because he is so good in the running game. But, you put him out there, he's locking down a defensive end. He's locking down an outside backer for sure. Like, you don't have to worry about a tight end in a mismatch blocking on a bigger guy. Like, he holds it down for the running game whenever he is in there. And then in the passing game, he's been fantastic. And not just flat routes, not just dumping it off. And he does very well. He never gets tackled once, but, he's caught passes down the seam. He's done some good things. He's really helped this offense. And I know Arthur Smith loves having a tight end like that. And you just never see that anymore. You don't see those type of guys.
No, you don't. And I would still like to see more of him in the red zone. Like, that's the one area where I wish they would utilize him because he's 6'7". 18 catches, 192 yards, does have a touchdown. We finally saw Freiermuth back in the action last week in a big way. He caught the touchdown pass, then had a hilarious celebration. I do think Calvin Austin's been good, though.
Yeah.
He had 2 catches against the Bengals, 1 for a touchdown. Had the touchdown against the Browns and a 46-yarder, 78 yards. Against the Ravens, like everyone, stunk. 2 catches versus the Commanders, 3 for 54 with the Giants, 1 for 36, so it's a big one against the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
So he's made big plays in all but one of the Russell Wilson games. And they don't have a true number 2. It's matchup specific. He's been the guy that's been, I think, a cut above the rest of those guys. So I think he fits that conversation.
Absolutely.
But that's what I wanted to revisit when you said before, and now I agree with you, that Russell Wilson right now is playing like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. If you're going by passer rating, he's 5th. The guys ahead of him, Joe Burrow, Higgins and Chase, Tua, all the weapons at his disposal, including Tyreek Hill, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, all that guy does is catch touchdowns, the best offensive line in the league, good running game. And then Lamar Jackson, scheme, those tight ends, 2 good wide receivers. Out of those 5 guys, Russell absolutely has the least to work with.
Yes.
And when you think about Jared Goff, you have one of, if not the best, or at least hottest play callers going right now at offensive coordinator. So he's performing well. And he's right there in line statistically with yards per game for those guys. If you extrapolated it out for touchdowns, if he played the full season, he's right there with all those guys. And he's doing it with less. I don't want to talk crap on Calvin Austin or any of the guys that we just mentioned. But the cast of characters ain't the same as those other guys.
No, not at all. Russell Wilson has done very well. He's done that a lot of his career, too. Like, I tend to go back into the vault and think about why guys play at the levels that they play at whenever – they had already accomplished things. And I think that stuff matters. Like, you think about the Doug Baldwins and the Jermaine Curses back in the day. Like, he's always lifted receivers. He's always lifted guys that weren't big names and made them very good.
And they won their most back then.
Yes.
Now, the defense was great, but he had to make plays. And he had a good running back. But, yeah, I think your point's well taken. We missed an obvious comeback player of the year.
Yeah, we did.
Joe Burrow?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How about you win some games, Joe? Why don't you go out there and play defense, Joe?
You see Shannon Sharp's always putting it on Joe Burrow, and then obviously Orlovsky's like, it's not Joe Burrow's fault because of the wins and losses, and Shannon Sharp's like, well, is that a quarterback stat, wins and losses? It always is, so why isn't it now? So he's like, Joe Burrow has to play better.
See, I think it's the antithesis of that argument, right? Isn't it? It's not all on the quarterback?
Yeah, but the W's and L's are. Whenever you win and you win a Super Bowl, the quarterback played well.
Oh, I know that. I think sometimes we get a little too focused on that.
For sure.
I mean, he put up what, 31 offensive points?
I think he's been playing fantastic.
He's been outstanding.
I'm going to go against Shannon here. It's not Joe Burrow's fault.
Well, we just saw that defense up close and personal. That defense. I thought Baltimore's defense was the worst the Steelers were going to play. Passing defense, they've started to figure some things out. Cincinnati is dreadful. I mean, how many times you have the running back in the middle of the field, there's not a guy within 10 yards.
Right. Everybody's dropping like an extra 10 yards in the coverage.
And, of course, Russ is going to see that, and he's going to keep going. But then you look, like average depth of target. Russell Wilson, I want to get the stat right. I don't have it here. But his average yards per attempt, second best in football.
Yeah.
So
I think he's first, 15 yards plus.
Yeah, and his yards over expected or something like that, or completion percentage over expected, is off the charts. So he's not just throwing it downfield, but when he is, the degree of difficulty is very high. And he's been outstanding. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can weigh in on the Steelers' unsung hero on the offensive side. Texter, you give coordinators too much credit and blame. Listen, Canada stunk. Fichtner stunk. Haley got criticized too much, I thought. Like, Haley kind of got ran out of town. I thought Haley was a really good offensive coordinator. I think Arthur Smith is a very good offensive coordinator. And I think the proof is in the pudding. They were better with Fields than they were last season. They're way better with Russ than they were last season. They're way better with Russ than they were with Fields. They're a top 10 rushing unit. They're a top 10 scoring offense overall. They're a top 6 scoring offense with Russ. How do you not give the coordinator credit?
Mm-hmm.
And isn't he getting some love now?
Yeah.
And we'll talk to Locke Fora later on in the show at 9:35. And I wanted to ask him this question because he wrote about this 2 weeks ago. Arthur Smith might get some head coaching looks in the NFL next season.
There's no doubt.
He's getting it at UNC, which reportedly he's turned down. And that's huge. Because if he leaves at the end of the year, okay, you can figure that out. If he took the Carolina job, he'd have to leave, now.
If he leaves at the end of the year, he might take Russell Wilson with him. Or Justin.
I don't want to think about that. Yep. Go now! Go to UNC! Let Mike Sullivan call the offense again. Time is a flat circle. All right, coming up next, would you pay Najee Harris 3 years, $25 million? That's the Joe Mixon deal. 412-928-9370. We'd love to discuss it with you. And we got a brief injury report when we come back, too. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland Browns lost yesterday to the Denver Broncos. They're now 3-9 on the season. And with that Browns loss, every team in the AFC North lost this past NFL week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's getting chilly out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com today and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thorne Dickerson here. I've got to tell you, don't go with just any guy to replace your roof. Choose PJ Fitzpatrick. Why would you choose the B team when you can go with the A team from PJ Fitzpatrick? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get your roof done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. Plus, they can install most roofs in just 1 day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take full advantage of all the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Crowley here for Twin Peaks. Football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. And by heaven, of course, we mean Twin Peaks. Spice things up next game day with a shot of our favorite cinnamon whiskey. And why wait for the weekend? We're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every day after dark. Come by the Lodge and experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or any other day of the week. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views, located in Robinson.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
The real reason the Grinch's heart got bigger, he's at Beyond Lincoln's Corsair Christmas. These are prices that are so out of sight on the 2024 all-wheel drive Lincoln Corsair. Over 120 Lincolns in stock on the ground. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports, now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Najee Harris, 11th in the NFL in rushing yards with 824, averaging 4 yards a carry, 4 touchdowns. He's also caught the ball fairly well this year for the Steelers. Certainly did last week against Cincinnati. Dorn, I think I could have caught a pass in that game. Come out of the backfield.
You wouldn't have got out of the backfield.
What if I lined up in the slot?
They would have pressed you.
Does it annoy you when people say stupid stuff like that?
No.
If I had that much space, I would have caught it. And then I would have died instantly. I probably would have dropped it.
With pads on?
Yeah, with pads on.
Have you ever wore a helmet?
I
caught a ball with a helmet on?
No.
And shoulder pads?
No. Doran, I've never ran with a helmet on in my life. I've put a helmet on in here for a bit, but I've never actually run with a helmet on.
I have a secret to tell you.
What?
It's different.
They're heavy.
Yeah, and you can't see.
You can see.
With the face mask?
Well, the peripheral vision. I mean, I played hockey. It does change everything, your sight lines and all that.
The mouthpiece, too, distracted me personally. That's just it's a lot of stuff to focus on.
That's because it's the first time in your life you ever had to shut up.
Wow.
Maybe that's why you talk so much, because you've never worn a helmet.
Wow.
That's what our listeners say, that's for sure. That's why I couldn't wear one either, Callis, is because I would have to shut up for like 30 seconds.
Wow.
Or you got too big of a head in there. You know.
There's that, too. I'm sorry. I need to work on my lashing out against Callis.
At least I played football, tackle football, for a few years there.
Does that annoy you, too?
I'm letting you guys. Don't bring me into this. No, I'm just letting you guys go. Hash it out.
I read that the helmets that they wore back in like medieval times, knights wore like 50, 60 pounds. Can you imagine running around with a 50 or 60 pound helmet on?
No.
So you don't get killed by a broadsword.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. More wear and tear on running backs even than medieval knights. Najee Harris, like I said, 824 rushing yards on the season. Steelers didn't pick up his fifth-year option, but you look at a guy like Joe Mixon. He's having a really good year for Houston. 887 yards. That's more than Najee. He has 11 touchdowns. That's more than Najee. He's making $25 million over 3 years, just over 8 and change a year. Doran says he would sign Najee for that. I say no. I'm worried about giving any running back 3 years. Now, Derrick Henry's 2 for 16, man. What a steal. I'd be more amenable to that, but there's only so much money to go around. I'm looking for another wide receiver. I might keep it with Jalen, maybe even consider bringing Cordero Patterson back and drafting a guy. Not in the first round, not in the second round, but kind of going running back by committee. I think you can have a lot of success with running backs behind a growing, young, talented offensive line and Arthur Smith.
I don't know if you want to give up on something that's successful. That's just where I'm at. And I think running backs are kind of revamping and, restoring their credibility in the NFL. I think that it's kind of flipping around. It's slowly creeping back around where running backs are valuable again, in my opinion. And I think Najee is really the vessel to how this offense operates and why it's been productive. And I think that they're not going to in their mind, they're not going to find a type of running back like that. Like it'd be a different guy.
Well, and
would they fit?
He never fumbles. He never misses time. Sometimes he eats what Pat Fryermuth's girlfriend makes him on Thanksgiving and he gets sick and has to come out of the game. But those moments are few and far between. I mean, there is a case to keep him. There's no doubt about that. And I threw it out there up as a Twitter poll, Doran, and 55% of people are in agreement with you. He's having a really good season. That's inarguable. It's also inarguable that the top 3 running backs in football all played for different teams last year. In Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, and Josh Jacobs. Joe Mixon, one of the better running backs in football. He played on the Bengals last season. And I don't love the crop of free agents this year. Like Chuba Hubbard, they just signed him. James Conner, he just got signed to a 2-year deal in Arizona. What a career he's had, just as an aside. So, I don't know. You could pay a guy less than you'd have to pay Najee, even though I don't love the crop. You could draft a guy and I think maybe not get the same production, but reasonable production and it not cost as much money.
The top 3 guys, who were their names again that are playing for different teams now?
Barkley, Henry, Jacobs.
And all those teams that didn't sign him, that they were on before, are missing them.
No doubt.
And if you give them truth serum and they could go back in time, they would have re-signed them.
See, I don't know about that. I would have were I Tennessee, because you got a young quarterback, couple of them, and you're trying to figure that out.
The Giants?
I don't know that makes the Giants. I mean, it makes them better, no question. I don't know if it saves anybody's job. And I don't know that it changes anything in Las Vegas either. You're just paying money to guys to still suck, I think. But if I'm trying to find out about Will Levis, then yeah, I'd want Derrick Henry there as a safety blanket.
I think it's a compelling conversation. I don't think they're going to do it, though. I really don't. I think if you wanted Najee around, you'd have signed him. You would have picked up the fifth-year option because that's not going to break the bank, and you don't have to tie yourself to a running back who's only getting older. I think they view running back different than the previous administration. But I am fascinated to find out. My hypothesis is they're not going to bring him back. But, you win a playoff game, and he keeps performing the way he's performed, maybe that changes their mind. Maybe they're open to that. 412-928-9370. Texter, Callis, please hit Crowley. That's fair. I should put the helmet on first and then have you whack me.
I would love to tackle you in open space with pads on. That'd be great. Be a good thing to arrange. Just in a field somewhere? Sure.
That wouldn't be good.
0% chance of me coming away healthy from that.
Yeah, but you would have to you would have to use your moves to just not let him tackle you.
I got moves.
We could do an Oklahoma drill.
No. See, I would die.
Yeah, you would. Because he would just land on you.
Yeah.
Not if you got up first, but I am pretty good at getting up.
Well, and he's quicker now with the weight loss.
Yeah.
Where are you now in the weight loss?
Just under 40 pounds.
Pretty good.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Congratulations
he's nimble,
to you.
too. He's very nimble.
And I'm starting to lift, so that's actually even not good for you. Yeah, isn't that great?
Do you want to lift together?
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about
I've
that.
I've literally offered to exercise with you like 5 times in the last 2 months.
So have I.
I ain't working out next to you.
Why? I could push you.
I only hung out with ugly dudes in college so that I looked better by extension. I ain't going to the gym with you.
So you're saying Callis is ugly?
You're saying that you would look better next to me?
Lifting? Than the 6-year NFL guy? Yes. I'm not saying I'd lift more than you. I'm just saying if I'm lifting next to Dorn, I'm going to look like an infant by comparison.
But to me? What?
We're going around the AFC North coming up next. All these other teams lost this weekend. Their franchises are in tatters, and the Pittsburgh Steelers stand alone atop the AFC North. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they play tonight against the Florida Panthers at 7 o'clock. That game will be played at PPG Paints Arena. The Penguins right now, they are tied for last in the Metropolitan Division. They have 24 points. They are 10-12 with 4 overtime losses so far this season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An accident in Bethel Park on the 5700 block of Library Road. Cordell and Cordell traffic cams showing solid traffic on the Parkway West at Robinson. Starts to ease up a bit, and then it gets solid again as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnel beginning in Green Tree. This month, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know Awaken 180 is an approved expense for both HSA and FSA accounts? Reserve your consultation for December, and you decide the start date, now or on day one of the new year. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, our best deals of the year are here. Get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Just ask us how. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity Internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price.
So don't wait. Bring home a new iPhone 16 Pro built for Apple Intelligence.
And connect to reliable 5G and Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile.
That's a big deal.
More like a gig deal.
Now through December 3rd, ask how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us with an unlimited Plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, before we go around the AFC North, I promised an injury report, and boy, daddy, do I have one for you. No. Injury report is brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Doran, how about this? So the Browns lose last night in hilarious, spectacular fashion. They've now been eliminated from AFC North. Playoff contention, it's outstanding. Myles Garrett left the game at 2 different points yesterday, one time with a shoulder injury and the other time with a hammy injury. So keep that in mind. A short week for the Brownies, and Myles is, well, he's banged up.
Yes.
It's a shame.
Yes.
Who has more sacks on Sunday, Myles Garrett or TJ Watt?
Well, Myles Garrett's probably not going to play.
He might play.
Would you play? I mean, think about it. Honestly, you're out of contention. I mean, you've been out of contention. You basically sold off your assets. You caught a little lightning in a bottle with Jameis Winston, but you're losing games. Like, would you play if you're Myles Garrett?
I was thinking about it from a different standpoint.
And you already got a one up on TJ last game.
That's exactly
You did what you had to do.
Yep. I already proved in my head I'm better than him. I had 3 sacks. He did jack crap. I'll just take this game off. If TJ goes off, he goes off, but I had my game already.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. But now we go around the AFC North, brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh's trusted tire source since 2009. The Bengals obviously lost to the Steelers on Sunday, and Chad Ochocinco was doing a podcast with Shannon Sharp, and he was sobbing. Like, I don't know if he's a great actor or if he's just really upset about the window closing on his Cincinnati Bengals, but here's their interaction.
You should be crying.
We gonna be all right.
No, y'all ain't.
We gonna be all right.
Next year. Y'all ain't gonna be all right this year. You done got them people, you had people in Cincinnati believe in you. Man, Ocho say we gonna be all right. Not everybody ain't doing nothing but eating chili and hot dogs.
I like Skyline chili, by the way.
Do you?
I do.
I've never had it.
What's not to like? It's meat sauce.
What is it? What is it? Isn't it spaghetti or something like?
Well,
basically
they'll serve it over spaghetti with a whole bunch of cheddar cheese on top.
Bolognese.
It's not bolognese. Yeah, bolognese. Yeah, bolognese.
Bolognese.
It's not great, but you get 3 hot dogs, and then they slather the chili on it, and then you throw cheese on top. What's not to like? It's fine. It's not great, but I'm not going to crap on Cincinnati for their chili eating. It's fine. But that's all they have.
Right.
Because they ain't got the Bengals. Because they're done. And the Steelers beat them twice on Sunday. I've said this multiple times. Ain't no T. Higgins playing in the last game. You're not going to see Jamar Chase in the last game. You're not going to see Trey Hendrickson in the last game, though you really didn't see him in the first game. He didn't play very well. Dan Moore Jr. did a great job against him. They had a great game plan for that guy. They're going to beat him again. They're done. And it's not going to be a quick fix either. They'll probably get a new defensive coordinator. They're going to need a lot of new defensive players. They're not going to have T. Higgins next year. I don't think they're going to have Hendrickson back next year. I don't think they're ever going to get back to the Super Bowl, Doran. I think Joe Burrow's fabulous, but as we're seeing this year, you need more than that.
You think Zach Taylor will be around? You think there's a chance?
Donnie Football interviewed one of their radio hosts before the game last week. He was filling in for Starkey,
and the host, Mo Egger is his name, he said, I could take Zach Taylor or leave Zach Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably keep him around for continuity's sake. I think you try to follow the Steelers and Ravens model, but take him or leave him. I don't think he's a great coach. I think he's fine. I think he's a good play caller. All right, John Harbaugh. Now as we flip over to the Ravens, talking about Deontay Johnson.
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
Sounds like he wants to get cut.
A little bit.
And that they might be okay with that. We're going to talk to La Confora, Jason, of course, coming up at 9:35. I'm interested in what he's hearing on all of that. But Baltimore now has lost 2 out of 3. And I don't know, Doran, tell me if you are seeing it the way I'm seeing it. The Eagles, super physical. On defense, on offense, just a super physical football team. The Steelers, super physical football team. That's only the second time Lamar's ever lost to an NFC team. I wonder if there's a type of team that gives them fits, or if it's just, hey, these teams are good, and they beat them.
Yeah, physical teams, I mean, and it's not like Lamar's, like, taking the brunt of it. I don't know what it is, but he does have problems with those teams that are built that way. Yeah, you're onto something there.
Thank you. I think there's something to that.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was Jameis Winston last night.
Winston is picked. Intercepted. Bonito. Goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver.
1 of 2 pick sixes thrown by Jameis Winston last night. It had him, well, talking to God after the game.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
If there was ever a soundbite in the history of the show that I did not get tired of playing, this I think would be right there at the top of the list.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
So funny.
Is he a good guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I want him to be a good guy.
Very, very good guy.
I know he just beat the Steelers a couple of weeks ago, and he had that snow globe touchdown where Nick Herbig's getting held on the backside. Still pisses me off seeing the NFL Films version of it. I want to like him. I want to root for him. I don't want him to be a Brown because I want to be able to, root for him and his team to win because I really like the cut of his jib. I think he's authentically weird.
Yeah.
I don't think he's putting on. I think he just is a strange guy.
My man stole crab legs. Who steals crab legs?
Especially when you know
in college.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna cook the crab legs, Jameis, like in your dorm? Like you're gonna boil the crab legs, you're gonna buy some or you're gonna steal some Old Bay too? Like what? Who?
It can't be that hard to cook crab.
No, it's easy, but I mean you're talking about a 19-year-old kid. Like, what you want crab legs? You're 19. Like go steal a burger or something. Like you know what I'm saying? Why crab legs? Makes no sense. That's Jameis Winston. No sense. I'm gonna steal a cluster of crab legs, like one cluster. I'm gonna just gnaw on these all night.
No, the dungeon is kind.
Yeah, no, not the dungeon is kind.
Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, future West Virginia head coach Jimbo Fisher was paying him under the table too. Like he had money.
Of course, you had to slide that in.
I did slide that in there, yeah. All right, that's around the AFC North today. Brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh's trusted tire source. Since 2009.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Coming up next, we react to something that Mark Cabali had to say on yesterday's show. We're going to play a little game. I didn't tell you about this.
Okay.
It's not a fun game.
Oh.
It might be fun for our listeners, though, and they can chime in at 412-928-9370. First, though, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, a high of 33, low of 22, partly cloudy.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit LGKG.com.
Hearing about online threats every day can be stressful. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? You won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. Act fast. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home, or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heavy traffic on Banksville Road headed into the city stays that way all through the Liberty Tunnels. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing solid traffic on the Parkway West as soon as you hit Green Tree. Backups on the Parkway East even after you exit the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Improves once you get near 2nd Avenue. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
they absolutely could beat any team in the AFC. I think if they played the Lions 10 times, all in single elimination games, I'd think that the Lions probably win 8 out of 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
But in the AFC, I think any given Sunday they could beat any of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick before I throw the topic out there, Dorian, we have our Christmas karaoke coming up. Did you see this?
Yes.
And it's December 18th, 7 p.m. at Mike's Beer Bar. Do we sing that song?
Maybe.
We're going to do a
It
duet.
doesn't have to be a Christmas song?
No.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. Nah.
I was about to say, we should be the black version of Michael Jackson and the white version of Michael Jackson.
I don't want to go down that path.
All right.
I want to go back. I want to pretend like I never brought up Christmas karaoke. That is December 18th, 7 p.m. It's always a good time. We hope to see you there. Okay. So Kaboli says they can beat any team in the AFC, and we agree on that. Tell me one team that you wouldn't want to play in the wild card round and one team that you would love to play in the wild card round. Right now, if the season ended today, the Steelers would play the Ravens in round 1, which I don't hate. But you've said numerous times it's tough to beat a team 3 times. I have disagreed with that, but I also never played a down of football in the NFL. So I think your argument's going to carry more weight than mine. I wouldn't mind that. The team I most want to see in the wild card round, let's start there, most and then least, is, without question, the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
Like, their defense is good. Their offense has been better. They got 2 pick sixes last night. They had to squeak one out against Cleveland, but the Steelers lost to Cleveland. That's a good football team. Like, they're deserving of being a playoff team. But I think Bo Nix, in his first career playoff game, walking up in here against a motivated Russell Wilson, give me that all day and twice on Sundays, baby.
Mm-hmm. I'm absolutely with you. I mean, and I totally forgot until you brought it up that Russell Wilson didn't play against Denver early on in the season.
No revenge game yet.
Yeah, no revenge game. That would all day, right? All day. And you're, Tomlin going against a rookie quarterback for the second time. You got, some film on him too. That and the graphics up on the screen there. Who wouldn't I want to play? Probably the Texans. And the Texans aren't as good. They're not as good this year, and they haven't been as good this year as they really were last year, or at least C.J. Stroud hasn't. But they've been, they've had some injuries. They've got Nico Collins back now. They have Tank Dell, Mechie. They have a good receiving core. They have Joe Mixon at running back. I don't know if I would want to play them. For some reason, they just last year that butt whooping that they put on the Steelers, I think that they would do it again for some reason.
It sticks with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I just have a weird feeling about the Texans. I know that they're not, doing it as good as people probably thought they would this year, but they're right in the thick of things, and I think that they could beat somebody.
Bobby Slowick gave them problems, the offensive coordinator for Houston. That would be on the road. That would be if the Steelers didn't win the division.
Yeah.
Because they'd be the 5, and Houston probably pretty much stuck in that 4 seed, you would think. I don't know. The interior of the offensive line is so bad. And our old friend Kendrick Green, and then you look at what Cam Hayward has done all year, that would give me hope that it wouldn't look like last year. But I wouldn't go into that game confident. I wouldn't be super confident the way I would be against Denver. Denver, look, I just said they're a deserving playoff team. You win the games that are on your schedule, right? Their strength of victory is 302. Like, they're beating up on the nobodies of the NFL.
They almost beat the Chiefs, though. They should have,
Yeah, everyone almost beats the Chiefs.
I know, but
the Steelers are probably going to almost beat the Chiefs on
so did Carolina,
Christmas,
right?
too. Yeah, Carolina's right there. We just saw it. Las Vegas got screwed out of that one. I'll take Denver. The team that scares me is the Chargers.
Yeah.
They play good defense. Their offense stunk on Sunday. Flat out stunk. But they made Kirk Cousins looked like he had never played football before.
4 interceptions?
Yes, he threw some of the worst interceptions I've ever seen in my entire life. He threw a pick 6 on a late out route.
Yeah.
That, if Bo Nix threw that ball week 1, I'd have been like, okay, well, that makes some sense. For him to throw it was ridiculous. But the defense is as advertised. When it came in here, and they came in here, week number 2 against the Steelers, I thought, all right, Or I guess 3.
3, yeah.
They haven't played anybody, and it's early, and they got good defensive statistics, but is it for real? Yeah, their defense is for real.
And Herbert was hurt that game.
Yeah, he had to come out early.
I mean, he couldn't even walk.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have played that game.
They might have won if he stuck it out. I mean, he can, and
he was healthy.
He's played better. That's why I don't like it.
Yeah.
And
that's a good call.
Yeah. I mean, so I would take Denver, and I would, if I could pick, try to avoid Los Angeles. Baltimore, I mean, I guess for your theory, the 3 times, beat them 3 times thing, you could go to Baltimore, I guess, and lose to them. Would you feel better if they lost to them?
And then had to play them again?
And then had to play them again, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
See, I wouldn't.
They would play them at home, though, right? In the playoffs? The Steelers would? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let's just say it's at Acrisure. Although it makes it harder to be at Acrisure if the Ravens would hypothetically beat them in Baltimore in a couple of weeks.
So it would be down there.
Yeah.
In that scenario.
I
don't know.
The reason why the 3 games thing doesn't bug me is because then it would be 9 out of 10, and you could see it on Lamar's face after the game. You could see it on Harbaugh's face during the game. It's a very Ryan Day Michigan-y thing going on. Like, they outthink themselves, outcoach themselves. Lamar doesn't run as much as we're used to seeing because I think he wants to prove something. And I just think if you beat him 9 out of 10 times and then they got to come to Acrisure Stadium for a playoff game, I think that's the last possible thing that they would want. All right, 412-928-9370. Which team do you want to see the Steelers play in the first round of the playoffs in the wild card round? Which team would you least like to see the Steelers play? 412-928-9370. Here's a good text. And the text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I don't want the Steelers to peak yet. It's bad to peak early. Is that a thing?
Yes. Yes. I think the Steelers in, 2005, they peaked late.
Yes.
They caught that momentum at the end of the season, and I know they got lucky a little bit. That's football. There's peaking. There is definitely peaking in sports, not just football. In all sports. They have to peak at the right time.
I mean, the Penguins in 2009 and 2016 are just a clear example of that.
But I still weirdly don't think that we've seen the best brand of the Steelers. I don't know why. I feel like that there's something else that's missing that I think that they'll find, which should give you hope as this final stretch does come about.
Maybe this is easier said than done, and maybe you just don't see a lot of this. But I don't know that they've put together a full offense, defense, special teams game against a quality opponent yet. Like against the Ravens, offensively they moved it, but they were awful in the red zone. They had to kick all those field goals. Defensively, they were great. Special teams-wise, they were great. But they didn't put it all together. Washington was probably the closest.
Right.
Because they held them to under all of their averages, but they still did give up 27 points.
The true test is going to be in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the barometer I think the Steelers fans should go on. And not, I mean, you never know what's going to happen in the playoffs, but the true test is what and how can you do it, even if you do lose in Philly, how does that look against that team? Like, how does it look? There's rust zone picks, and, they have a good defensive backfield.
I generally hate this kind of thing. But if they went into Philly and it's a game, I think I'm okay with a moral victory there.
Absolutely.
They never win there.
Absolutely.
Philly, you want to talk about peaking? Philly's won 7 in a row. They hadn't been beating great teams in that stretch, but then who'd they get? Washington, and then they got Baltimore.
Didn't they do this last year, too? Then they got boat raced in the playoffs, though?
They went the opposite way. They fell apart down the stretch. Yeah, they started out real hot.
Right.
And then they couldn't cover anybody for some reason. I think they could win a Super Bowl. We're kind of jumping all over, but that's fine. I think Vic Fangio is as good of a defensive coordinator as there is in the league. And they were brutal on the back end last year. And my God, has that
young
changed.
Players, too. DeJean and Mitchell, two of their top picks. I mean, those guys have been fantastic this year.
Who's the guy who dropped Derrick Henry on the
DeJean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That one, if you wanted to teach Crowley how to tackle.
That's textbook. Like, that should be in the textbook definition of tackling, that picture. Or that 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It's exactly how you're supposed to tackle.
I mean, and that guy, I would have that picture framed. I'd put it up in my bedroom.
Yep.
and then I would turn the lights down. Never mind. 412-928-9370 is the number. Which team would you most like to see the Steelers play in the wild card round? Which team would you least like to see them play in the wild card round? You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll take some of your calls, texts, and tweets when we come back. We've got Jason Locke on 4 at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cleveland Browns, they lost to the Denver Broncos yesterday, and that means that the Steelers are the only AFC North team to win this past NFL week. The Browns 3-9. Going to play the Steelers on Sunday at 1 o'clock. The Steelers 9-3. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium, hotter iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
That's right, Doran. And you mentioned the bacon, egg, and cheese. It's toasty. It's delicious. And how about some crispy golden hash browns? They're a must, and they're in the new $6 meal deal, too. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Want a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top dog law.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Visit McAfee.com/online protection for limited time deals.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I really wanted to hate the NBA Cup. Last week, I was watching a game featuring my team, the Milwaukee Bucks, against the Miami Heat, and it felt like a playoff game. And there's a lot of games with consequence tonight as group play ends. Magic versus Knicks, winner gets in. Same with Milwaukee and Detroit. So many other fun scenarios. It's going to make a usual random Tuesday in December a lot more enjoyable. I'm Bart Winkler.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing it's still very heavy approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel headed into the city. It's eased up coming out of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, but delays are still pretty solid as you make the approach starting at Wilkinsburg and traffic thinning out on 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Breaking NFL news, Doran. The guy who hit Trevor Lawrence got suspended for 3 games. That seems about right.
That's about right, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an awful hit.
Awful hit. And the NFL Vice President of Football Operation, John Runyon, released a quote, and he said the video shows a play that considers unacceptable and a serious violation of the playing rules. You know, a lot of the time I feel like the players' union goes out of their way, and not out of their way, I mean, I guess it's the job to protect players from suspensions and things of that nature, but in this instance, you have to
protect a player from...
Yeah. I mean, and that's always kind of a weird thing for me. We see it in the NHL all the time whenever it's like Tom Wilson and he destroys somebody, hits them up in the head and neck area, and then you think about, okay, like we don't want the precedent to be set that these guys get suspended for so long, money comes out of their hands, but then you also got to protect the fellow union members. Mm-hmm. That was as violent and bad a hit as we've seen in the NFL in a long time. Long time. And anything that happened after that, I mean, it got nasty, real nasty, I think was justified.
Yep.
And, like, put it this way, if that happened to Russ and the Steelers' offensive line and his teammates didn't do that, I'd be more offended by not having a response than having a response.
Oh, I think every single player that is in the NFL or even college would go after somebody who did that to their quarterback or did that to another player, really. You know, I mean, if you're on my team and you did that to one of my teammates, yeah, I'm going after you. And I'm cheap shotting you too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going right at...
You're trying to hurt the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you're trying to hurt the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're in the heat of the moment, emotions are going to take over. That's a natural reaction.
I saw something, too. I forget what former player said it. Was like, yeah, he definitely, what was his first name? Azir or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
He definitely wanted to get kicked out of the game because he knew if he'd have stayed in the game,
it'd be worse for him.
Worse.
So he gets kicked out of that game, and now he's not going to be able to play in the next 3. And he does have a history. This isn't his first-time offense. We've asked the question at 412-928-9370. Which team in the wild card round would you like to see come into Acrisure Stadium? Which team would you go, I'd like to avoid them? I want to see Denver, like to avoid the Chargers. Doran said Houston scares him. And I can see that with what Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud and company did to the Steelers last year. What say you, 412-928-9370? Here's a text. The only team that legitimately scares me is Buffalo. So that wouldn't obviously be in the wild card round.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm there too, man. Not that I would pick the Steelers to beat the Chiefs.
Better matchup.
Well, I think you're going to be there in the end no matter what against the Chiefs. They just let you linger. They play with their food. They let you hang around. All they do is win one-score games, and that might mean they get you. But I could see you play Buffalo, and it gets away from you, the way other playoff games have in recent years for the Steelers. Like, they could get up 14-0 on you, and, you're in big trouble. Kansas City's going to keep you around. Again, doesn't mean they won't beat you, but I think you're signing up for 4 quarters against them.
Mm-hmm.
You could beat Buffalo. It's probably going to be close against them, too, but if one team is more likely to blow you out than the other, I think Buffalo is much more likely to blow you out.
Yes.
412-928-9370. Troy in Mount Washington. Hello.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning, Troy.
Got a question for you guys, but first I'll answer your question. I agree with you, Crowley. I want to see the Broncos first for the revenge matchup, and I just think they're the weaker of the teams. The one team I'm afraid of coming into Acrisure Stadium is the Colts, man. If they catch a little bit of fire and get into the playoffs on the back half here, it's just something with that coach and that team that we have some trouble with them. And I'd like to avoid them at all costs. I'd rather play the Chargers or Ravens or anybody else than the Colts coming in the first round. And the question for you guys is, who do you think gives more praise? Tomlin on Tuesday to his opponents or Russ to his teammates after a game?
Thank you for the call. I don't know how much praise Tomlin's going to throw at the Browns today.
I think Tomlin gives respect to teams. I don't know if he gives the praise. I think he respects everybody because he doesn't want to take anybody lightly.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson. Yeah.
Respect, I think, is more in line with Tomlin on Tuesdays, and Russ, he's going to give praise to everybody.
Yeah.
And so is Jameis to the Lord. Well, he's trying to give praise to the Lord. If the Lord helps him if he throws,
I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
If he throws a pick six Sunday, oh my God.
If he throws a pick six Sunday, we're playing that clip at the end of our show every day until the next time the Browns beat the Steelers. Yeah. We will before we hand it off to Joe, we will do the weather and we will play that clip from now until the end if he throws a pick six. And if it's D'Minka Fitzpatrick, I will take my shirt off simultaneously. I think Troy makes a good point about Indianapolis.
He does. They're getting hot. And they didn't even want to roll with Anthony Richardson. They were in turmoil with, Joe Flacco benching Anthony Richardson. And they have had the Steelers' number the past 2 years.
Steichen, man.
Yeah.
Steichen, man. Gardner Minshew last year shoved it up their backside. And then they had 2 quarterbacks do it. Steelers down 17-0 in a second. That's a good call.
That is.
I think the 7 playoff teams are the teams that are going to make it. KC, Buffalo, Steelers, Houston, Los Angeles, Baltimore, and Denver. But if Indy were to get in, weirdly, I think I'd rather play the Ravens. Because you've had their number, and it'd be a whole mental thing. But Indy would have a lot of confidence coming in here. You feel like you're playing with house money. Shane Steichen knows what he's doing. Yeah, that's a good call. 412-928-9370. It is 9:27. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. The other thing about Buffalo, just to go back to the previous texter saying that they're the team that scares you the most. Man, it'd be so big if the Steelers get that number 2 seed. Like, I don't want to go to Buffalo. The way that they've had some success against the Chiefs in the regular season, but that place was banging the other day when Josh Allen ran that touchdown in, and they won that football game. And it's just, you feel like every time they play a playoff game, it's like the 13 wild card game for the Pirates.
Yeah.
Like, they know they're so close. They've been waiting for true greatness for so long. I would feel much better about Josh Allen and co, and really just Josh Allen coming up in here than having to go there.
Yeah. They're going to bring a lot of people with them, though. It's only a 3-hour drive.
They always do. And they do that cute thing that I actually like. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. That thing.
Hey.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for you.
Yeah.
I like that.
Me too.
I was once at a bar doing a pregame show at my previous station before a Steelers-Bills game. It was the Duck Hodges game. And every seat in the bar had a Duck Hodges-themed terrible towel. It's probably a violation of some sort of law. You probably can't print those things. I don't think they came out of the Steelers. But every single bar stool had one. And there were Bills fans everywhere. And the whole damn time, they were singing that song.
Uh-huh.
And Duck then threw 4 picks, and the rest is history.
Yep.
And the Steelers didn't make the playoffs.
Yep.
But I digress. All right, Jason La Canfora is going to join us next. And there's a lot of nuts and bolts newsy stuff I want to get to with him. Deontay Johnson, what's the deal with him in Baltimore? Is Jameis going to be back in Cleveland? What's their plan there? And is Arthur Smith on a short list to be a head coach in the NFL at the end of the season? We'll talk to him about those things, among others, when we come back. Odyssey's NFL insider, Jason La Canfora. But first, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Now it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Florida Panthers at PPG Paints Arena. Right now, the Penguins are 10-12 with 4 overtime losses. They have 24 points. That is tied for last in the Metropolitan Division. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Eagles are on a winning streak, 8 straight, and no one out there could stop them, it seems. This week, they face off against the Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young and company have been looking better lately, but they're still 5-7 ATS this season. The Eagles is 12.5-point favorites as the BetQL 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800. or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Whether it's a family gathering, corporate party, or festive get-together with friends, book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Visit HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com to get started.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise. This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
This holiday season, give the ultimate present, the gift of health. At G&G Fitness, we are Pittsburgh's trusted source of premium fitness equipment. We have everything you need to look and feel great. From treadmills and ellipticals to strength equipment and more. Get the best deals during our all-month holiday sale. With 4 convenient locations in Pittsburgh, there's a G&G Fitness store near you. So hurry in today or visit ggfitness.com to build your dream gym.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
That's John Harbaugh talking about Deontay Johnson. Some moving parts there. Trouble in paradise, perhaps. And we're joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast, In the Huddle. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day. Be delicious. Jason, first off, good morning to you. And secondly, what the hell's going on with Deontay Johnson in Baltimore?
Good, that's for sure. I could move when they made it subtraction by addition, because I think you're making your wide receiver room worse. You're not really giving Lamar Jackson, I think, any sort of real step up in weapon. They lose Rashad Bateman, and that's their best deep threat. Zay Flowers gets shut down in the second half. And Deontay Johnson's clearly not even a preferable option to Tylan Wallace or Nelson Aguilar. So I think the die's been cast for a while. He hasn't looked comfortable or, frankly, all that willing blocking the way they asked their receivers to block. He's had difficulty staying on his feet. He's fallen down. He's come up short in situations where he's needed to get out of bounds. And that's saying all that. The guy's had a very limited sample size, even on the football field. So to be able to come up with 5 or 6 minuses and no pluses, I think you look at the ledger and it's like, and then there's, what is he bringing to chemistry? What is he bringing to the locker room? Does he do anything for you on special teams? And Lord knows they need help on special teams. So it's been a major nothing burger. It was too cute by half. The GM's got a big ego. He likes to fix broken things and prove how smart he is sometimes. But he's good at the trade deadline of getting people who actually help this football team in areas that they need it most. So I don't think he'll be around here for long.
Jason, you know how you'll look through X and you'll see the doom and gloom, and especially when it has to do with your football team. And realistically, in your opinion, what should the Ravens do with Justin Tucker?
I think they need to bring in other kickers and at least have him go through what is the life of an NFL kicker. It's the life cycle of an NFL kicker. There becomes a time where, look, he's 28th in the league from 40 to 49. He's 31st in the league from 50 and above, and he hasn't made kicks above 48 since last year. Like it's been going on since last year, and it's been pretty much all wide left, and then it gets wide left for over a calendar year. So what do you see? He overcompensates, and then it's wide right. These guys, like, there's a stage where you come in on a Tuesday morning and you kick for your job. And I'm not even saying that if he loses the kicking competition, you have to fire him. If it's close enough, you stick with him because of what he's done. But I think the process needs to get more real. And I think they need to start using this bye to actually evaluate other kickers, not just take some kid who you liked in college and put him on your practice squad, but bring in 3, 4, 5 guys, have them kick against each other. And then if we're doing it the way it should be done, the winner of that battle fights, goes and has a kickoff with Tucker. It's late in the game. I get it. The state of kicking's terrible, and most teams have funneled through multiple kickers, so there's not as much out there. But I think they need to at least address their problem, like the problem that it is, and that means evaluating other people.
Jason Lockenfora joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Switching gears here, Arthur Smith was contacted by UNC to potentially be their head football coach. Do you think Arthur Smith could be an NFL head coaching candidate at the end of this season?
I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. There's going to be a bloodletting, and, good luck coming up with a list. Let's say there's 8 or 9 openings, and every team's going to interview at least 3 guys, and a lot of them are going to interview, 6, 7. And yeah, there'll be some overlap, but just start putting a list together. And if you get to 8 that you feel really strong about, okay, but good luck getting to 16 or 24. So yeah, I think he'll probably get some consideration, how they finish, and what this offense looks like. I mean, does Russell Wilson have a big playoff game? I mean, the way they've changed some of the rules about when you can and can't talk to people, he may have a chance to put an exclamation point or 2 on his resume in the postseason. I think he will merit consideration. Will he absolutely positively get a job? No, I can't say that. I also think, him in the college game would be kind of interesting. Like, I just don't know if the schmoozing with the donors and playing in the portal and having to recruit and re-recruit and keep recruiting. It's like, I don't know if that's necessarily his personality. There's so much in the college game that's really removed from the sport itself and the 3 hours on Saturdays in that case. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that he seems, lukewarm at best about UNC, and I do think he'll have a chance to interview for some jobs.
Jason, who's the most dangerous AFC team if the playoffs would start tomorrow? Who would be the most dangerous team that you would not want to go against?
I mean, it's got to be the Buffalo Bills, right? I mean, they've torn off 7 straight wins. They've scored 30 or more points in 6 straight games. They just got back one of the best coverage linebackers in the NFL, right? And Milano. They have a legitimate home field advantage, and there is the specter of extreme weather, which obviously we just saw the other night. They're better equipped to deal with as constructed now. In 2022, in 2021, not so much. Right now, they're probably built better to beat you in the snow than you're built to beat them in the snow, from the quarterback to the offensive line to the multiplicity in the run game. Now, styles make fights. And, if they had to face the Baltimore Ravens and the Baltimore Ravens leave the 310-pound fullback and the 260-pound running back on the field for 40-some plays, are they going to hold up?
Right.
They're a little light in the ass up front. They don't have a whole bunch of two-gappers. So, I'm not saying they're infallible, and that's one particular matchup that I think, if Baltimore road grades them and holds the ball for 36 minutes and keeps Allen off the field and Lamar runs for 85 and Henry runs for $155 and Justice Hill runs for 55, I'm not telling you that couldn't happen, but I think the Buffalo Bills are the best football operation in the AFC right now.
All right, last thing here for you, Jason. It might be too early for this conversation, but let's say Russell Wilson keeps playing the way he's playing. Are the Steelers going to have to win a bidding war for his services?
They could put the tag on him, couldn't they?
Guess they could. Oh, I like
right?
that.
I mean, you put a non-exclusive tag on him, and you see where it goes, right? I mean, I think if he plays well enough, look, and I don't think he's going to play as poorly as he did in the snow in Cleveland very often. I also don't think he's going to put up 450 on everybody. Like, Cincinnati's a little bit of a different operation in how they play defense. But if he's anywhere in the middle of that, and he's still not turning the ball over, and they are getting explosion out of multiple players in that offense, that franchise tag is maybe the single greatest tool that these franchises have in roster manipulation.
Jason, awesome stuff. As always, man, we really appreciate it. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving, and we will talk to you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, gentlemen. Thank you.
Take care. Jason Lockenfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious.
He brings up a good point about the Ravens going against the Bills and how they're not built for that matchup with Ricard in the backfield, 300-pound and then 260-pound running back. But the Steelers are built for that. And I think that the Ravens will use that mindset the next time around, is they will use Ricard and try to pound it. But Cam Hayward, that's how he earns his money. Like, the Bills are not built for that type of style football.
I agree with that. And the two biggest runs that Cincinnati had on Sunday were with Cam Hayward off the field.
Yep.
That 40-plus yarder, and then I think it was a 13-15 yarder, whatever it was. Cam Hayward was taking a blow. And you're going to get Montravius Adams back, which is a bigger deal, I think, than people think, and stopping the run with Alex Highsmith. The Steelers did not lose, and I'm not saying Jason said this, but the Steelers did not lose to the Browns because they played in the snow.
No.
They did not.
No.
And I think that they are equipped to actually deal with the snow. Like, they lost that game in the first half when the conditions were okay.
They lost that game because they thought that they could just use a game plan to beat that team, go in, beat them, and just come back and just, okay, we took care of them. And I'm not saying they over or underestimated them at all, but I think that they had a simple game plan on a short week, and they thought they could get by with that, and it didn't.
I'm with you, and that's what it looks like when you run 17 out of 21 times on first down. Yeah. And what do we see against Cincinnati?
Way different.
The complete opposite. I think the Steelers are going to beat the Browns, but that's not really the point. The point would be, if the Steelers got to play a snow game, I don't mind it. My issue with Buffalo is that place is nuts.
Yeah.
And I would rather play in our nuts place than their nuts place. Speaking of nuts, how about the commissioner of Major League friggin' Baseball? Have you seen this? Oh, my God. Didn't want to spend too much time on it today, but we do need to spend some time on it. Wait until you hear what Rob Manfred might have cooked up. He's social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland Browns lost yesterday on Monday Night Football to the Denver Broncos, and with that loss, means the Steelers were the only AFC North team to win this NFL week, and they are securely in first place right now in the AFC North. They're 9-3 as they prepare to play the Cleveland Browns this coming weekend, December 8th. It'll be Sunday at 1 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of new accidents this hour, one at I-79 and Ohio River Boulevard, also on the 700 block of Ingomar Road. Cordell and Cordell traffic cams showing delays continue as you approach the Fort Pitt Tunnel and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first, and they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Tired of spending money on copays? UPMC First Care offers $0 copays for your first in-person and virtual PCP and specialist visits, $0 copays for all in-person and virtual behavioral health visits, and $0 copays for all virtual urgent care visits. Choose UPMC First Care for affordable health care that puts individuals and families first. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to enroll. Enrollment ends December 15th for coverage starting January 1st.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports with Sunday ticket and every game, every week. There's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has daily happy hours with everything behind the bar half off. Beers for $3.29 every single day, and Fireball shots for just $2.99. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Now for social media's biggest loser. We have spent 99.9% of today's show on football, as we will during football season. A little bit of Pitt basketball with Jeff, a little bit of Penguins with Mackey. We got to do the baseball thing here. Rob Manfred, commissioner of MLB, claims there's a buzz around the golden at-bat rule among MLB owners. And what that means is, at any time during the game, no matter who's up to plate, one time you get to declare as a manager, it's the golden at-bat, and whoever you want to hit can hit. So let's say bases are loaded, 2 outs, Bucks down 3, G1 Bay's up at the plate. You can say, nah, we got Brian Reynolds. Now, that scenario might make you smile, because who the hell wants G1 Bay up? But to me, Doran, it's too gimmicky. It's way too gimmicky. And it's just another decision that Derek Shelton has to make. Although this should be an easy one.
Yeah. I absolutely love it.
What?
I love it. Okay, say that scenario, too. And then Shohei Ohtani, and say it's the Dodgers, and then the bases are loaded, and you can put Shohei Ohtani. I mean, that's why, he's made a lot of moves. Manfred's made a lot of moves, or made some moves that have worked.
He absolutely has.
And it's made the game better.
He
and
has.
More watchable and more engaging, and he's continuing on that path of evolution of baseball. And I think that one time, it's not like you could do it every inning. It's not like you could do it, in the ninth inning. It's one time in the game. So, if you choose to do it in the fifth inning and it doesn't work, and then you have a scenario where you have bases loaded in the ninth inning and you're down 3 or whatever, and you wish that you – so, I like it. I think it is gimmicky, but I think it keeps the engagement at the level it is now, and maybe it might surpass it a little bit, because you'd be excited to see that one of the top guys go up again, even though they're 5 spots back in the order. And they're not going to even get a chance to even be a part of the game at the end of the game.
But then there's like Nick Gonzalez last year had so many of those clutch hits, right? And I'm not saying a star is born, but that's what he cut his nuts, man. He got hair on his chest. Like, this guy can be clutch. What if those at-bats get taken away because Brian Reynolds gets another shot?
What if they win the game with Brian Reynolds?
They won it with Nick Gonzalez, and now he's a star.
What if Nick Gonzalez has been hot all season? They choose Nick Gonzalez to be the guy.
Well, then that's
It'll be the hottest hand.
But guys like Drew Sutton, who had his cup of coffee with the Pirates, whose name I forgot, and I had to Google it. I Googled Sutton Pirates, who hit a walk-off homer for the Buccos way back when. Like, guys like that, you need the little guy coming up in a big moment to become a star.
That used to call out Austin Hedges. If Austin Hedges was in that position, you'd love the Golden Bat rule because you know that he would strike out. If Austin Hedges, the Pirates are down so many runs, and if they get a hit, they win the game. And Austin Hedges is up, you're like, they lost. But in this case, Austin Hedges sits down, Andrew McCutchen gets up.
How about we just don't roster Austin Hedges?
Just saying.
How about that?
Just saying.
And yet that guy played in a World Series and won it last year and played in the American League Championship this past season.
Yes, he did.
Austin Hedges, what a leader. By moving his glove an eighth of an inch instead of a quarter of an inch. Yeah. What a hero that guy is.
He is.
I just think a lot of the stuff that Manfred has instituted is antithetical to baseball history, and it has worked.
Yes.
The pitch clock has worked.
Yes.
The getting rid of the shifts has worked. I hate the stupid extra innings thing.
Yeah.
And I think they kind of hate it too because they get rid of it in the postseason. This is more like that than the other rules. This is more gimmicky, like ghost runners. And I can't get there. I am far from a baseball traditionalist. I like the designated hitter being in both leagues. I like a lot of what Rob Manfred did. I think you can probably make an argument, too, that this actually helps small market teams more because they have less depth in their lineup and thus less good hitters to be up in those situations. So maybe I could be talked into it, but at first blush, without having read a whole hell of a lot into it, I just think, yeesh. And imagine Derek Shelton, though, doing it, dude, with like a runner on second and one out and getting your best bunter up. Let's use the golden at bat to use the bunt. Yeah. Who can drop down a bunt?
They can't bunt. They couldn't, at least.
We might need to talk about this more in long form. We probably didn't leave enough time to debate this and to get people's opinion on it. I'm sure Starkey will.
I love it. I love it.
I wonder whenever he says that there's buzz around it, like how much buzz?
Or no, he's creating the buzz.
I was just going to say, this is one of those trial balloon things, or like you lick your finger and stick it up, see which way the wind's blowing, and just see where people come down on the court of public opinion.
What did he say? There's buzz around owners?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the owners are traditionalists, usually. You think there's buzz around them changing the game?
I don't know.
But I guess.
I don't know, because you made a great point about all the things Manfred's done, and I'm sure the owners are happy about the state of baseball today. You're
getting your money's worth, too. Get your best players up there.
Instead of getting to see Brian Reynolds 4 times.
Michael A. Taylor.
To see him 5.
What?
Yeah. I might be able to get moved off of this. But first blush, I think, man, is that wild to me.
Jack Sawinski's been in a slump for 18 years, and he's up the bat to win the game, and you want to keep him in there. Or you could put in
How are you going to develop as a young, aspiring...
By not hitting one extra at bat?
I have to agree with Doran on this one. I mean, it's one at bat in a whole game.
Yes, but it's the most costly at bat. It's the most important at bat.
And if you're the Pirates,
we know David Ortiz can come up in the clutch.
Hitters still fail 7 out of 10 times too, so it's not like you're guaranteed success with this one at bat.
Why is David Ortiz a legend? He's a legend because he comes through in these biggest moments. I want to see what guys can do in the biggest moments. I don't want to just plug a guy in that we know is good in the big moment. This is how Neil Walker was great with runners in scoring position because he was able to hit with runners in scoring position. And when it's the 9th inning and the bases loaded and Neil Walker's up, we take him out and put Andrew McCutchen in.
But it wouldn't be. I mean, they'll still have their opportunities to do that.
I don't like it.
There's 26 other...
Because Callis is on the other side now, I cannot be moved off the spot. You almost had me, but now I don't like...
I did almost
I don't like your allies.
I did. I was so close.
There's still 26 other outs to get other than that one,
We're
just
talking
saying.
about this tomorrow.
We are. All right. It's going to do it for us today. That was a fun show today. We hit on a lot of stuff, kept it moving. Everyone pray for Jameis Winston.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Starkey up next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 33.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Cyber Week sale, save 20% on most Sleep Number smart beds, plus free home delivery with any base. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
This holiday, it's game on with Fios Home Internet. Because for a limited time, when you switch to a Fios 1 gig plan, you'll get an all-new Xbox Series S on us. So what are you waiting for? Unbox a new Xbox this holiday season. Yeah! Cool! And get all the speed you need to game, stream, and play on our 100% fiber optic network. All you have to do? Switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet and get the Xbox Series S on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. Fast internet, new Xbox. Now, that sounds like a win-win for any holiday. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Verizon. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Must install and maintain Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 14 days and redeem within 60 days thereafter. One Xbox Series S console per order while supplies last. One offer per eligible Verizon account.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
'Tis the season for treatin' with Dunkin', and nothing brings instant holiday cheer like a dozen Dunkin' Donuts. Whether it's a work party, family gathering, or holiday brunch, it's the gift that makes everyone on your list happy. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion.
5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holiday ride.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rush hour is not giving up without a fight. Some new accidents. One outbound on the Parkway West at Robinson. Crews also had a crash on Ohio River Boulevard and the ramp to I-79. Cordell and Cordell traffic cams also showing delays on 28 South right around the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm David Ballarado on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play Florida tonight at 7 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena. And the Mike Tomlin press conference is today as the Steelers prepare for the Browns, who lost to Denver 41-32 last night. Monday Night Football as Jameis Winston threw 4 touchdowns and almost 500 yards, but 3 picks, including 2 pick sixes. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah, Bob's not here. We'll get that out of the way early. I know that's a crushing disappointment to everybody. I feel horrible every time I say it, but get used to it. Should we call him Part-Time Pump? Is that a good nickname?
Poor Bob.
Part-Time Pump, I think, is a good...
I like it.
Yeah, I like that. How are you today, Limits?
Oh, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm excited.
I could tell.
Well, we have a field trip planned later today.
Yes.
You and me, we're headed out to Beaver County, my friend. We're going to go to the Brighton Hot Dog Shop, where Bob and Ron, I think their photos are still on cups out there, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Oh, we got to see that.
I'm going to lobby.
Radio, my man.
I'm going to lobby for you and I to replace them.
Yes.
Or at least stand alongside them. We're going to talk to the owner.
I don't know about
there,
replacing Bob.
or if she's there. I don't know who the owner is. We're going to talk to the owner, and we're going to ask if we can get photos. We'll pose for them right then, and if we can get a cup. That's my goal tonight, is to get me and you on a cup at the Brighton Hot Dog Shop, and then we're headed over to the Beaver Blackhawk boys basketball game. My friend Jason Bublis coaches Beaver. He's the new coach at Beaver. What he doesn't know is I'm going there to root for Blackhawk. No.
Why?
I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see how he acts.
It was a joke.
I'm planning on rooting for Beaver at the start, and we'll see how it goes from there. But the point is that you and I are taking a field trip, and I'm excited. Remember field trips in elementary school? We used to go to the whatever it was where you see stars and astronomy things. What was the Science Center? Things like that. We'd sit.
The Science Center. That exists.
Unbelievable stuff. How excited you were with your little brown bag, little limit. This was like 2 years ago for you, but how excited you were to get on the bus and go off to the field trip. Do you remember those days?
Yes, we went to the Science Center. We also, in 8th grade, had a trip where, because we went to a Catholic grade school at St. E's, we got to go to Seton for a day. We got to go to Central for a day. What it would be like if you went to that school.
Yes.
And I won't say which one was which, but there was one school I was like, no, I do not want to go here. Send me to Baldwin, please.
They were big days, field trips, and we're going to have one of our own later today, Limits. And I think we'll bond on that trip. Okay?
I think we will.
Yeah. We'll meet here later. We'll head on out to Beaver County. A shorter trip than you might imagine. I was torn today on what to open with. A 6-pack or national media going crazy about the Steelers. And you know what? There's so much going on here. And we have the Tomlin News Conference at noon, of course. And Brian Batko, the Batconian Mongoose, will join me right after that. There's so much going on that I want to open with a 6-pack. And then I'm going to get to my Steelers and national media soliloquy at 11 o'clock. Off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. I've had a cold. I've had a thing in my upper respiratory system for a month. For a month! I've never had it for this long. What is happening here? I went to the doctor last week. She put me on antibiotics, but she also said, it's not COVID. It's not the flu. It's not pneumonia, all of which I've had. It's just this thing. It's this thing, Limits, that's there every day, and it goes in rounds. It makes rounds. It disappears, and then it swings back for more. I think it's gone. I think I'm okay. And then I spend half the night coughing. Is this happening around town? Have you heard of people with a month-long thing?
Well, I have not had that, but I can experience that, this time of year, those sinuses really start to bother you, the weather changing. I hate it. I hate it.
I hate the cold. Do you see my shirt today? Florida
Atlantic. Did you get that recently?
I just visited there with my daughter.
How was that?
She just wants to go to the beach for
school.
College. Yeah, we'll see about that. But being on that campus, oh my God! I'm telling you, I don't think I would have lived through my freshman year. It's like being at a resort. It's like sending her off to a resort. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Will they be calling you Party Joe Starkey every single day?
Well, they sort of were at Cortland State anyway. But can you imagine, Cortland State or something of that ilk compared to Boca Raton? It was incredible. It truly was. And we visited there, and I want to be where it's warm, and I want to go play golf. You can get on a flight these days for like $67 to Florida.
You're acting like you're going to Florida Atlantic.
If she is, I might. I'll tell you that right now.
Get your doctorate.
I got a buddy from Buffalo who has a condo in Fort Lauderdale, and he said I can stay there. So if I can get these flights that are under $100 and I can stay somewhere for free, all I have to pay for is golf. That's it.
Did you try to see Ron on this trip?
No.
Did you even think about it?
No. All I have to pay for is golf. I think I'm going to go a lot of times. Give me a 6-pack, Limits, please. Thank you. Did I mention off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding? First item, have your thoughts on the Cleveland Browns changed given the tenor of the game last night? Not necessarily the result. We all came in yesterday, I believe you did, myself and the other guy on this show. What's his name again? Bob Pompiani. Yes. We all said that this was going to be a blowout win for the Steelers. Have you changed your mind based on what you saw last night?
No, I mean, we know that Jameis Winston is the gunslinger, and we saw it with 500 yards passing and also 3 picks, 2 of them for pick sixes. So none of what happened last night was surprising. Maybe Denver putting up 41 on their defense was.
I was a little bit surprised. I didn't have Jameis for – how many yards did he wind up with? Did he get to 500? He was close at one point. I was falling in and out of sleep at that point. But I haven't changed my mind one single bit. The Browns is still the Browns, as they say. And we all know what Jameis does. He can light you up. He's going to make big plays for both teams. He almost had a 3rd pick 6. It should have been. How many guys in history have had 3 pick 6s? Well, nobody's had 2 plus 400 or however many yards. How many yards did he have, Limits? How many in the end? Huh?
Was it 497 for Jameis?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Nobody's had that many yards passing and 2 pick sixes. He's capable of all of that. They beat the Ravens, but it took Kyle Hamilton dropping a little lollipop right in his arms at the end of the game. Do you remember that?
I do.
So the Browns are the Browns are the Browns. Plus, they're traveling across the country from Denver on a short week to come here for, I believe, a Steeler team that is going to be loaded for bear or loaded for brown, as the case may be. Myles Garrett was the star in Cleveland. When the Steelers went there, I have a hunch it's going to be T.J. Watt this time around. I have a hunch that Jameis Winston is going to make plays for both teams. I have a hunch that the Steelers would have won that last game anyway, which was the Browns Super Bowl, if Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith hadn't lost their collective mind and put in Justin Fields to throw a ball down the field with a chance to seal the win when their starting quarterback is as hot as anybody in the league. What the hell were they thinking? And if Pomp were here, he'd yell at me for still talking about that game, but I think it's pertinent now because I think the Steelers will make the necessary adjustments. Adjustment number one being keep your hot starting quarterback, your red-hot starting quarterback, in the blanking game when you have a chance to win. I think the Steelers are going to smash this team. How does 34-13 sound, Limits? Nice to you?
That would be ideal. I don't think it's likely.
Why?
Well, they always keep it close.
So you have changed your mind?
No.
You said it would be close yesterday, and you're saying today.
Correct. I think it'll be a one-score game.
Ooh, I vehemently disagree. I think there is something to be said for playing on a Monday night, losing a battle like that, traveling across the country and having a short week to come here for a team that is, I think, and should be pissed off right now.
Yeah, I'll backtrack to a 10-point game.
Thank you, Limits. Next. 3-game suspension for Azeez Al-Shaair for the hit on Trevor Lawrence. 3 games, and I got the impression that this was a Lifetime Achievement Award for him, but the hit itself was kind of sickening, really, to watch. And then he was a significant part of a brawl after that. I've got no problem with this. You?
No problem at all. Would have been okay if it was even 4 games. So completely fine with the 3-game suspension. Even if it was for the year, that was a bad hit on Trevor Lawrence, giving himself up, clearly targeting the head.
It was ridiculous. And if you're going to curb it, you have to have stiff suspensions. So I like this. Next. Limits. Let's talk about quarterbacks. Let's talk about Russell Wilson. Let's talk about Rich Eisen saying that Russell Wilson could lead the Steelers to a Super Bowl. It seems to me that after flying under the radar for a long time, and I'm going to get back to this long form coming up at 11, that the national media now is taking the Steelers very, very seriously. It was just a week ago that we spoke of the Ravens had beaten the Chargers. And so it looked like everybody that I talked to, everybody that I listened to, was taking the Ravens more seriously than the Steelers. I sense a shifting in the national narrative, for better or worse. I'm sensing that the Steelers are starting to become everybody's little sneak team. Watch out for the Steelers. They could wind up in the Super Bowl. Am I building a straw man here, Limits, or are you getting the same impression from national media? I didn't hear any of this 2 weeks ago.
Well, no, when you lose to Cleveland on a Thursday night, despite playing Baltimore on a short week, I think there's a lot of reasons to criticize. They've jumped from the Chargers as the hot team to the Steelers. And partly is, I think a lot of people are wrong on Russell Wilson, myself included, and their eyes are starting to be opened to the possibility that the Steelers could actually compete with Kansas City and Buffalo.
I agree, man. I think a lot of people feel like the Bills are the team to beat. I got asked that in my weekly mailbag, which is read intergalactically from here to Uranus, and they're not. It's the Chiefs. The Chiefs are the team to beat. Let's not get silly here. They're the guys. I don't care the nature of their games, whatever. Right now, as we sit here today, the road to the Super Bowl in the AFC goes through Arrowhead, and it goes through Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. They're the team to beat. Next. What happened to Deontay Johnson? Can somebody please tell me this? I remember doing a story on this guy early in his career when he was just starting to put up pretty big numbers. I think I talked to his high school coach, as I recall. Maybe it was his college receivers coach. But the bottom line is this guy is as humble gets. Knew he was going to be an NFL player. Unbelievable route runner. Just a great guy, great team guy, and a potentially great player. We're not surprised to see it here. What happened? Is it a little bit of money get to somebody's head? Is that what happened here? Is it something else? I can't figure out what's going on with this guy. Because now he just got to Baltimore like 10 minutes ago, and they seemingly want to get rid of him. It's been a disaster. People thought I exaggerated the Deontay goes backwards thing. I don't think so. In Baltimore, it's him falling down on a key play, not getting out of bounds. Something weird always happens with Deontay on certain plays. Like how many plays from the Kenny Pickett era did we sit there and say, was that Deontay's fault or Kenny's? As Ron used to say, although he made an exception because I don't think he liked Pickett, Bruce Arians told him 100% of the time it's on the receiver. And I'm starting to believe that. Remember a couple of years ago, there was a play in the end zone. I don't remember who it was against Limits. Please forgive me for that. But everybody thought it was a horrible throw by Pickett. But then some people in the game said, no, Deontay was supposed to sit, just stop in the end zone. And it's an easy touchdown. So once again, it was, who screwed up that play, Deontay or the quarterback? And he leads the league in those questions. Who screwed up that play? There were two plays when the Ravens came here to Deontay early in the game. One was down the right sidelines. It was Lamar getting outside the pocket to his right, which is what Tomlin said explicitly you can't let him do. And Deontay was one-on-one, and Lamar put up what looked like a catchable ball if Deontay had just kept sprinting. But something weird happened. Why? Because it was Deontay. Then the other early target, and I'm convinced to this day that the Ravens wanted to kind of stick it to the Steelers early, like, look at our new toy, the guy you got rid of, and instead it backfired. There was a pass down the left sideline, a moon ball, if you will. Limits, and I know you will, won't you?
Yes.
Thank you. There was a moon ball down the left sidelines, and he sort of kind of caught it out of bounds, and Charles Davis, the analyst on CBS, said, you got to give your quarterback a chance. Deontay didn't leave enough space between himself and the sideline to make for a deep fade, a catchable, throwable, really, deep fade. So once again, it was that the quarterback or Deontay? I think we're all defaulting to Deontay now. At least we are in Pittsburgh, Carolina, and Baltimore. And now the latest is that they might get rid of the guy this week. This is John Harbaugh yesterday.
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
By moving parts, does he mean Deontay walking backwards out of the team facility, or what does he mean by moving parts?
He's going to get locked out like Jamal Adams, probably.
I'll tell you what he means by moving parts. A settlement with Deontay to get him the hell out of there. That's what I think he means. I don't understand what happened to that guy. I really don't. It seems to have begun with the halftime issue with Mitch Trubisky that led to Kenny Pickett. And it was a surprise even then. It was like, wait, Deontay? So he joins the long list of problematic receivers that Mike Tomlin maybe has enabled, certainly has gotten rid of. It seems like... Listen, I got asked this, too, in the weekly mailbag. Give me another one here before I go off on this one. Thank you, Limits, very kindly. Players love playing for Tomlin, most of them. We know this, and players around the league seem to want to play for him. That's just flat out true. But it's also true that some guys come here and feel misled and blatantly quit, like in ways we don't see around the NFL, like during a game, walk off the field, LeGarrette Blount, James Harrison, just fall asleep in meetings and don't show. Who's the other guy? Melvin Ingram, fake an injury. Just guys quit here in very dramatic ways. And then there's the list of receivers, problematic receivers, who come here and maybe are enabled by Tomlin, but don't really seem to show any sort of remorse. We've learned that any remorse they do show seems to be fake. And then eventually, perhaps through Tomlin's enabling, they just lose it and they're gone. And it's not like this is a tiny sample size, as they say. I speak of the most famous one or infamous one, Antonio Brown. I speak of Santonio Holmes, who was still at the very top of his game, I think, when that issue happened, a couple of them, and the Steelers just traded him for like a 5th or 6th round pick. I speak of Chase Claypool. I speak of Martavis Bryant. I speak of Deontay Johnson. Could start our own team practically with the guys who fit that description. Anyway, next. This is unbelievable. I heard them talking about this at the end of the morning show. This new golden rule in MLB. Have you seen this? Oh, Limitless Wonder?
Oh, yeah, I hate it.
Let me explain to people what it is. Rob Manfred, the commissioner, who I don't like. I don't know him. I don't like his public persona. I think he's obnoxious and arrogant. But I do absolutely acknowledge that this guy has revolutionized the game of baseball. He has. The time clock being the number one thing. He's modernized and revolutionized the game of baseball. Doesn't mean all his ideas are good or all that I agree with, but man, do I give him credit for going way outside the box, pun intended, to spice up and modernize Major League Baseball. So the Puck is the website. John Orand is the writer. And Manfred says there are a variety of rule change ideas that are being talked about. One of them, there was a little buzz around it at the owners' meeting, was the idea of a golden at-bat. And as it's written here, the concept is to choose one at-bat in every game where a team can use its best hitter regardless of where they are in the lineup. This is unbelievable. Now, Jason Stark from The Athletic said you should or could restrict the rule to only teams trailing at the time. I think that would be really interesting. But what about if a guy, Ohtani, hits a double and he's on second? Do you pinch run for him and then let him hit? So Ohtani knocks in Ohtani like Josh Allen catching a touchdown pass from himself the other night? Bottom line is we could quibble over the details. I didn't think I would like this, and I don't. I absolutely love it. This is one of the greatest rules changes I've ever seen.
It's not a rule change. Just don't make people think that it's actually like something that's definitely happening. It's just a proposal. It's just an idea right now, more so than even a proposal.
Easy, big boy. It is a rules change.
No, it's not. They have not formally changed the rules to apply this.
Well, yeah, I didn't say it happened. It's a proposed, or it could get to the point. It would be a rules change, and a major one. Limits. Why don't you like it?
I can't stand it. It's way too gimmicky for me.
More gimmicky than an imaginary runner at second base
I don't like that rule
who doesn't
either.
even exist?
I do not like that rule either.
No?
At all. And if you want to watch gimmicky baseball, go watch the Savannah Bananas or go watch something else.
I will. Maybe more people around here would watch it. I'll tell you that.
I just cannot stand the idea of this rule where you can – there's a lineup for a reason. But baseball's all about tradition. They changed the pitch with the pitch clock. Okay, fine.
Actually, it's not about tradition anymore, but keep going.
Okay, explain to me why.
I just mentioned that there's imaginary base. This is like, what, the Field of Dreams. There's guys coming out of the cornfield to run on second base to start the 10th or 11th inning. What is it?
That would probably be the one outlier, right? I mean, the pitch clock just speeds up the game a little bit. It doesn't revolutionary. It did change the game in terms of time of game and pace of game, but it didn't change, like, the core structure of baseball.
How about relievers having to face 3 batters? How about bases the size of pizza boxes?
I don't think the bases
all
that matters.
How about no shifts?
I feel like this rule is just so substantial where you could bring Ohtani to the plate and then, Ohtani just hit a home run. Let's bring him back up again.
Let me ask you a question.
I just hate that.
And
I hate that.
I think most people would probably agree with you. We might have to talk about this for a minute, actually, at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. I didn't think we'd be talking baseball, but this is so revolutionary if it happens, and I love it. See, I don't really care anymore about the tradition of the game. In fact, I think people who are wed to the tradition of the game are the ruiners of baseball. These are the people who didn't want the DH in the National League. Everybody around here happy that there's a DH because it's the only reason Andrew McCutchen plays anymore. So I wonder if those people would trade going back to the old rules to not have seen McCutchen the past 2 years. It's the only reason Dave Parker got to play so late in his career for a variety of teams. People like that. But the traditionalists, as they're called, no, please, no DH in the National League. All right, then no Andrew McCutchen. They're the ones keeping some of the best baseball players of all time out of the Hall of Fame because of tradition. Can you get Brian Kelly, please, pounding the table? Because
we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Yes, we're talking about traditionalists and their basic ruination of baseball, clinging to the old form of baseball. Man, you have to modernize more and more of this game. You have to make it must-see television. That's the bottom line. You have to make baseball must-see television, and you got to stay ahead of the game, ahead of the game. The NFL does. The NFL doesn't go by, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They go by, if it ain't broke, make it better. Modernize. Look to the future. What's about to happen television-wise? How can we get ahead of the game? Baseball does not fit. It does not fit the modern attention span. The Twitter or X attention span. This generation and the one before it and the ones all after it. Their attention span, for better or worse. It's what is. People want things quick. They want things entertaining. They want a TikTok video. They want to see something on Instagram, and then they move on. Okay, so if I'm projecting into the future and I'm running baseball, I'm thinking, man, this is great that we shorten the games, but 2 hours is about an hour and 59 minutes and 15 seconds too long for the next million, trillion, billion kids that are about to come along in this country over the next how many years? How can we get ahead of the game? How can we create moments? How can we create moments where somebody can video it for a second, gets on X, gets on everything else, tweet it to your friends, all of that? And what's a better moment than, Ohtani and Trout in the World Baseball Classic? Bob Welch and Reggie Jackson. Pick a pitcher, pick a hitter from baseball history. You live for those moments. This is actually something that could help baseball live into the future limits. So even if you hate it, you would still be watching, right? If it was David Bednar, at least the old David Bednar, on the mound in the ninth inning, and Shohei Ohtani, who just batted eighth, and Bednar, as usual, has loaded the bases. Bednar, Ohtani, you wouldn't sign up for that? Pick the best hitter, Aaron Judge, against pick a pitcher. You wouldn't be riveted to that, even if you hate the rule?
I would hate the rule and think it's just completely ridiculous. Like, oh, well, sure. I mean, yeah, it's interesting.
Who are you, Ron Cook here? Are you you're a baseball traditionalist?
Yeah, I am. I don't like
you
this.
are Ron Cook.
Sure.
I never thought I would have Cook again in the form of a 23-year-old limitless wonder.
Do you want to have the Hall of Fame argument too here? I mean, I just feel like this rule, if it was implemented into the game.
Hold on. I'm going to let you finish your soliloquy. I don't believe you. I'm not saying that you intentionally lied. I don't believe you that if I told you that the Pirates in their home opener were down 4-3 in the ninth and loaded the bases with 2 outs, and let's say Austin Hedges was still on the team and it was his turn to take an at-bat, and instead they put O'Neal Cruz in, that you wouldn't be on the edge of your seat wanting to watch that and excited by that, even if you hate the rule.
Sure, you could be excited by it, but I still think that I'd rather not have that just for the good of the game.
Okay.
Because I think it's just a dumb idea.
Fair enough.
I
Please continue your soliloquy.
That's pretty much the end of it.
It's a dumb idea. I hear you. And I think Adam Crowley agreed with you, although he was wavering. Doran Dickerson agreed with me. No, I didn't think we would go to baseball rules at the top of the show. Yes, it's going to be nearly all Steelers. We're going to have Mike Tomlin's news conference. But what do you think of this? Here's one thing that we can agree on. When Rob Manfred has an off-the-wall idea, it tends to get tried out at the very least. I think this is incredible. I think this is a way to modernize and futurize the game, to create moments, the kinds of moments that everybody seems. I can't even go on vacation anymore and actually live on vacation without people in my family wanting to stop it for a moment for everybody. It's like you go to the Grand Canyon, or standing up there trying to enjoy it, but somebody would rather create a viral moment out of it. Viral moments have replaced actually living. So I think this is a brilliant idea by Manfred. It's brilliant. And it's no more gimmicky than a lot of the stuff we see in sports these days that people actually like. 3-on-3 overtime. College football's overtime. If you watch the 8 overtime game the other day, this is the type of stuff that people like, and it's only sports. And it's 162 games, and you remove it for the playoffs the way that hockey does with a shootout. It's just fun. Can we have fun? Traditionalists like Ron Cook and Austin Bechtold, a 23-year-old baseball traditionalist. Can we have a Ron clip just to introduce you? We'll take anything.
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
Very good choice. All right, Cookie, you get the last word here.
I accept it.
All right.
Let's go to...
Why don't we wait for a second? Why don't we build up the phone lines?
Let's do it. They're building.
Let's light them up like Mulsey in a craft beer house, shall we? That's the question on the table. The golden at-bat. Why not? Why not? Would it help or hurt a small market team? That's another question to get to. All right. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Our six-pack was brought to you by Bet365. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Tomlin coming up. Brian Batko coming up. You can engage with City Limits with your opinions on the Golden At-Bat, it's called. The Golden At-Bat. Normally I wouldn't have gone to this because you see a lot of crazy ideas presented, in sports that are never implemented. But this is the mad scientist himself. This is the guy, love him or hate him, and I don't particularly like him, who has absolutely altered, I'll use the word again, revolutionized the game of baseball. He's changed it, I think, inarguably for the better. And that's Rob Manfred. So when he's talking about this, that there was buzz around it at the owners' meeting, that perks my ears and my eyes. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, let's talk a little Friday night NBA so you can get ready for later in the week. Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Friday First's profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play the Florida Panthers tonight at 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena. Last night, the Browns lost against Denver 41-32 on Monday Night Football and set up the rematch between the Steelers and the Browns 1 o'clock on Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Miami Dolphins' poor record in cold weather gets a lot of attention, but there's a much more alarming statistic for Mike McDaniel and the Fins. They are 1-11 in their last 12 regular season games against teams with a winning record. And yes, they had their starting quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, in all but one of those losses. Not encouraging for the current regime. I'm Maggie Gray.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and if you're planning on asking her to marry you this Christmas, you better have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest, unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford from a reputable family-owned business. And now, through Christmas Eve, save 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casdy Village, and Peters Township.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports with Sunday ticket and every game, every week. There's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Primanti's has daily happy hours with everything behind the bar half off. Beers for $3.29 every single day, and Fireball shots for just $2.99. And don't forget your favorite Primanti Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the traditionalists, the so-called guardians of the game, that actually cause more harm to the game by keeping rightful candidates out of the Hall of Fame, by wanting to protect things like pitchers hitting. Wouldn't have seen Andrew McCutchen the past couple of years. It's the innovators, the people who want to add a little fun to the game, the people who want to futurize the game. Rob Manfred comes to mind. And again, I think he's arrogant. I don't really like listening to Rob Manfred. But I think it's indisputable, I think it is, that he has made baseball a better game by going way off the board. They allowed shifts for 100 years. Well, they've curtailed that. You could pitch to one batter or less all you want for 1 million pitching changes. They've curtailed that. They've curtailed throws to first. They've made the bases, like I said, the size of pizza boxes. Baseball never had a time clock. It was the one sport that wasn't timed. Now it is, and it's made it infinitely better and more watchable. They certainly never had ghost runners appear in extra innings, like from out of the cornfield in Fields of Dreams or Field of Dreams. They do now. And I would argue that that's made it a better game, a more watchable game. Everything this guy has done has made baseball better, a more viable, more watchable product. It's a slow game trying to survive in a radically sped up world. It is, and there's nothing that personifies or symbolizes the sped up world than the viral moment, than the TikTok moment, the X moment. You want to create moments, and what's better than your best hitter against our best pitcher? One extra time in a game. That's the golden at-bat rule that Manfred is at least talking about. And we've all learned when Manfred talks, we should probably listen because the stuff he says often comes to fruition. So let's say for argument's sake, oh limitless wonder, that Ohtani becomes a closer in his next incarnation. Not impossible. I'd kind of like to see Ohtani against Aaron Judge. Yeah, I would. In the 11th inning when Judge just took an at-bat in the 10th. 11th inning, bases loaded. I think I'd like to see that. I think it's fun. I think there's 162 games of this crap. So what's wrong with adding some incredible moments and more fun to the game, even if it bends the rules, the old rules a little bit, and ticks off the traditionalists like Ron Cook and you?
So you know what I'm going to do this year, Joe? Baldwin Wiffle Ball. It's the 7th inning. Game 3, championship, 2 outs, the bases are loaded, and our number 5 hitter is supposed to come to the plate. No, let's have our MVP come back. Sure, let's do that.
I'll drive out to Baldwin
and
to watch
let's see
it.
the uproar that amounts due to that.
I can't believe you're on that side of it. Dickerson's with me, Crowley is with you, but wavering, the last I checked.
Malsey's also with us.
Yeah, what does Malsey say?
Malsey put out a tweet.
When did Malsey become a traditionalist?
Well,
that's
a good point.
Tell me.
Here we go. Malsey says, I'm fine with the pitch clock. I don't really have an issue with the regular season ghost runner. This golden at-bat nonsense that you know they're going to try and ram through within 3 to 4 years is some of the dumbest garbage I've ever seen. And I agree with Malsey. And I'm sure he will give a little bit more of a detailed explanation later.
Yes, I don't agree with Malsey. Of course, that was the operating procedure on our show for 7 years. But I just think more fun, more entertainment, more watchable. What harm does it do? Really, I mean, what harm does it do?
Somebody says due to the golden at-bat, Maz doesn't get an all-time moment. He's replacing his at-bat by Clemente. No thanks.
Yeah, I don't think that would have happened, but okay.
You don't think that would have happened?
No. Well, first of all, come on. You're going to go back into history to 1960? Go back and look at the numbers in 1960.
I'm just saying the voices of the text.
How do you know they wouldn't have already used the golden at-bat? It's only one at-bat per game. That's number one.
The texters need a voice. I'm just giving it to them.
Give me a balance. See, you're back there with all the texts in front of you. You're only going to read the ones in support of you. Read one in support of each.
And in Aspinwall, as I'm looking for ones that agree with you because there's not many.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, this is not modernized baseball. You're on the way of creating a completely different sport. Just have a home run derby league in the offense.
You mean like a shootout that decides hockey games? Okay. I wouldn't mind a home run derby. How far of a step would it be from fake runners in extra innings to a home run derby in extra innings?
Somebody else said, I don't think it's an all-or-nothing proposition with this rule. There are some of you that can like it and some of you can hate it. This one is on the border of almost being a cheat code, and I'm not sure that I would like it.
Would it be better for small market teams? Would it be a matter of quality over quantity because you don't have as many good hitters as other teams do? You get to bat this guy, one guy, Reynolds or Cruz, twice in a game? I think so.
Somebody else said interesting, kind of like what I said, but more for the Savannah Banana League.
The Savannah Banana League. I'm actually more interested in this. Okay. Go ahead. By the way, Mazeroski had 11 home runs that year. Clemente had 16. So I'm not quite sure we need to go back to 1960 for an example, but go ahead.
Somebody else said baseball's about rules. This is dumb. Joe, there's no Texers that agree with you.
Baseball is about rules?
Somebody else said, hey, Joe, if you like the golden at-bat, how do you feel about the PGA giving mulligans?
Love it. I'm for anything that's for fun and enjoyment and entertainment over a 162-game season. I really am. I'm with Doran on this thing. I just love this. Plus, it's another element of strategy, which actually might not be a good thing with Shelty at the controls, but it's another element of strategy where I think the guy would get walked a lot, don't you? You'd have to put him in situations where he's not going to get intentionally walked. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying there. People are also saying that it would basically be turned into like beer league softball. I don't know about that. Bringing somebody up to the plate and they're not supposed to bat there.
I'm astounded that people think it's wilder than making imaginary runners.
I'm surprised that nobody has agreed with you on the text line. Not one.
I'm okay with that. I'm a lone wolf.
Now, there is somebody on
Me and Mike Tomlin are the lone wolves around here.
There is someone that called in that agrees with you.
Here's the thing. Answer me this.
Yes.
Is this more gimmicky and more outrageous than bringing in ghosts from the cornfield in the 10th? Yes or no?
No, I think it's a lot more gimmicky.
Really?
I do. Yeah, I really do. Because that's extra innings. And what I think for the point for me is, you play baseball. It's a 9-inning game. You can compare what they do in the 10th inning with putting a runner on second base to what they do with 3-on-3 overtime, or what they do with the shootout, because it's after what you are typically scheduled a 9-inning game, scheduled a 3-period NHL game. But this golden rule, you could use it at any point during the game. It's not like after the 9 innings, but that's what makes it different.
That's the beauty of it. Okay, so it's not an extra innings. The actual act of it, it's still the baseball. I thought baseball was about rules. What happened to shifts then? Why did they make new rules for that?
Yeah, I think that changes the game. It affects the game. But I don't think as substantial as this does.
No, I don't think as substantial as this would either. My point there was people saying baseball is about rules. Well, rules were made to be broken. Limits. Go to the phones, please.
Here is John in Cranberry. He kind of agrees with you.
Hi, John.
Hey, guys. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. So I love baseball. And it's funny, I've always been a traditionalist, but I got to admit, the pitch count, or the pitch clock, excuse me, I really like it. I like the rules that they've made, and I never thought that I would. So I am open.
How about the DH in the National League? Were you against that for years?
You know what? Years ago I was, Joe, but now, I guess I have to admit, I'm an older guy. I'm 60 years old, but I've loved the game since I was a kid. But some of the changes that they've made, I really like. Now, this one, I do have a couple questions. Like you guys hit on it. There is strategy to it. Because could you intentionally hit the guy? Could you walk the batter, the golden at-bat guy?
You just thought of something there. For people who hate the rule, somebody comes in for a golden at-bat, you go at his head every time. That might change the rule in a hurry.
Another question, too, is let's say like Aaron Judge comes up in the 9th inning with 1 out. Could he bat I'm just thinking about this. Could he bat twice in a row? In other words, could they put him in?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah. I think you put rules in. Jason Stark suggested something like this where only the losing team could do it. I actually love that even more, where the losing team could bat a guy twice. But, you could say not in the same inning, not if you're winning. That you could definitely put rules on it for sure.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, Joe, and like I said, I'm a little bit older than you, but I hated all this stuff when it first. But I think the pitch clock and the speed of the game has made the game more enjoyable to watch for me, and I never thought I'd say that. So I don't know. Maybe it is something I'd be up to.
I certainly think so. I think it would be one of the greatest rules in sports history, is what I think.
It's going to be interesting. Now, one last thing. I don't know. Austin's right. Sports Illustrated had a post on it. Every fan that I read is against it. So I don't know if it'll happen because of the fan uproar, but who knows? You never know. So my call, guys.
When you really think about it, the rule that most aligns with this rule is from 1973, when they said in the American League only, pitchers no longer hit. We'll put a real hitter for them in. That to me is very similar to this. You talk about changing the history of baseball. No, that guy who stinks doesn't have to bat. We'll put a good hitter in for him. That was a revolutionary move. That changed the game. All right. Do we have a bunch of calls here? Are they lighting up like Mulsey at a craft beer house?
Yes.
I didn't think we were doing this today. I just want to ride with it. Are you with me, Limits?
I'm good with it.
This is sort of in the theme with our field trip to Beaver County later, is it not? I'm excited about this.
100%.
And I'm excited about this guest right here, Mr. Ray Krause. I know this guy. His shop, Golf Specialties, is right over in Castle Shannon. And a golfer like me needed this shop because I can be an angry golfer at times. Oh, for example, I remember with my friend Kirk Schlecker, I was out on the course. Actually, Kirk was done, and I was on hole number 18 and got a bunch of dirt on an approach shot. And I thought innocently smashed my sand wedge into my golf bag. Well, what damage can I do to my sand wedge? It seems well built. I didn't do any damage to my sand wedge, but when I picked out my driver and my 7-wood, they were both snapped like a piece of kindling. So I had to look up, like, who fixes golf clubs in a hurry and does a great job? This guy, Ray Krause. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, we got to know each other rather well over the past couple of years, the way my golf game has gone. It's custom club fitting, repairs. You can't get that buying on the internet. Ray's grandson, by the way, is Colton Lusk, who won the Whippeal golf title, lives in Peters Township. Ray taught him golf, and Ray is helping us with the Fan for the Win. He's making a donation to the women's shelter, and we really appreciate that, Ray. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for stepping up to the plate here with this donation. We really appreciate it. Is this a cause that's close to your heart, Ray?
Yeah, it is. And we'd like to donate to many causes if we can.
How much is that for, Limits?
I'm donating, I think, 100.
That's excellent.
Okay.
And that's the way to lead off here. We're talking baseball. You're a great leadoff hitter, Ray, man. We really appreciate you doing this. We really do. And you and I have gotten to know each other through sort of strange circumstances. Sometimes on the golf course, one of my loses a head.
Yeah, you've done that before. Usually it's your fault, though.
I know. It's my fault. Yes, it is. Completely my fault. But you repair these clubs in a hurry and do a great job of it, and I appreciate that as well.
Okay, no problem.
Well, thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it, Ray.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right. Take care, buddy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Let's continue this conversation about the baseball rule next. And the golden at-bat is what we're talking about. And it seems to have exploded into a firestorm here. Does anybody agree with me? What are we, a bunch of old fuddy-duddies around here? Even my 23-year-old partner? One more at-bat per game for your best hitter. That's it. That's all it is. A little bit of fun. Come on, Ron. Let's do this. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We'll have the Mike Tomlin news conference at noon. Brian Bacco is going to join us. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event. Now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High at 34 today with sunny skies. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at our contesting page at 937thefan.com. Let's talk a little Gina Giampetro, one of my favorite topics. Adam and his family were relocating within 1 week of listing their home in the South Hills with Gina. He was afraid that it'd take longer than a week to sell, but Gina insisted that she would have their home sold before they had to make the move, and she did just that. With her expert marketing skills and years of experience, Gina was able to sell their home in just a week for over $800,000. Adam said he was very grateful for Gina's quick work and would highly recommend her to anyone thinking about selling their home. So would I. You can't lose. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline passes, the home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752, or you can Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bauer Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Browns, 1 o'clock on Sunday Fan Game Day with Donnie Football. Mark Cabali, Jason Mackey begins at 10 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Pat Bostic, and I'm here to make sure you never overpay for tires again. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has a huge inventory of new, takeoff, and used tires at the lowest prices. They have 2 locations in the Pittsburgh area and offer free shipping. Check out champtires.com for sales, installation specials, and other great deals.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's another Christmas, and she's been with you for lots of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help make this Christmas a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now, through Christmas Eve, save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers first place in the AFC North, up 2 games in the loss column on Baltimore, who's on a bye this week. Steelers will play against Cleveland, 1 o'clock, Acrisure Stadium. You can hear Fan Game Day with Donnie, Mark Cabali, Jason Mackey beginning at 10 o'clock, leading you up to kickoff. And Aroldis Chapman, former Pirates reliever, has signed a one-year, $10.75 million deal with the Boston Red Sox. It's only $250,000 more than Chapman made with the Pirates last year. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Bob and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Limits, it's time to move on. We moved to football. That was a great segment, I thought, on the Golden at Bat. And it's to be taken seriously, whether you like it or not. Rob Manfred has put it out into the world, and the things that he puts out into the world tend to at least get a trial run. So it wouldn't surprise me in the least if we see that rule, which is that you can have one hitter on your team taken at bat at any point in the game. Your best hitter. I do think it would help small market teams because of that issue of quality over quantity. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because, I mean, instead of having like Michael A. Taylor bat or whoever would be in the bottom third of the Pirates lineup right now, you could have Brian Reynolds or O'Neal Cruz.
Right. You don't have as many good hitters as other teams have.
Coach Mike texts in and says that Joe is right. Opponents of this idea are simply just anti-change in general, which is human nature.
They're Luddites. That's the word for it, Limits. Luddites. They hated the internet when it came. Well, maybe they were right, actually.
It merits a try. If it fails, get rid of it. If it succeeds, retain it.
They hated Twitter when that came out. They were definitely right about that. They hated every advance, in quotes, in technology and sports in the history of America. Let me ask you a question. Do you know how much of an uproar there was in 1973 when the DH rule came in? Oh, my God, we've been playing baseball for almost 100 years. Everybody who plays the game has to hit. What do you mean that a star hitter can take the place of the pitcher in only one league? I think that's every bit as revolutionary as this.
I think that's more revolutionary. I mean, that was the biggest change that the game has probably ever seen, other than what? Lowering the mound?
I would say lowering the mound and ghost runners on second, yeah. Where
I'd agree with
all
that.
of a sudden in extra innings, it's no longer baseball. It's something else that we've never seen before. It's installing people on second base. I mean, it's crazy. Nothing like it happens or has ever happened anywhere in any other sport.
3-on-3 overtime and shootout doesn't rival that?
Imagine if there were imaginary players on the ice, yeah. Maybe they could make it 5-on-5 with two ghosts for each team. All right, Limits, 412-928-9370 on that, because it does just lead to more and more talk. But I want to talk about the Steelers, and I want to talk about national media's shift on the Steelers. A couple weeks ago, I came in here and said, listen, Ravens beat the Chargers, Steelers then lost to the Browns. Anybody who thinks that the national people, or really anybody you talk to anywhere, I remember I was coming off a trip to Florida and one to Buffalo at the time, who thinks that the Steelers are more of a threat than the Ravens, that nobody thinks that, probably including the teams out there that would have to play them. Well, does one weekend change their minds? Does the Ravens' continued issues change their minds? I think for a lot of people it has. I sense a shifting, for better or worse, of the national narrative, and it leads to a question for people out there. And I pretty much opened the show with this yesterday with Bob. Do you consider the Steelers to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender out of the AFC? That one's sort of a tried and true question, but here's the real part of it. If you don't, why? What do you think holds them back? Why don't you consider them a real contender in the AFC? Would you be stunned if they came out of the AFC? I think a lot of people around the country, and we're going to hear some clips here, are starting to look at the Steelers and say, when they see Russ play like that, and I don't care who it was against, I don't. Watch the throws he made. Watch him still with the ability to move around and create a little extra time. When they see him play like that, even Stink himself, Mark Schlereth, the guy who's shredded Russell like nobody else, is basically he's issuing more apologies than Crowley for the West Virginia football program at this point. He says, "I'm sorry" every other day. Let's hear from some people around the country, and we can weigh in then at 412-928-9370. Tell us who's on and where they're from.
First, here is Rich Eisen saying that the Steelers could go to the Super Bowl.
The one moment that caused me to go like sort of Rick Dalton GIF, there it is. There's the Russ from Seattle. There's the guy. Was a moment in the game, third quarter, second half, where Cincinnati's answering, right? And they're giving up points defensively that they aren't usually giving up defensively. And the Steelers did allow a season-high 38 points after allowing less than 17 points per game through the first 12 weeks of the season. That's fourth fewest in the NFL. Russ was being rushed out of the pocket. And in the last couple of years, he would just take off. Fold up, take off. Flight instead of fight. And Russ stepped up, stepped through the hole, and looked down the field and fired one on the run perfectly to a wide-open Freiermuth for a touchdown. And I'm like, that's it. Right there. Rick Dalton GIF, pointing at the screen. That's the Russ we haven't seen in forever. Playing free, freelancing when he needs to, extending the play, but not giving up on the play. I'll say it. I know he wasn't hit at the time. That's the Ben Roethlisberger type stuff. But it's also the Russ stuff where you can't get him off the field and you can't keep him in the pocket. And if he gets out of the pocket, he's more dangerous. Dangerous. Wilson showed up for the Steelers and is showing up for the Steelers. And I know they went through that stretch where they didn't have any touchdowns and they lost the snow game, but you got to give it up. 520 total yards of offense for Russ. Most points in a road game by the Steelers since 2000 in Cincinnati. Most total yards in a game for Pittsburgh since 2018. Back when Big Ben was doing it. You got to give it up. This team can not only win the division, they're in first place. This team can, if they play like this with TJ Watt and Nate Herbig are coming out with strip sacks, and defensively, I know they gave up all those points, but if they're being timely and doing their thing, I mean, they can go to the Super Bowl.
That's, I think, emblematic of how people are thinking about the Steelers suddenly. It's weird. I mean, all it took was that game against the Bengals. I mean, the season as a whole, yes, but what I'm telling you is that it wasn't that way just a couple of days earlier. 10 or 11 games into the season, whatever it was at that point after the Cleveland game, it just felt very different than all of a sudden what they did to the Bengals and how Russ played, how he looked in that game, I think blew people's minds. I really do. Limits. Let's hear from somebody else.
Kay Adams is of a similar belief on her Up and Adams show.
And this was a statement from Russell Wilson. Okay, this is you know what? If you guys need me to put this whole thing on my back, I got you. He went shot for shot with Joe Burrow. Steelers defense, there were some issues there getting stops, really for the first time all year. But Russell, 414 yards, second most he's thrown for a game in his entire career. I know we want to say, oh, the Bengals defense is just the worst historically, and it was the worst defensive performance of the year by the Bengals. Okay, and this personnel, literally the worst of the year by any team. But we cannot take it away from Russ. He had an answer for every question. And after every Bengals score yesterday, Russell and the Steelers came right back down the field and they put up points. 44, the most the Steelers have scored in a game since Big Ben back in 2018, okay? 520 yards, the most they put up in a win since 2017. 7.9 yards per play. Goodness, Coach Lou, that is pitiful by the Bengals. Oh, my gosh. But the Steelers offense, man, fifth most they've put up in a single game during the 18 years Tomlin has been the head coach. Russell was lights out. They can win the Super Bowl with this Russell Wilson, okay?
Wow.
They are beyond a Super Bowl contender. They're a sexy little pick right there. And if you were one of the people out there calling them an unthreat, calling them they can't make it into the playoff because of Russell Wilson, I'd like to know if yesterday changed your mind or if you're going to hang your hat on the Bengals defense just being that terrible. I don't agree.
Wow. beyond a Super Bowl contender. Are they going to win 2 Super Bowls this year?
They're going to win the Super Bowl, and then they're going to play the College All-Stars and win that, too. Remember that game?
No, she was great there, though, and she's right the way she phrased it, Kay Adams. She's great. I never thought they would replace her adequately on Good Morning Football, and they did, because Jamie Erdahl is great, too. I love that show. Every day at 8 o'clock, I walk Bailey at 7:30, take my daughter to school. I'm home by 8 a.m., sitting in front of the TV watching that game and preparing for the show. Do you watch that show?
I do. I like Schrager a lot.
Yeah, I like
him and
Brandt.
Kyle Brandt are hilarious.
They're all good. Everybody's good on that show. So she's right. He went shot for shot with Burrow. Now, you may say, well, so did other guys. So did Mahomes this year. So did Lamar. But everybody wins in the end. Right. Exactly. So did the Steelers. So did Russ. They don't win that game with Fields, and they lose by double digits with Kenny. That's what I think. They have a guy who can go shot for shot, crappy Bengals defense notwithstanding. Everybody else had to go, to the late stages of a game, or mostly everybody did, to beat Burrow because they put up big point totals. So did the Steelers. Now let's hear from the man himself, and you can join in at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Yeah, we've talked about whether the Steelers are legit contenders. I want to know more from you. If you don't think so, why not? Is it simply the quality of competition, the quality of opposing quarterback that will hold them back? Or is there a flaw in this team that you still detect that's going to keep them from getting where they want to go? I want to hear from you via text or phone line. Yeah, we don't have Bob today. It's a significant blow to the program. Part-time Pomp will be in tomorrow. But we forge on. Let's hear from Bill Belichick.
Sorry if you're offended by that. It was surprising to me that Cincinnati was able to put up as many points as they did against them. And it was equally surprising that Pittsburgh scored as many as they did. But again, that's a credit to Pittsburgh and Coach Smith and Russell Wilson. I mean, look, you can't underestimate this guy. And they are a very resourceful team. They find ways to win, to block kicks, to make goal line stops, to score. You just can't count them out. But look, I think Arthur Smith's done a great job of protecting the ball and still being able to find productive plays, offensively, on the perimeter, and then with Freiermuth inside, with Najee running the ball, and really they haven't turned the ball over much. I know they had the pick 6 against Cincinnati, but they've done a good job of not turning the ball over. And generally with that defense, if you don't turn the ball over, you probably 20 points is probably enough to win most weeks. So I think if they can stay with that formula, they're going to be tough to beat. They've got a good field goal kicker to win close games. There's a lot to like there.
Belichick's on board. Limits.
On the McAfee show, yeah.
That was on the McAfee show, yes. He sounds like he's on board, not as a favorite necessarily, but certainly on board with the idea that we've been perpetuating around here really for weeks now, is that this is a different Steeler team in that it really does have a chance, like a legit chance to beat people. What do I think will keep them from getting there? I think it's the sheer odds against beating in a row. And the way it looks right now, it could be Lamar, Josh, and Pat. That's a tough trifecta right there. Wonder Twin. I mean, right now it looks like Steelers would face Baltimore in the first round. Okay? So you beat Lamar, which even with their success is no easy task, right? Even though they're the team that makes him struggle the most, their games against him have come down to a couple of them to 2-point conversions at the end, a throw near the goal line at the end a couple of years ago in Baltimore, an overtime game that the Ravens eventually won back when Justin Tucker could kick. So I'm not just going to say, oh yeah, the Ravens and Lamar coming in here, that's an easy one, but they will have survived Lamar. Then if Buffalo holds form, then they get Josh Allen in Buffalo in the divisional round. That might be the biggest task in all these playoffs in either league, to get Josh Allen in Buffalo. Okay, and if you survive him, you are probably looking at Patrick Mahomes in the AFC title game. So to answer my own question, what's the number one either flaw, reason, however you want to phrase it, that would keep the Steelers from getting to the Super Bowl? Is it just the sheer quality of competition? I would say yes, in the form of those quarterbacks, that the odds of beating those three guys in a row, should it come to that, maybe they get a break. But, what would that be? Justin Herbert upsetting the Chiefs or something like that? That's another guy you would have to go through. But those three guys, Lamar, Josh, and the Paddy Wagon, it almost seems like an impossible task.
I feel like it is. Like, I would feel pretty bad about them going to Buffalo and having an opportunity to win there. That's like the one place where I feel that they would probably get beat, where every other matchup I'd feel okay about, that they have a good chance to win. But Buffalo right now, I think, is just on a heater where they feel like the team of destiny out of the AFC right now. And that's what concerns me most. Buffalo against the defensive line, against the Steelers' offensive line. I kind of have a lot of pause and hesitation there.
The one thing I would like there is I feel like that's a game, based on what I've seen from the Bills' defense this year, where the Steelers could control the ball and keep Josh Allen off the field. I really do in that kind of setting. Plus, with a healthy T.J. Watt, that's a little bit helpful compared to last year's game
a little bit.
In Buffalo. 928-9370. What would, in your mind, what would keep the Steelers from getting there? A flaw? A reason that you maybe don't agree with national media types who are now, that it seems like the Steelers are that sneaky pick to get there. What other flaw do you detect here, Limits? Do you detect a flaw? For me, if I had to pick one thing right now, it might be the secondary. It might be the secondary, and that again gets back to those quarterbacks and what they would do. Maybe some of the coverage from linebackers that could be exploited too. Things like that. I thought Queen, I think, is a good cover guy down the field. He's an unbelievable athlete. He got beat last week on one play I'm thinking of. It was just a dart by Joe Burrow. Nobody could have covered that.
Yeah, I think Queen has answered a lot of the questions. Peyton Wilson's been good. Landon Roberts didn't play that many snaps, but it was because of just how much Cincinnati throws the football. The secondary with somebody texted in yesterday, Joey Penalty Jr. instead of Porter. You like that one, Horse?
I do, Horse.
That's a concern. Minka's still not making plays.
That is actually pretty good.
And Deontay Jackson, I still
Is that the first time anybody's put that out there? Is that a social media thing?
Joey Penalty Jr., yeah.
That is unbelievable.
That's a good one.
I really like that. Let's give credit where credit is due. However, I also like Joey Porter. Boy, what a weird season. What a complicated task it is to grade him, to analyze him. I'd love to sit down with somebody, maybe Pony will, on the podcast with Pat Pete, and really just tell us, like, how is he playing? What are his flaws? Do you think he's having a good year? Because nobody really does. The best I got was from the guy at PFF who thought that his grade was basically an F right now from PFF, D to an F, that it was being skewed by he has a really good game and then a horrible game, and the horrible games are bringing his overall grade down. It reminds me of Mrs. Mintz's math class back in 7th grade at Amherst Junior High. Limits. Ironically, Mrs. Mintz had bad breath. Did you know that?
No.
She also
Shouldn't she, if she's Mintz, have good breath?
Yeah, that's why it's ironic. She also had bad grades for me, left and right. Although every once in a while, if I got something, if I got that concept, I would flourish on the test. But 1A and 2 Fs don't make for a very good grade, does it?
No, doesn't even out well.
No. So I wonder about Joey Porter. I really do, because as I watch him, I'm thinking, not many of these receivers are going crazy, even the Bengals guys. But, at what cost? And is it largely dependent on how a given game is being called? If you ask me right now, I like Joey Porter as a player. I do, but part of me also wonders, my God, is he getting beat so often that he feels the need to hold? Like, how many of these calls are legit? How many would be called in other games? Is he Is he great, good, average, or bad? I have no idea.
I found it interesting on the broadcast. They said that Joey Porter's wingspan is longer than his actual height.
I heard that. Yeah,
isn't that interesting? Like,
we were perplexed in the Starkey household analyzing that.
I'm not going to act like I'm an
unusual.
aficionado with wingspan and stuff like that. But basically what they said is his arms are so long he can get just naturally grabby with receivers. I mean, that was the knock on him coming out of college, too. That he didn't have any interceptions.
Well, the weird thing is you would think, given the body type and the style of play, that maybe, a phone booth quick type guy like Zay Flowers would give him problems. I thought that was Porter's best game in a Steeler uniform. And that's just another conundrum with him. I can't figure out anything with this guy. Do you think he's a good player?
I do. Yeah, I think he's a pretty good player, but the penalties, remember Tomlin said a couple of weeks ago, if they continue to be a concern, then we'll address it. Well, here we are. Someone's going to ask today.
And I understand that Burrow had a good day. They had 31 points, 31 on the Steelers' defense. Having said that, they had one touchdown in the second half, and it came with the Steelers, I think, in a prevent late. I do. Sort of letting them almost go down the field. So I didn't look at that as a horrible game from the defense at all, or from Porter. Maybe I've lost my mind limits. I don't think he had a horrible game.
Yeah, I think he had a horrible game.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't think he played well.
I think on another day he gets away with half of those. What do you have, 12 penalties?
Like 6.
I know, he had 6.
Jordan Plum said that he should open up his own amusement park, Six Flags. You like that one, Horse?
I don't know which is better, Joey Penalty Jr. or Six Flags. I do like that. I'm with Tomlin, sort of, when he said we're not just going to come out here and get the word he used was gooned by T. Higgins. I want a physical corner like that who battles. And I think on a different day, you're still getting 3 penalties probably. But it's not like those guys. It's not like Chase. Chase didn't have anything till the final drive limits. He just went on the phone. I want to hear from you. Tell me 2 things. If you don't think the Steelers are Super Bowl capable, why? I keep getting texts and things like, oh, you've gone overboard for weeks now. Pump the brakes. Whatever phrase you want to use from you've gone over. If you don't think they can get there, and I'm not predicting it, but I think they're capable of it, and I haven't felt that way in a long time. If you don't, why? If you don't, why? I don't think they're going to get there because of the sheer magnitude of the task of perhaps having to go through Lamar, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes in 3 consecutive weeks seems too tall for anybody. But they are capable. And secondly, Joey Porter Jr. Again, I'll ask, is he great, good, average, or bad? I have absolutely no idea at this point. None. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike Tomlin's news conference coming up top of the hour. We're looking forward to that with the Cleve Brownies coming back into town. And I think the Steelers are going to be geared up for this one. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Brian Batko going to join me in studio after Tomlin. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats and go in-game. View live play-by-play and so much more from the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Never waste a hunch. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Former Pirate Aroldis Chapman has signed with the Boston Red Sox. It's a one-year deal worth only $250,000 more than the deal that he signed with the Pirates this year. Also, the Landon Roberts Show is tonight at 6 o'clock. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Also, listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon, the high 47.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Visit McAfee.com/online protection for limited time deals.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's. The iconic frosty with a caramel twist. It's gotta be Wendy's. Terms apply. Naturally flavored. Chicago Bears president Kevin Warren called their head coaching opening the most coveted job in the NFL. And he might be right, considering quarterback Caleb Williams has talent, the fan base is passionate, and the city is one of the country's best. But respectfully, the job won't be coveted because of the front office, which has yet to prove themselves as winners in this league. I'm Maggie Gray.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
Attorney advertising.
Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Won a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First in Maine, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations, too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door,
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected! Also, you forgot to renew your website domain and now you're in a bidding war!
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird! All right!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Talking about the Steelers and national media seeming to swing their opinion off watching Russ in that Bengals game to now, wait a second, the Steelers are absolutely a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Do you agree? And if not, what's the flaw? What's the reason that you would cite for why you don't think they have at least a legit chance to get there? I don't think they're going to get there. Because I think if it comes down to going through Lamar, Josh Allen, and Mahomes, that's asking a bit much. But I do think for the first time in a while that they really do have an honest shot at it, really. And the other topic is Joey Porter Jr. I guess we can eliminate the word great when I'm asking how he's been playing this season. Is it good, average, or bad? I get confused week to week and sometimes play to play as to what my opinion on this guy is. I don't know. PFF, love him or hate him, they have competent people looking at this stuff. They do. I mean, they have literal NFL offensive coordinators who are graduates of their place. Bruce Gradkowski used to grade the quarterbacks. I mean, it's not like they just pull somebody off the street, you know? to do this. They have Joey Porter with a failing grade at 51.7. That's 101st out of 113 corners. He can't have been that bad. There's no way he's been that bad. Would you agree with that, Limits?
Yeah, I don't think he's been that poor. But, I mean, we've had guys from PFF come on and say that they don't like how he plays.
Well, the one guy, remember, he made excuses for him and said, well, his overall grade's not everything. I said I thought that was the very definition of his overall grade. Everything added up.
It was like the subcategories.
So I'm extremely, I can't remember a Steeler player that I'm more sort of uncertain of my own opinion of than Joey Porter. It's weird. What do you think of him? Good, average, or bad?
I like him. I think he's a average player at the moment with a good chance to be really good. Like, I thought last year he was great at times. Now, the penalties are becoming a significant concern and are a significant concern for me because you cannot be a lockdown, shutdown corner as how grabby he is and relying on the refs. You just can't be relying on the refs to be as good as you are. If that's a big part of your game, I don't like it. He has to try to adjust that. But I think he's really good in coverage when he's not grabbing as much as he does.
Let's hit the phone lines. Limits. Let's hear from people.
Here's Zach in New Ken.
What's up?
Hey, guys. Big fan.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I actually don't mind the way that Joey Porter plays. I like it. I think today's NFL with the refs, it's kind of like, I dare you to call it. And so you play this way, and it has risks, but it has benefits, and huge benefits. I mean, he should have been called for a PI in the end zone against Chase, and he almost picked it. So there's risks, but I don't mind it, and it's okay. It actually eliminates yards after catch.
I hear you. Yeah.
If you're getting beat, just pass interference to him. It's the same thing with offensive holding. Like, you will get away with a couple, and you'll score a touchdown on that play. But you get called, well, it's just the NFL. Oh, it's another holding call.
I think that's very well said. I hear that. I hear every bit of it, Limits. That was a great call. And it's kind of like what Tomlin said. Yeah, we gave up some. He gave up some. And Tomlin didn't say this, but I think he implied it, that Higgins is the one he singled out, did not completely just go off in this game and ruin us. And I compare it to basketball, to pick up on that man's analogy who just called in. It's like playing a real physical brand of defense where you're roughing a guy up, you're fouling him a little bit. You're still getting away with a lot. You're making it difficult on the guy. You're making him go to the foul line. Yeah, you're giving up points. You're going to give up some because he's good. But it's a way to guard him physically. Now, can it go overboard, especially if the refs are of a mind to call a bunch of stuff on a given day? It can. We saw that the other day. But I hear what that man just said. In fact, I think he was borderline brilliant.
He's playing bad boys Pistons ball out there.
He is.
Trying to be as tough as physical as possible.
Chase didn't bother me the other day.
No, he didn't do much at all. It was really Higgins.
It was the final drive, and Higgins didn't get 100 yards either. I mean, if he had the penalty yardage, he did. Joey Porter last year, 8 penalties for 75 yards, 3 holds, 3 pass interference, 2 others, whatever they were. So keep that in mind, Limits. Can you memorize that? 3 holds, 3 interferences. These are enforced penalties, of course. And 8, God bless me, total for 75 yards.
He had 2 on the same play, by the way.
I know. He had 2 penalties the other day that weren't enforced. One because, well, they picked one of 2 that he committed on the same play, and the other was because, why was the other one? Because they scored, I think, right? Okay, this year Porter has 9 penalties, so already 1 more than last year for 111 yards, 2 holds, 6 pass interferences, and 1 other. How about that? So he's going to smash his own personal record, it looks like, this year.
Which is a problem. I mean, that's kind of the risk that you take, though, with Joey Porter.
Do you know who's second on the Steelers in penalties?
Broderick Jones.
Yes, with 7 for 70. If Do you know who's tied for third? If you can name any of the people tied for third? With 4.
4 penalties. I'm going to say
Wrong.
Dan Moore.
Wrong.
George Pickens.
Wrong.
George Pickens
Wrong.
is not one?
No. George Pickens has 3 for 40 yards.
Deontay Jackson.
Wrong.
Who?
Alex Highsmith with 4. Sayamala with 4. And Connor Hayward comes off the top rope with 4.
Yeah, we were talking about, do you want to play more Connor Hayward? The answer right now, no. That's part of it.
Got to get to the coach. Coming up next, the Mike Tomlin News Conference, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Should be very interesting. I'm curious about Highsmith's availability. He'll make the Cleveland, well, he doesn't really have to make the Cleveland Browns sound like anything but a team that beat the Steelers just days ago. I think very quietly the Steelers are going to be awfully keyed up for this one. It reminds me of the rematch after the Myles Garrett incident a few years back. It looked like the Browns, are they a better team than the Steelers? Nope, because Duck is going to smoke them in the rematch because the Steelers are simply a superior organization. Compared to the rest of the league, that hasn't gotten them much in 7 years, but compared to the Browns, it gets them a lot. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event. Now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com, 34 and sunny.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Browns, 1 o'clock on Sunday. Fan Game Day with Donnie, Jason Mackey, Mark Cabulli begins at 10. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The low highs today are only expected to hit the mid to upper 30s, with wind chills remaining in the upper 20s at the warmest part of the day. Let's call skies partly cloudy for the rest of the day also. Looking ahead, accumulating snow of around an inch or two should be expected for most places late Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Winter storm watches are posted for communities up along I-80, where snow totals of up to 9 inches of snow will be possible. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS now. Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com.
to book your tune-up today.
This holiday season for the month of December, the Good Feet store will donate 1 pair of shoes per system purchased to their partner Souls for Souls, an organization that helps provide new shoes and clothing to people in crisis situations. Come to the Good Feet store and help care for people in crisis this holiday season.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
New holiday deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances, plus an additional $75 off for every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. And don't miss big savings on DeWalt. Save $80 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 2-tool combo kit. Was $229, now just $149. Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 through 12/11. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. While supplies last.
'Twas the night before Christmas. No action to be had. Mrs. Claus bought you Nuflo. Boy, ain't you glad. Nuflo Men's Health is Pittsburgh's leader in treating ED successfully. Guys, receive the gift of confidence this year. Nuflo has turned back the clock by offering pre-COVID pricing for big-time savings. No pills, no injections, no games. Call now for details at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from the guys at Nuflo Men's Health.
Mrs. Claus, I'm ready. Thanks, Nuflo.
Looking for a rewarding and exciting career? Consider joining the Allegheny County Police Department. With a competitive salary and excellent county benefits, the police department offers a unique opportunity to provide professional advice and protection to all citizens and visitors of Allegheny County. The current application period is open through February 3rd, 2025, with a written test for all applicants on February 15th. 2025. Apply online today at joinacpd.com. That's joinacpd.com.
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man,
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers prepare for the Browns 1 o'clock Acrisure Stadium this Sunday. Mike Tomlin will preview the week right here on 93.7 The Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app, more at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. The Tomlin Rewind, a recap of the coach's presser, is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It is time for the Mike Tomlin news conference. Going to be talking about a rematch with the Cleveland Browns. Has to be regretting, or maybe not. Maybe not. But if you gave him truth serum, he has to regret that he took Russell Wilson out of that game in Cleveland. He just has to. The ramifications of that decision could be felt the rest of this season. I mean, it was wild, man. You have a red-hot starting quarterback. And it's not just that you take him out of the game. Like, I thought it was a good shift in momentum when Justin came in and ran. But when you need to throw, there's one guy and one guy only. And I guess to their credit, Artie and Mike decided just to use Russell this week against Cincy, except to bring in Justin late and only to run, which I think is the way to go with him. Is our friend Pomp introducing Tomlin right now?
Yeah, there's Bob. We know him.
Lots of pomp and circumstance over there. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And we're going to have the presser reaction coming up with Brian Batko, brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you now, there will be soon. So momentarily, the Steelers coach, he's going to give us the breakdown of the Browns. I bet he hated watching that Myles Garrett film from the last game.
That was probably the biggest performance Myles Garrett has ever had against any team, and of course it happens against the Steelers after all the crap that he talked on TJ Watt.
I think TJ is going to come back with a fairly big performance this time around.
I do too.
I just have that feeling. How long is Pompiani going to go here?
He's still going right now. He's giving a big recap.
What is he doing? What's he dressed in today?
Oh, he's got his little coat on, which is nice. He also has a blue shirt and another little jacket. Yeah. So he's got a lot of layers today.
Tie? Does he have a tie on today?
No tie, just a plaid shirt.
I wish he was here, and he'll be here tomorrow and help us react to this. Brian Batko coming in right after the news conference. In fact, he'll be in during it. Me and Brian will be breaking bread here, and then we'll be reacting afterward, hopefully with you, at 412-928-9370. Jameis Winston, man, I wonder if they'll get the full Jameis the way that Denver did. 800 yards passing and 9 interceptions in one game is what's up next for him. That guy is mercurial, to put it mildly. I like him.
He's a likable guy. Like, he really is. He's a unique individual compared to when he came into the league and the circumstances around him at Florida State compared to now. Yeah. He has done a complete 180 as a person. I like the person that he is.
How about as a quarterback? That's what I meant. I mean, I like him.
No. Well, as a quarterback, he's also still a gunslinger, makes a lot of odd decisions. I think he's a little bit better compared to his 30-30 season. Congrats to him on the 30 touchdowns, 30 picks. Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, that was last night. The reason I like him is he's entertaining, I think, on the field, and he's going to make big plays. We know that much. Sometimes he makes them for both teams.
There he is.
Good afternoon. As always, I'll start with a quick review of our last performance. As I mentioned post-game, man, I was just really appreciative of the fight, of the collective's ability to smile in the face of adversity, things that happen all the time in play, but just to display that collective mettle, the ability to respond in negative circumstance and produce playmaking. I think that's required, obviously, in the thick of your schedule in division play as the road gets narrow. It's just good to experience those things in the pursuit of victory. And there were several displays of it. Obviously, the game didn't get started the way that we would like in terms of the pick six, but I just like the offense's quick response to that in terms of taking the ball and going back down the field. I thought the offense, in several circumstances, displayed the type of complementary response that you need from an offense. Whether it was a turnover response like that or a response to a scoring drive by Cincinnati's offense, I just love that component of our play that was on display. I also liked our red zone execution. We've talked openly about utilization of the mini bye in that way in an effort to be more effective in that area. You're not going to win many games, particularly high-scoring games like we were in last Sunday, unless you're going up by 7 as opposed to by 3. Hopefully we use that as a catalyst to continue along those lines as we push into December. On the other side of the ball, when you're going against the likes of Joe Burrow and Chase and Higgins, you're going to be challenged, man, and I just like that group's collective fight. I thought early in the game in particular we didn't do a good enough job of managing Joe in terms of his ability to extend, stepping up and running up at times into the pocket in an effort to make plays. We focused a lot of energies on minimizing that. I thought we warmed up to that component of play. I thought we settled it down some in the second half with a variety of fronts and calls and so forth, and obviously the effort of our guys. You're going to need some turnovers to get out of an environment like that, and can't say enough about the efforts, not only in terms of the general playmaking, but the ball awareness. The hunting of the football is required. The three takeaways, obviously, one being a return for a score was a significant component in terms of how the game played out. I didn't like, a couple of things that happened in the special teams game. I thought they had the field position component of it. Our kickoff units didn't pin them back well enough. We deferred and chose to kick off, but I think they got the ball on the plus side of the 30, and when we make that decision, man, we're trying to fight for blades of grass, and any yard that you get on the opposite side of the 30 is an advantage for us, and not so when you don't. And so we need to get better in that area. And also we got a kick blocked, and we can't allow anything to minimize the exploits and talents of Boz. It's automatic, and so we got to shore up those things, in particular because when you have stuff on tape in the NFL, you better respond quickly, appropriately in terms of minimizing it. Errors like that provide focus and agendas for others, and so we're preparing with an edge, understanding that as we get ready to go this week. From a health standpoint, a couple things of note. Fully expect Alex Highsmith to be available to us this week. We got some other guys that might position themselves for the consideration as well. Corey Trice, Mon Adams, Calvin Austin is in the concussion protocol, and so we'll follow the medical experts there and let them provide us appropriate information about where he is and what the prospects of his participation might be based on that. Now let's get back, and I say let's get back because it feels like I was just talking about Cleveland. Let's get back to Cleveland. If you saw the game last night, man, you saw what they're capable of with Dorsey as a play caller and Winston as a quarterback. There was some explosive playmaking. They went up and down the field. Judy had a big night, and that's what I meant when I described him as a gunslinger a couple of weeks ago when we played him. Man, he's got unbelievable arm talent. He was the first pick in the draft, and you're not the first pick in the draft for no reason, man. He's got arm strength. He's got accuracy. He's got trajectory. He can place the ball just about anywhere on the field. He's a big-time competitor to boot. He never turns down competition. He's going to fight to win possession downs and things of that nature, man. We got to do a really good job of matching that competitive spirit, making our plays, knowing that there's a potential that you could give some up, man, when a guy comes at you the way he does and with the amount of weaponry that he has at his disposal. I'll talk about some of those weapons. Can't say enough about Njoku, man, and his growth and development over his time in Cleveland. He's a splash play guy. He's down the field in a lot of ways. He's really good in the underneath rhythm passing to get spot drop zones. And so he's a big play guy and a high volume guy. He does a real nice job in max protection. They balance out the max protection by hitting him on check downs and throwing tight end screens. It's kind of always been a function of their ball since he's been there. We got to be thoughtful about who we put on him and when. He's a big-time red zone threat. He got big in the red zone against us for a two-point play. He got big last night in the red zone as well. It shows up consistently, and so it's something to be reckoned with, his talents and the way that they utilize his talents. Judy's a route runner. They move him around quite a bit to make it difficult for you to match up on him. but they do a really nice job of utilizing his skill set. There's not a route that he can't run. He gets in and out of breaks really well. He's capable of going by you in terms of the vertical passing game. He can create space and separation in the non-vertical passing game with his short area quicks. Moore and the others, man, will round out the group. Both of the running backs, and I say both backs because, man, they're utilizing Ford equally as much as they are Mr. Chubb at this juncture, and so we got to respect that component of it as well. We're always ready and respectful of the talents of Chubb. His pick and vision and patience and ball placement, his contact balance, all of those things are top tier. That's why he's had the career that he's had, and we've had some high-quality matchups against him in the past, and so we're working with an edge with that understanding, and with the evolution of Jerome Ford during his absence, man, they've got an awesome 1-2 punch. Ford is big play capable. When he came out in the draft, I think he had the most explosion plays of any running back in his draft class, and I think that's still evident in his play today. He's capable of some breakout runs. He had a big one last night as well. And so, just minimizing who they are and how they divide their labor up and getting more familiar with their offense under the current circumstances is a challenge. We got familiarity because of the continuity there and obviously the divisional relationship component. But with Dorsey being a relatively new play caller and Winston being new to this division, there are a lot of things that kind of have our attention in an appropriate way to make sure that we're positioning ourselves for the high-level strategy that takes place when you're in divisional ball, particularly the second time around. On the other side of the ball, we didn't do a good enough job of minimizing Myles Garrett in the first game. Man, he was significant, not only his playmaking, but the energy that he provides, his teammates, their followers. He made some significant plays early on in that game that made it tough uphill sledding the rest of the way for us. But it's not just the beginning of the game. It's over the course of the entirety of the game. We better work to minimize his impact. They do some awesome things to challenge you in that way. They move him around quite a bit. Both edges. He also plays on the interior. We better do a really good job in one-dimensional moments, obviously. You get behind the chains, possession downs, etc. He's at his best in those moments, and not only is he looking to close the door in terms of the pocket, but he's always ball searching and has been highly productive in that area as well. He's got a well-rounded group along with him. Tomlinson is a core interior guy and run stopper. They do a nice job on the second level playing behind that collective. Jordan Hicks was fresh off an injury the last time we played him. He's really probably showing that he's gaining some traction in terms of play, being back in the fold and being a central communicator and in the mix at just about everything that they do on the second level. And then they got a veteran secondary, one that's been together for a number of years. They got 3 top-flight corners that's been there a number of years. Can't say enough about Denzel Ward, his awareness, his eyes, his ball skills. He made a nice play last night. That's not surprising in any way. But just that overall collective. Newsome is a former first-rounder that plays. Emerson, obviously, is, I think, former third-rounder. Those guys have been together, that collective, for a number of years. They got a veteran safety tandem that plays very solidly as well. Can't say enough about Del Pitt and his versatility, all the things that he does for them. He plays linebacker in one-dimensional passing circumstances. He's often the down safety and run fits. He's a good blitzer. He covers tight ends in one-dimensional passing circumstances as well. And so, man, we got a lot of things to get prepared for, but I'm sure they have a similar posture. The familiarity makes it fun and challenging at the same time. I'm excited about getting started with this process, man, and continuing with our divisional journey. No rest for the weary. I'm excited about getting back to it this week in the confines of Acrisure. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Mike, after what you saw from your offense in Cincinnati and what you saw with the Browns last night against a pretty good defense, are you more comfortable now than, say, maybe early in the season playing in a shootout if you have to?
You know, I don't know that I'm ever comfortable playing in a shootout. It's just my background and my expertise, to be quite honest with you. I respect offenses and talented players, and I acknowledge when we're faced with stiff challenges, but it doesn't mean that I'll ever be comfortable in those circumstances. I have certain expectations because of my professional journey on defense that I expect us to slow those things down and minimize some of that. In the rare instances that we don't, I'm thankful that we have an offense that's capable of matching it.
Mike, I know you don't have control over the schedule and don't care about it, but whenever you have a game like that, like this, it's so fresh, like against Cleveland, does that change your approach at all to how you prepare for a game like this, or how you even try to defend against what they do?
It does not, to be quite honest with you. It's the second time around. We come into each season knowing that we get 2 shots at divisional opponents. The only thing that might change the texture to it is it might be some player availability circumstances that happened in game 1 that might still persist in game 2, and oftentimes that's not the case. But other than that, it's the second time around in divisional play for us. It doesn't matter for me whether we played them, a week ago or a month ago. We have that experience. We got to put together plans and counter plans based on what transpired, and I'm sure they're doing similar things.
Mike, why is Russ fitting so well here?
I don't know. He's a football guy. He loves football. He likes to work. I think that if you have that general approach, this is probably an easy train to get on because that's my tenor. That's our tenor. We love football. We like to work at it. We like to take the mystique out of performance. You do that through high energy and urgent preparation, and all of those things appear to be naturally him.
Mike, you guys seem to be giving up more chunk plays the last couple of weeks on defense. What do you guys have to show up in your passing game to limit those opportunities?
I'm not ready to acknowledge that as a trend, to be quite honest with you. We played some good offenses, and guys have made some plays. We're going to continue with our preparation process and put our best foot forward and hope that we minimize it this time around, certainly.
Mike, Joey was penalized, 57 yards in that game. Is there anything you need to tweak with his kind of approach?
No tweaks in terms of the approach. Certainly, he could have been better from a technical standpoint. In review of the tape, some technical things at the line of scrimmage that oftentimes lead to circumstances down the field could be better. But also, as I mentioned after the game, a component of that is competing against the likes of T. Higgins and his style of play. I felt the same way when we played DK Metcalf late last year, for example. You have to match physicality of these big people, and sometimes you do so at risk, and that's just a tightrope that I and he are willing to walk in an effort to be competitive. One thing we're not going to do is turn it down and allow him to catch the ball. He's a big guy. As you saw that touchdown he had late in the game against Cam Sutton, he is a challenge. And so, when we play Shaq, we're going to use our fouls. We're not going to allow him to get us off the block, if you need a basketball analogy.
Like in the 6 quarters that you've had since halftime in the last Cleveland game, where has your offensive line gotten better, and what can you pull from either against Cincinnati or the second half against the Browns?
I have no idea. I hadn't looked at that small sample size, to be quite honest with you, in an effort to paint a picture. We're just trying to be our best each and every down. We had a bad half. We made some corrections. We went out and played better in the second half. We had a week's preparation last week in an effort to tee up against a familiar opponent, so I don't know that there's any trends there worth mentioning from my perspective.
Mike, is there a challenge in playing a team that they're not going to make the playoffs this year? They're maybe more aggressive. They went on fourth down a lot against you guys. Maybe if their season circumstance was different, they would be maybe more conservative. Is there a challenge in that?
I don't care about the circumstances of people we compete against and how it might affect their decision making. I'm just playing to win. I assume that people are going to pursue victory aggressively. That's just a component of the National Football League, particularly as we get into December. And so I think I have that mindset every week. They could be 3-9 or they could be 9-3 and have that same posture. And so that's my general mindset.
Like a couple weeks ago, with Russ had that interception in the end zone when he was targeting Darnell late in the red zone. What does it say about him that last week he adjusted to the game plan, was taking the checkdowns, and was kind of maybe smarter with the football?
I don't know if there's an adjustment there. That's just such a small sample size. Like I was just saying there, we're going to have some plays that we wish we could have back. but it doesn't change our posture in terms of approach, and he's just simply playing subsequent downs and drives and opportunities.
What kind of time is carved out in practice for any kind of improvisation, such as like scramble drills for Russ and the receivers or tight ends?
It's a component of everything that we do. Sometimes we're more intentional about it than others based on a variety of circumstances, talents of people that we play, or the schematics that they deploy. We're capable of thoughtfully extending plays not only for our offense but for our defense to make sure that we're capable of functioning under those circumstances. Big plays happen on play extensions for both sides. It can be offensive positivity or offensive negativity, and so it certainly is an area to focus on and work. And during team development, I like for it to happen naturally, but if it didn't happen naturally enough, I'll create circumstances where it does.
Mike, when you're the head coach in one place for as long as you have been, how do you go about ensuring that your voice stays fresh for players? And two, how do you avoid, like burnout in a profession that really can promote it?
That question's easy for me. I love what I do. It's my job and my hobby, so burnout is not a component of the equation for me. I'm excited each and every week about the challenges that this role provides me and us. In regards to the messaging getting stale, I work with extreme urgency because I realize the careers of these players are short. And so my audience is forever changing. And so I'm less concerned about getting stale, and I'm more concerned about matching the urgency that is the short careers of most of these players. There are outliers like Cam that's been in there for, 25 years listening to me, but, I care less about, how he receives the message and more about developing guys like Benton, who's a year and a half into receiving these messages. And, man, I just want to continue to hammer home values and cultural values and how to play and so forth. And so experience has taught me that the stale component is probably overblown because the audience is forever changing.
Mike, on that note, how do you and your coaching staff kind of manage the highs and lows of individual players from week to week, whether it's a T.J. Watt or Dan Moore or Joey Porter Jr.?
I could talk forever about that, or I could give you a two-word answer. The bottom line is that's coaching. Coaching is being what they need you to be, whether it's encouragement or criticisms, not only in your words but in your actions. That's the job. Beyond the strategic component, the motivational component of individuals and collectives, we need to be what it is they need us to be.
Mike, after the game, you said that George needed to grow up regarding the penalties that he had. That's been a recurring thing. Because of that, at what point do you consider changing the approach to work on him minimizing those penalties and situations in game?
I'm not going to give you any detail about what goes on behind the scenes in terms of his growth and development. That's my style, and I'm going to be really consistent in it. Being transparent with you guys doesn't necessarily help or accelerate the growth process, and that's my agenda, not necessarily feeding the beast.
But is it a concern that he's had these penalties that are costly?
If it is or isn't, I wouldn't necessarily tell you, to be quite honest with you.
Mike, you threw the ball to your run people. 3 passes to Michael Pruitt. You targeted Ben. Caught one pass and then another 3 to Cordero. Is that a matter of changing your tendencies, wanting to change your tendencies, and is that just part of coaching and schematics?
I think it's being inclusive, man, and spreading the ball around, and Russ did an awesome job of that. I think when you do that, you make yourself a really tough group to manage and defend, and sometimes that's done through a variety of ways. Maybe it could be intentional on your part. Maybe it's just simply taking what the opposing defense is giving you schematically. Their attention might be on more known and consistent targets. And so neither here nor there for us. Spreading the ball around is a good thing, certainly.
Mike, you guys had more yards after the catch in that game, something that any team had all year. Is that something that you guys think you can replicate more often this season, just with the playmakers that you have?
It has been our mindset since the early stages of team development. We've placed Mike Sullivan in charge of run after. He's a run after catalyst for the group. Sometimes if you want to point an emphasis in a certain area, you put somebody in charge of it, you allow them to own it. Grady Brown's in charge of the turnover culture on defense, for example. And because those are spaces that we want to dominate, we want to be a lead in. We believe it makes our process of the pursuit of victory more fluid. And so we're excited about that. It's not haphazard. It's very intentional, and hopefully it continues.
How does Russ's experience help that with pre-snap recognition to getting the ball out in the right spots?
Russ's experience helps with everything. You could apply that to any discussion. He's been doing it at a high level for over a decade, certainly.
Like, what does the ability to play 3 outside linebackers do for your defense? And now that you have your full complement from one of the few times this season, do you think you could do it more?
It's pretty exciting, isn't it? Let's see where the roads lead, man. We got a week of prep. You can't run out of rushmen. I'm so excited about the potential of getting Alex Highsmith back, and the development of Herbig, the acclimation of Preston. You can't run out of rushmen, particularly in December, and so it's exciting. Make no mistake, there's enough work for all parties involved, and we're excited about sorting that out as we prepare.
You talked about moving the ball around. How much more does it need to be moved around to get Mike involved, or when perhaps can he get into the dominoes here?
It's going to happen. It's simply a matter of time. I was really encouraged by the playmaking that he made during the week in preparation for the game, and oftentimes when you're making plays in preparation, it ultimately shows up in play. And so I don't think any of us are pushing the panic button in that regard. I think all of us are just, anxiously awaiting what we're looking at day to day to turn up with a higher level of consistency in stadium in terms of the opportunity.
Mike, last time you played the Browns, you were facing a short turnaround in a hostile environment and the weather conditions. How much does this maybe play in your favor this time?
I hadn't thought about it, to be honest with you. Some of those variables that you mentioned are things that I ponder late in the week, where there's less speculation about weather conditions and so forth. At the early stages of the week, man, I'm just leaning in on the strategy, the player matchups, and the divisional labor component of planning.
Mike, on that 43-yard slant to Van Jefferson, Russ is at the line of scrimmage. Is he going through some different checks? Is he changing the play, and is that just an example of his experience?
Potentially. And it is an example of the latitude that experience provides. Not only in terms of getting us in the correct plays, but just the communication component in a hostile environment and working the play clock and some of those things. That's what I mean. There's not an equation or circumstance where his experience doesn't weigh in a positive way in terms of some of the things that happen in play.
Mike, what can you say about Arthur Smith and how his work has played out this year as far as building off of success early on and getting more results from your guys' offense that season?
Man, had a lot of fun with Arthur. He's wired like I'm wired. He is a big-time competitor. He's excited about the next challenge. He cares less about what's in our rear view, only in terms of how it helps us get better. He's loving being a component of this AFC North football, and so I'm excited about continuing to go with him and what waits on us this week.
Mike, is there something about Joey's comportment that sort of allays any concerns about one bumpy week sort of bleeding into the next?
Heck yeah, man. He's got a serial killer's mentality. But if you're going to be a top-flight corner, you better. And that's probably one of the things that I knew about him because of our personal relationship that really made me comfortable drafting him. It's not fake. It's real. He's not running from the fight. He's running to the fight. You better have a short memory at that position, and he's always had it. He was probably 9 or 10 when I met him, and he had it then.
Can you expand on the serial killer mentality?
Meaning that, he's a competitor. He's running to it. He's ill-affected by the outcome of plays. His confidence is unflappable, and all of that is needed.
Mike, Cam Sutton got the majority of the snaps over Beanie Bishop. What was the reasoning for that decision?
Just the complexities of what they do offensively, the fact that we were facing Joe Burrow, some of the challenges in terms of how they move people around. I thought it would benefit us to have a more veteran guy in the interior of our sub package, and it would aid us not only in terms of concept recognition but communication. Beanie still played in the game, and he's going to be a big-time component of what we do, and we're pleased with his contributions thus far. But week in and week out, we divide the labor up in an effort to win that game And that's why we were so excited about getting Cam back. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's an awesome communicator. He's a high-level professional. And you have an opportunity to utilize those talents in a game like that. It's helpful. There's some things that Beanie does better than him. And so it's just really cool to have viable, capable guys for circumstances, because we're going to divide the labor up as we see fit in an effort to position ourselves to win football games and in that case, play good defense.
Anyone else?
Mike, you gonna watch Hard Knocks?
Absolutely not.
All right, we'll end on that.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, was that a tremendous ending? Absolutely not. I am going to watch Hard Knocks tonight, Brian. You?
I can hardly wait, Joe. My wife's even going to watch it with me. She's not really a sports person, but she does occasionally get sucked into Hard Knocks. And I told her the other day when I wrote about it for the PG, I was like, did I tell you the Steelers are on Hard Knocks this year? She's like, what? No, you didn't tell me that. So looking forward to that tonight.
Brian Backo of the Post-Gazette joining me post-Tomlin, as he does after every Tomlin news conference. The Mike Tomlin presser reaction brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you now, there will be soon. Brian wrote a great piece, by the way, on the Hard Knocks thing. I want to ask him about that in the 1 o'clock hour. Got some player reaction to it. I think it's going to be tremendous. Okay, reaction to that. How about the Gravesdigger again from the top rope? Will Graves, could you expand on the serial killer
What are you,
comment?
a cop? What are you, a cop? What's he go? He doesn't mean a real serial killer, but no, that was pretty funny, and I too wanted to hear more on the psyche of 8-year-old Joey Porter Jr. He's a very nice guy when we talked to him, so he wouldn't have been in my top 5 serial killer mentalities on the team.
I think the Gravesdigger leads the league, leads Pittsburgh media in the follow-up question, which is good stuff.
Most
really.
rebound putbacks.
Yeah, he has a bunch of putbacks.
And you got to use your fouls when you're guarding Shaq. We found that out, too, today.
That was good. Somebody else made a basketball analogy today, didn't they, Limits?
Hack-a-Shaq.
I did earlier.
Yes, you did.
I do think it's a basketball mentality when you're going against a T. Higgins. You're a basketball guy.
Yeah.
You rough him up a little bit. You make him hit his free throws. You make him work for everything. In football, no yards after the catch, things like that. You just muck it up. He's going to get his because he's good.
Yeah, no easy buckets, but the difference is it's one thing to do that when you're playing pickup and you call your own fouls and there's no subs. It's another thing when you can, obviously you're shooting free throws and potentially getting disqualified from a game.
Yes.
In a real basketball game, Joey Porter Jr. wouldn't get disqualified.
He wouldn't have made it out of the NBA game. He had 6 fouls.
He would have been done even in that league. So that was
That's
tough.
Incredible. Brian, to me, what stood out was the George Pickens answers. Let's take a listen. I interpret it as Tomlin running interference again for Pickens. I did. Maybe he feels like calling him out once, sort of, after the game the other day was enough. But let's be honest. Mike, for all the good things he does, doesn't have a great track record with problematic receivers. Receivers who sometimes, hurt the team a little bit. I think Claypool, Antonio, Deontay, Santonio, the list goes on. Usually they wind up out of town. Let's hear what he said, then I want to get your reaction.
After the game, you said that George needed to grow up regarding the penalties that he had. That's been a recurring thing. Because of that, at what point do you consider changing the approach to work on him minimizing those penalties and situations in game?
I'm not going to give you any detail about what goes on behind the scenes in terms of his growth and development. You know that's my style, and I'm going to be really consistent in it. Being transparent with you guys doesn't necessarily help or accelerate the growth process. And that's my agenda, not necessarily feeding the beast.
Is it a concern that he's had these penalties that are costly?
If it is or isn't, I wouldn't necessarily tell you, to be quite honest with you.
How do you interpret that? And what do you make of the whole Pickens situation, Brian?
Hard to say. I mean, at risk of trying to get into the psyche of Mike Tomlin when he gets those questions, I think, number one, he was in a pretty good mood today overall after that win Sunday. He could have been filled with a bit more vitriol for a George Pickens question, but he understands, I think, that it's becoming a problem and that it is an issue, but it also doesn't help to fan the flames via the media or say anything that's going to get plastered on headlines everywhere. It's always newsworthy when he's asked about him and comments on him because, let's face it, George puts the spotlight on himself with these antics week in and week out, whether it's the eye black, The second taunting penalty Sunday, that play and even the ensuing celebration could have been over just about immediately, but he chose to walk into the end zone with all eyes on him and then do the first down / finger gun gesture, depending on your perspective. So I think Tomlin gets it, and he's trying to walk the tightrope, as he said, with the Joey Porter Jr. penalty situation.
Right. I think, I've seen people with still shots say, oh, Josh Allen did the same thing. Well, he didn't do the recoil. That really makes it clear.
I didn't see the video of Josh Allen's. I'm assuming he did.
It was a gunshot. I think that makes it clear. I think that's a little bit of a difference when you pull back from it, like your recoil. I don't know. Just how about just don't do stuff after the plays that could give the officials. There's ways to celebrate that very obviously leave no room for interpretation, right? Yeah, you can be happy and celebrate without dropping the ball on somebody's face.
Yeah, that one I thought was a little more ticky-tack, to use George's word, because I think the referee in the poll report after Sean Hockley said he either threw the ball or tossed the ball. He really did kind of drop it. But again, just don't put yourself in the situation.
Because you're George.
I was just going to say, when you're you, and you have a reputation at this point, and you even probably know, if you can ever be the slightest bit introspective, that sometimes your emotions are going to carry you away if you don't remove yourself from that situation. That's where the growth and maturity needs to come in. And Mike Tomlin, I'll go back and look during the break, Joe. I bet his answer to Brooks' question today was very similar to his answer around this time last year when the Pickens theatrics kept coming up. I'll search for the exact wording.
Man, I thought he had come around a little bit on that stuff with the arrival, the emergence of Russ as the starting quarterback, and then I still don't know what happened on the Hail Mary in Cleveland.
Yeah, there's a lot of tentacles to it. I think he's come around on some of the sideline frustration and blow-ups. I mean, there's been issues at times this year with body language, but I think maybe he's fixed that to some extent. And yes, some of this immaturity continues on with him.
So right now, before we move along here, right now, does the talent outweigh the antics? Would you be inclined to give George a contract extension? And do you think the Steelers will be?
This offseason would kind of be when you'd have to do it, I think, because I think you're really asking for trouble potentially if you just tell him to go into his final year of the deal and play on that. I think I would, but it's really close, and I don't envy being in their position with trying to make that call.
I know, and it shouldn't be close.
You tolerate someone until you can replace them, and that's why a guy like that tries as he might to make himself irreplaceable to you or any other team.
I guess I'm leaning back toward the talent outweighs all the other stuff, and I probably would, maybe based on the fact he's so young and any nuclear explosions might still be a few years off. See if I can stave that off for a while. So I'm leaning that way. How about you, Wonder Twin? Right now, if I told you, sign Pickens or not long-term, which way you leaning?
I'm really on the fence with this because the talent is there of a top 5 wide receiver in all of football. Do you want that to walk? I know how good they've been at finding receivers. Right now, I'd say I'd pay him, but I'd be cautious about how much I would give him guaranteed.
I think he's much more deserving than Deontay Johnson was a couple years ago when he got his extension.
How about that? Can you play for Brian a little treat we had before we part ways here of John Harbaugh talking about Deontay yesterday?
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
The moving parts were Deontay moving backwards out of the facility, which I think will happen today.
Yeah, that sounded ominous for Deontay's future in
Unbelievable,
Baltimore.
That guy. All right, 412-928-9370. You want to weigh in on Pickens? Would you be inclined right now? Are you more inclined? Like, I hear you if you're one of the people out there saying this stuff is just petty and silly and who cares? The guy's talent, it far outweighs that. But you know what? We've seen a lot of examples in this town of mercurial, sort of emotional wide receivers who just never come around. Some, Tomlin seems to stave it off longer than others, but some blow up in a hurry. And it's a long list, and they always wind up out of town. Which way would you go with George? 412-928-9370. We'll get into some other things here, including I thought Tomlin had a really interesting answer on how he keeps his voice fresh for players after all these years. It's 12:40. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610 and the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Brian Backo of the Post-Gazette with me for the rest of the show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said that Alex Highsmith is expected to be back as the Steelers will play the Browns after losing to Cleveland last Thursday. Steelers will get another opportunity, currently in sole possession at first place in the AFC North. 2 games up on Baltimore. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
Get more of the get-go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, layoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
O'Reilly. Get last-minute gift and stocking stuffers now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. For the do-it-yourselfer on your list, save $10 on a Power Torque Tools 39-piece tool set in an ammo can-style case. The Armor All gift pack is the perfect gift for that hard-to-buy-for person. And you can save $5 now. Shop your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. His last few changes have worked better than I expected, so I want to give MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred the benefit of the doubt, but not for this. The pitch clock, bigger bases, ghost runners are one thing. Allowing teams to send up any hitter they want once a game is another. It is so far from the spirit of the game that any consideration should stop right now. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and quite a run to start the NBA season for the Cavs, the closest team to us here in Pittsburgh. They've been better than Boston, defending champs, the favorites to win this year's NBA championship on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. One of the games I've circled as a game I can't wait to bet on coming up this week is when the Celtics play the Grizzlies, and Memphis has really got its crap back together now that Ja Morant is playing again, and they've had Jackson, their big man, inside. Plus, Zach Edey from Purdue is getting minutes for them and has been a contributor. So that's a game I'll be watching. And right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if their first bet wins on FanDuel. Just make a $5 bet or more, and you'll get that money. FanDuel.com/Andrew for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack. Perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness. With daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, the thing is with George Pickens is you can't replace the talent. And, you know, I ask as a legitimate question, Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette, how harmful are the antics? You know, in this case, pretty harmful to the pursuit of winning because he got 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Like you said, or intimated at least, I've seen worse that hasn't been called on both of those. But he's George. I mean, you can't take your eyes off the guy. The whole league is watching him because of his spectacular talent and his antics. He just can't leave the post-play situations alone. I still don't know what happened in Cleveland. If what happened is what I think did, then it was an unbelievably selfish play. I think he got tangled up with Newsome and then got pissed and rode the guy out of the end zone rather than trying to fulfill his duty of trying to get the high point on a Hail Mary and win the game. He paid no attention to that.
Yeah, and some people saw it as by the time Newsome was done interfering with him or whatever, he couldn't do much, so he decided to fight him. I didn't see it that way. I thought it was more of a situation where, why aren't you trying to fight back to the ball and put the petty beefs aside and try to help your team win a game, as unlikely as it may be in that circumstance? I think it's interesting because there's so many different avenues of it, and I think sometimes it's unfair to reduce it all to one big thing. Is he a problem or is he not a problem? I mean, there are problematic aspects of it that you wonder, are they going to get worse if he gets paid? Is he going to be more look at me and diva wide receiver? Or would giving him a big-time contract extension, that coveted second contract for any player in the NFL, content him to some extent?
I mean, Ryan Clark will tell you that AB's problems started with the money. Did Deontay's problem start with the money? It sure seems that way.
I would say so. And then, you know, you asked me before the break there, Joe, would you pay him? You almost have to make that decision right away after the season because I think he would hold in. Why would he not hold in? He saw a teammate before him at the same position a couple years ago who's not as accomplished statistically, and I just think anecdotally not as good, pull that maneuver, and it worked for him. So I think you'd have to either
Who are you talking about there?
Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, Deontay.
Yeah. So, I mean, he sort of held the Steelers hostage that year in camp. So
I'm tempted. He's just so talented, though. That's the thing.
I know. I think the options in that case would be either give him the new deal or do you look to trade him?
And not just talented, but productive. It's not like we're talking about a guy like, man, if he ever fulfills his potential, although there's still a little bit of that, it's this guy already helps them win games with what he does. So for me, it's a net positive. Let's go to the phone lines, Wonder Twin.
Here's Greg in Monroeville.
Hey, Greg.
Hi, guys. Hey, regarding Pickens, I think when he gets any sort of penalties, I'd say let's look at how severe they are. The ones the other day that caused us to be, out of the range for a good field goal or out of the range for a good play, they're definitely more serious than something that he might do that's a 5-yard penalty. So the more serious his antics, I think the more his the glass on him, the microscope on him is going to get bigger and bigger and higher. And that's the same with Porter. With Porter gives up just a little holding call at the line of scrimmage, big deal. That's not affecting us. But if they continue to give penalties that give the other team first down and an extra 15 yards, that's when it
the bigger the issue,
hurt the player.
For sure. The bigger the issue on the field, the more it affects the team, obviously. Have you ever heard Todd, a caller to the PM team, what he suggested the leadership core should do with Pickens, Brian?
I think I've heard it. But...
Yeah. Would you like to hear it again?
Sure.
'Cause I think it's the most sound, reasonable, and easily implementable advice that's out there.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
Brian?
My Uncle Mark texted me during the game and said, just go to George afterward, and the first question just be, why, George? Why?
That's pretty much what Todd said.
I know. Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of guys talking to him throughout that game. Broderick Jones.
That's the first sign of trouble.
I know. If he's your guy calming you down,
yes,
that's pretty interesting. And this is not a one-game thing. He's been doing that going back to week 1 in Atlanta. I noticed it when George was getting a bit frustrated on the sidelines, and in Indy, too, when he had the fumble. So I think Cam Hayward, somebody said, was talking to him at one point. Russell Wilson obviously told us after the game that he was trying to keep him engaged throughout. It is kind of just a constant, I don't want to know about headache, but at least distraction. If you're channeling any of your energy into trying to soothe number 14.
Right after the pick 6, Tomlin practically,
had
a 15-minute meeting with him. He's like hugging him, and come on.
Yeah,
it's professional sports here. So what?
It gets old.
The other team got a pick 6 and come back and play.
And we have in our last caller there, Greg mentioned, the penalties are starting to add up, and they're actually hurting the product on the field. We haven't even gotten into the half-hearted route running, which he was apparently penalized for earlier this year with all the snap management, load management. And you could argue, okay, they addressed that in whatever they did behind the scenes that Mike Tomlin didn't want to mention today to feed the beast, and he's not doing that anymore. He's playing 90% of the snaps. There was the non-blocking last year in the Colts game, which was clearly an issue that he probably had to answer for in front of the team in some capacity. So it hasn't just been the mindless stuff either. There's also the issues with, are you actively taking yourself out of the game because you're worrying about the wrong things? You're not keeping winning the main thing. That's a lot of ingredients that you've got to weigh this offseason if you're Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin and company.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. I often think of myself at some of these athletes' ages, and I get it, but I didn't have 51 guys and a whole city, nation depending on me to perform in an athletic contest. And it's just like, I mean, do we really need to? Okay, so Pickens got penalized probably on the pick 6, got pushed to the turf. They got a touchdown. The game just started. We need to pull him aside for like a private meeting after that? I mean, just go out and play. Really. Just go out and play. And then don't do anything after the catch that could be construed as unsportsmanlike. And it's really pretty simple. Like, let's not make it out to be like there's this 100-item list where it could go either way. Don't pretend to shoot a gun. Don't do the throat slash. Not that he's ever done that, at least that I've seen. Don't stand over a guy and stare down at him, and don't throw the ball on him or even drop the ball on him. That would be a good starter kit. How about don't do those 4 things?
Also, punting the ball into the stands didn't get a flag, but his wallet's going to be a little bit lighter from that one. So, yeah, it is just – it's always something with him. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Okay, he didn't freak out on any coaches or players on the sideline, but this time he did it to the opposing team, and we lost yardage because of it.
I'll say this much. He is whack-a-mole is a great analogy because it's the thing you'd least expect. Wait, George, the eye black under George's eye says what? Wait, he got railroaded out of bounds on a Hail Mary and got in a fight practically in the stands. Wait, he dropped a ball on somebody. Wait, he didn't block that time. Wait, he's not running routes. I mean, it could be any one of 1,000 things.
I think we're due for a social media snafu or
maybe
some
scrubbing.
Sort. Yeah, that could
scrubbing.
I think City Limits will be calling bingo if he gets that tonight around 8 or 8:30 or something. He has Pickens bingo.
Who else we got?
Here is Gary in Washington.
For your time, I appreciate it. Hey, quickly, the Steelers, of course, they have a fighting chance this year. With Russ there, it's a legitimate option, and certainly to make the playoffs and to proceed into playoffs and even give it a little shot at the Super Bowl. You mentioned all the three quarterbacks they have to go through, but is it necessarily that it's going to be all three? Could the scenario be that some of them play each other and eliminate one or two of them before the Steelers have to play them?
Let me package that and present it to the one and only Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. Thank you for the call. We had a topic earlier on how the national media, Brian, I think, especially like yesterday and after the game the other day, has suddenly switched on the Steelers and talking about them as a legit Super Bowl team. They could get there. What would keep them from doing that? And my take was, while I do believe for the first time in years they do have a legitimate chance, the sheer odds of getting past, let's say, Lamar in round 1, Josh Allen in round 2, and Patrick Mahomes in round 3, to me are just too steep. It's almost an impossible challenge, I think. And that guy just asks, could they avoid some of those guys? Of course, but then there's still Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, people like that.
We always have a fighting chance if George Pickens is lined up against a cornerback who says or does something to him he doesn't like.
Right.
He probably will get a fight in that case. But, yeah, to his point, I'm kind of with you, Joe. I've been inching closer with each stellar performance by the Steelers and particularly Russ with putting them to that top tier of NFL teams or even just AFC teams. Maybe I need to see it against the Chiefs on that Christmas Day game because they've been the big bad on the block, and they've been a thorn in the Steelers' side, unlike the Ravens. They kind of only have one of those boxes checked, albeit without the postseason success. Yeah, it is a gauntlet to go through, and I kind of go into every season thinking how many quarterbacks can realistically lead their team to the Lombardi Trophy. I certainly didn't have Russ in that bucket in early September or October or November, but as we flip the calendar to December here, it's harder and harder to poke holes in it. So I get the optimism. I do. But it is difficult to run through that many teams on this side of things where you could argue I think the two best complete teams and rosters in football right now are over in the NFC, in Detroit and Philly. But the AFC still has all those guys that you just mentioned, Joe.
What about the Buffalo Bills, Dr. Batko?
I said you could argue, which I guess you would argue for them. But what Philly and Detroit are doing to teams is pretty impressive week in and week out here.
It is.
But they don't have Josh Allen.
All right.
Or Patrick Mahomes.
Good point. Speaking of them, I have a question for you coming up next. I'm going to give you a moment to ponder it, and everyone else out there as well, including City Limits, I might add. I'm not talking about starting a franchise with somebody who you'd rather have. Russell Wilson is a top what quarterback in the NFL right now. Right at this particular moment. We'll talk about that next. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Mike Tomlin had a quote on Russell Wilson that we'll take a listen to. I thought it was a pretty good question, like, what beyond leadership has he brought here? Or why is he flourishing so much in Pittsburgh? Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event. Now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High 34 with sunny skies.
We need volunteers, not hostages.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Browns will face off at Acrisure Stadium 1 o'clock on Sunday. You can hear Fan Game Day beginning at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jason Mackey. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. Tailgate. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Not often a mustache starts a business, Limits. You know that, I know that, everybody else out there knows that, but it happened at JP Roofing and Siding. Oh, I've told the story many times. Joe Potocznik and his mustache 43 years ago. And yes, he had it 43 years ago. They sat down, tried to map out a life together. The mustache suggested we go into roofing and siding. Joe said yes, uncertain of himself and his future. But here we are 43 years later. The man, the mustache, and the billboards in Westmoreland County. You can see it all. I saw one on Route 30 north for sales right by the home office. And look at Joe. Look at what this man has done. He's the back-to-back Northeast trifecta MVP. Community outreach, customer service, the work he does in communities, and yes, the work he does on houses, roofing, siding. They've been out to my house a couple different times. One time it was raining inside the house, which wasn't good. My friend A-Rod identified the problem. He fixed it. I haven't thought about it once since then. That pretty much encapsulates my idea of what I want when someone comes out to work on the house. Half the time, I don't even want to know what was wrong. Just fix it and have me never think about it again. That's what they do. Give them a call, JP Roofing and Siding. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
It's never too early to find the perfect holiday gift for the family. In fact, now is the perfect time because Leon's Billiards and More is celebrating their anniversary with a huge sale. They guarantee that nobody will beat their price, quality, selection, and service. Stop by the Leon's Billiards and More showroom in Wexford and see why Leon's is number one for pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air and dome hockey tables, dartboards, and more. For all your game room needs, visit Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford or online at leonsbilliards.com.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma. Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
This holiday season, give the ultimate present, the gift of health. At G&G Fitness, we are Pittsburgh's trusted source of premium fitness equipment. We have everything you need to look and feel great. From treadmills and ellipticals to strength equipment and more. Get the best deals during our all-month holiday sale. With 4 convenient locations in Pittsburgh, there's a G&G Fitness store near you. So hurry in today or visit ggfitness.com to build your dream gym.
What's your favorite way to spend time? With family, friends, grabbing some alone time because you need a little space from your family and friends? One thing's for sure, it's not an unexpected stay at the hospital. Unfortunately, last year, flu and COVID hospitalized 1.3 million adults, and nearly 1 million of them were 65 or older. So get your updated vaccines and don't let flu or COVID interrupt your life. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who will win the game to how many points a certain player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. So you can have fun with that during the games. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it is already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever, and now's the perfect time to get in on the action because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball. Betting ball with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com
Odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said at his weekly press conference that Alex Highsmith is expected back for the Steelers this week as the Steelers prepare to play the Cleveland Browns 1 o'clock on Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. The Big Ten has named Abdul Carter of Penn State as their Defensive Player of the Year. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this.
I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette with a little Mike Tomlin news conference reaction. He's here every Tuesday for that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at South Hills Kia. You can weigh in with our dear friend City Limits on the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tomlin was asked why this is working so well with Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh, and at first he said, I don't know, which he usually doesn't say, and then he elaborated a little bit on that. Do you have that clip by any chance, City Limits? Let's hear that.
Russ fit in so well here.
You know, I don't know. You know, he's a football guy. You know, he loves football. He likes to work. I think that if you have that general approach, this is probably an easy train to get on because that's my tenor. That's our tenor. We love football. We like to work at it. We like to take the mystique out of performance. You do that through high energy and urgent preparation, and all of those things appear to be naturally him.
So that leads to a question. As an entire nation seems to swing its opinion on the Steelers based on Russell Wilson, I think that's a good reason to swing it. I got asked by a man called Barry Sherry. Interesting name, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, it rhymes.
Has a ring to it. You referred to Joe Burrow, he said, as the second best quarterback in the NFL behind Josh Allen. No, I didn't actually, but the question stands, who are 3, 4, and 5? I said yesterday, Brian, that Joe Burrow, I was trying to make the point that I didn't think the defense was that bad.
Yeah.
I said Joe Burrow might be the best quarterback in the NFL. In other words, I could make a case for it. However, here's my question for you and Wonder Twin. Who are your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL right now? And how close is Russell Wilson to that is the best way to phrase it. Your top 5, and where does Russell Wilson fit? He is a top what quarterback in the league right now? I'm not talking about starting a franchise. I'm not talking about anything else. Okay. I'm talking about right now, the best quarterbacks in the league. Right now. My top 5, just to wet your whistle here, in order, right now.
Okay.
Josh Allen, 1. Patrick Mahomes, 2. Joe Burrow, 3. Lamar Jackson, 4. And Jared Goff, 5. We'll answer the Russell one next. Who's your top 5?
I've got 3 of the same people in my. No, 4 of the same people.
Okay.
But I'm going to differ at the top. I'm going to have a longer memory on Mahomes. I know he hasn't been as good this year, and Josh Allen's been tremendous. He's the odds-on favorite for MVP. He had a signature moment the other night with the lateral. He's doing things we've quite literally never seen before when you talk about that. But I'm still going to go Mahomes number 1.
I respect that.
Almost because I feel like he's a racehorse who can put that finishing kick in whenever he needs to. So
he's Mahomes.
Yeah. So I'll still go with him 1, Allen 2. I'm with you on Burrow at 3. You can't dock him because of all the other issues going on with that team right now. If he were on a better team, we'd be looking at him much differently. I'm with you on Lamar 4, too. It's just hard to wrap your head around if you happen to live in Pittsburgh or watch Steelers games every week, because every time they play him, he looks like he's 24. Right. But I'm putting him 4 on my list because of the body of work of what he does against other teams. In my 5, Maybe I'm just swept in by a throw I saw him make the other day.
I'm intrigued now.
Justin Herbert just put a ball
Limits is clapping for you.
It was in the back of the end zone to a pass catcher who you couldn't have walked up and handed it to him any better. So I know he was also not at 100%. He had that high ankle sprain when he faced the Steelers week 3. I think when he's physically right, he rounds out my top 5. But what do you got, City Limits?
I have the exact same list. Mahomes gets the benefit of the doubt. In order. Mahomes, followed by Josh Allen.
That's why we're friends.
I really like Joe Burrow, even though he plays for Cincinnati and we're trained not to. Lamar, for as much as I give him a lot of flack, he's deserving to be in the top 5. And Justin Herbert, I've always believed if they give him a good quarterback and some weapons, and he doesn't have any weapons other than Ladd McConkey.
A good coach, you mean?
Yes, like a good coach and good weapons, that he'd be able to show it. And I think that's why the Chargers are in a playoff position right now.
May I ask you, fine gentlemen, Jared Goff is the ringmaster of the most prolific offense in the league, I think. Or maybe the second most. Why not him?
What I would say to that, Joe, is I think there are a lot of other quarterbacks who, if they were in that Ben Johnson offensive system right now, could also be putting up the incredible numbers that Goff's putting up.
Do you agree with him again, Limits?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think Goff is a really good quarterback, but the system has elevated him to the point where he's had multiple games where he's had a perfect passer rating.
All right, now here comes the suspenseful part, and I'll give you guys a moment here. I need 6 through 10, and I need to know if Russell Wilson is in there. 6 through 10. Go ahead, take a moment, Brian, while I go through my 6 through 10.
Go ahead.
And you're going to be surprised at number 6. This guy got off to a rough start. I love him. Pun intended. It's Jordan Love for me. I think the most under-talked about story in the whole NFL is the Green Bay Packers sitting here at 9-3. And he was out for a while. So I got Jordan Love 6, Justin Herbert 7, Jaden Daniels 8, Jalen Hurts 9, and Russell Wilson at number 10. You like it, Brian?
I like it.
Not a lot, though. I can tell by the tone of your voice.
I thought you were going to be higher on Russ. I thought that was kind of the premise of the discussion here.
Top 10 quarterback in the league.
Well, maybe I overshot it then, because here's mine.
Okay.
Now, I don't necessarily feel great about this number 6, but kind of like the flip side of Jared Goff, I think if he were in a better situation right now, we'd be looking at him differently. Matthew Stafford is my number. I still think he's really good. They have issues right now. I mean, they have no run game. He was down the top 3 receivers, I think, for a while there this season. Doesn't have his tight end. I still think he's playing at a high level.
Yeah.
And I have him just a shade above one Russell Wilson. I've got him at 7. I can't. It's hard to poke too many holes in what he's doing.
Well, believe me, there's a fine line here between Daniels, Hurts, Herbert, Wilson.
And I also was kind of looking at your query this way, Joe, of who would you take to win a game for you right now?
Yeah.
A playoff game, a big game, a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I would have more trust in those 2 vets over some of the guys who you put in yours. But I'll still go with number 8, Jalen Hurts.
Still no Jared Goff.
Still no Jared Goff.
That's a little bit surprising.
Number 9, C.J. Stroud.
I can't argue that, although I will.
And 10, I'll go Goff.
So you leave out Love.
Yes. I'm not quite ready to put him there just yet.
Did you leave out Daniels?
I left out Jaden Daniels.
But you have Hurts in there.
Yes, I have Hurts at 8.
I can't argue with you, except I will.
I also considered
Goff should be higher.
2 other guys I considered. Kyler Murray.
Me too.
And Baker Mayfield.
Me too.
So
Baker.
Let's hear your 6 through 10.
Baker, the touchdown maker. Number 6, I have Jordan Love. I mean, he's somebody that I picked to win MVP at the start of the year, but was hurt. And even Malik Willis won a couple of games in that system.
What a wonderful man you've become.
I have Jared Goff as my number 7 quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this guy is 8, 9, or if he's even in the top 10 right now, but C.J. Stroud had... C.J. Stroud had such a great season last year.
We're not doing it on last year.
I know that. And this year, he's been just so up and down. I really wonder if I can put him even on this list.
So if you had a game to win right now, would you put Stroud above Russell?
No.
Then why are you ranking them this way, Brian? I'm confused.
That's what I was wrestling with in this tiny pea brain of mine when I was doing my rankings.
Mobility, okay.
I like the mobility that he has better than Russ.
Who else?
Then I would go Jaden Daniels, 9, and Russ 10. I also put Russ in the top 10 at the very end.
So no Matt Stafford?
Nope.
No Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels, 9.
No Baker, the touchdown maker?
Correct.
Very interesting.
Just on the outside looking in.
You know who I'm regretting right about now?
Caleb Williams.
God, no. Not yet. Not even close.
Trubisky train?
Dak Prescott.
I mean, if Josh Allen's number 2 and he's his backup, he could theoretically be number 3.
How did I miss this guy? Can I make a change? Can I take Jaden Daniels out for my guy?
Yes, you can.
Sam Darnold.
What? Sam Darnold?
Yeah, not Bo Nix.
Let's compare their numbers, shall we, Limitless Wonder? Well, actually, Nix has 17-6, or 17-8, does that say? But since the Steeler game, it's like 17 against 4. I might put Bo Nix right on the edge of my top 10. What do you think of him?
I'm not ready to go there just yet with Nix. I think he's also got a really good play caller and offensive coordinator, just as Sam Darnold does in Minnesota. I give them both credit for the way they're playing, but I'm not putting them in the discussion with really probably 15 guys, all of whom I think we just mentioned in some form or fashion.
I didn't realize that Darnold had 10 picks.
But he does have 23 touchdowns and a 102.5 rating. I don't think you should feel bad about that pick. And I didn't mean to make you feel bad about it.
No, I didn't realize the interception numbers were high, but he did throw 3 against Jacksonville.
We all have Russell Wilson in the top 10 at this point. Who has him the highest? You at 6?
I had him at 7 in honor of Ben Roethlisberger.
7? I have him at 10 in honor of Fran Tarkenton. And where do you have him?
I had him 10.
Okay.
Somebody called me an idiot for having Jaden Daniels ahead Russell Wilson. I responded on the text line, thank you.
I mean, why? Like you could make an argument for either, but it's that obvious of a choice to that person. Jaden Daniels has 15 touchdowns, 6 picks, 100 passer rating, and he's also an unbelievable runner.
You idiot.
Like, he's on pace. Is he on pace for 1,000 yards? Why would anybody argue that violently against Jaden Daniels as a top 10 quarterback right now? That seems a little silly. He's got 600 yards rushing and 6 touchdowns. What is that guy again? Ask Ann.
You idiot.
Yeah, I would say that.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey,
what you
doing?
All right, enough of that. You know who we used to have in these conversations, and now none of us have mentioned them in the last 5 to 10 minutes we've been debating this? Aaron Rodgers and Brock Purdy.
Brock
Purdy's out of sight, out of mind.
He is, and Aaron Rodgers is one of the worst in the league this year.
Yeah,
it happened.
Struggling.
It happens to us all. I think
time undefeated, unless he's playing Tom Brady.
Well, he even won that one.
Yeah.
Last I checked, Tom Brady's doing TV.
Yeah, and he lost to a Steelers secondary that included Quincy Wilson,
Look behind
Elijah
you.
Riley.
Look behind you on the Pat McAfee show. There he is himself, Aaron Rodgers. I think a really underrated part of his game, what made him great, was his mobility.
Yeah.
Not that
the Steelers would always talk about when they'd play him. Yeah, not just like tucking the ball and sprinting,
he
but
didn't do much of
drifting
that.
in the pocket.
Yes.
Drifting in the pocket, making the off-platform throw that
Yes.
you look behind you and say, how did he complete that?
That's what he's lost.
Yeah.
If you had a competition right now who can just stand there like a statue and rifle footballs accurately, he'd still be there. But where does that get you, especially behind that offensive line, you know?
Absolutely. Tua didn't make any of even our
and I feel badly
ancillary
about that.
ballots.
Tua makes a big difference for them. Matt Ryan said Tua, and I forget who else, are the 2 most accurate between the hash marks passers in the league.
You know who's on my top 5 most fun to watch?
Who?
Jameis Winston. He just keeps doing it. Last night,
I agree with that.
Last night was hilarious and completely unpredictable, not just from drive to drive, but from play to play with Jameis. I don't know where he's going to end up or what's going to go on with him. I think at this point, and this is somewhat relevant because they play him again this week, I think the Browns should just keep him around next year and try to, like, if this season ends on a good wave for them, try to ride those Jameis vibes into 2025. You'd have the all-time good vibes QB on one end of the spectrum on your depth chart, and you'd have the all-time bad vibes QB on the other end of Deshaun Watson. Maybe they can meet in the middle somehow.
Who are the 3 most tragic quarterbacks in the NFL right now? For me, it's Deshaun Watson.
I don't know if I'd call him tragic. A lot of self-inflicted issues for him.
That
I
falls
don't think
under
I can
that
have
umbrella.
any empathy for him. But
well, no, I didn't mean empathy. I just meant their whole situation.
Morbid situation
Him,
sure.
Aaron Rodgers, and probably Trevor Lawrence are my top three. Just disaster. You want to use the word disaster? The three disaster quarterbacks in the league right now. And I measure it up against expectations. Those are my three disasters.
Yeah. The Trevor one, I'm still holding out a little bit of optimism for him. I think if they get a fresh set of eyes on their offense, I don't think Doug Peterson's a bad coach, but I think that situation has grown untenable for him in Jacksonville, and they need to restart there. Maybe Trevor Lawrence can recapture what he once had, but yeah, it has not gone according to plan. He's kind of like Andrew Luck in the sense of he was one of those can't-miss quarterback prospects, and I would say so far he's missing, even though they renamed it Trevor Bank Field.
Russell Wilson, if he had played the whole year, would he be an MVP candidate? I say yes.
Yeah, probably. The butterfly effect, it's hard to know what he would have done. In those first 6 games, I really think Sean Payton would have sent everything he had in his bag at him week 2 in Denver.
Oh, we were deprived of that. Maybe we get a playoff matchup.
I was going to say we might get it in Pittsburgh. It wouldn't. I mean, we already got the sort of Russ return to Denver, although he obviously didn't get to play. But just to get him against Peyton with their seasons on the line would be fantastic theater if that's a round 1 playoff matchup at Acrisure Stadium.
Let me ask you a silly question, Dr. Batko. Would you rather, if you're the Steelers, play the Chargers, Ravens, or Broncos in playoff game 1? What would be your preferred opponent? Chargers, Ravens, or Broncos? Limits, you get ready for an answer here too, please.
Broncos. Despite what I just said, how I think Sean Payton could have some of the upper hand to some extent scheming against Russ, I'd want to face the rookie quarterback all day, every day on the road in the playoffs. They all have to make their first NFL postseason start at some point.
Yeah.
And I would like my chances in against Bo Nix if I were the Steelers.
Cities?
Would much rather play Denver. So Mr. Unlimited can go up against Denver again. Unlimited.
Did Brian ever rate the
yes,
the Russ Cooks with Pomp, me, and Donnie? Might as well go round 2
Yeah,
here.
I think I took Pomp because he was just so off the wall with his.
I want you to make sure of it. This was when they first signed Russ, and when Donnie Football leads this off, he was very excited.
Steelers Nation, let's ride. Steelers Nation, ride with me, baby.
Oh, boy. Steeler Nation, let's ride. Who wins, Brian?
Pomp. Still Pomp.
Yeah, still Pomp.
I almost have a soft spot in my heart for yours, but it sounds like a bad Bill Simmons impression to the point that I just
Steeler Nation.
It's grating.
Let's ride.
It's grating on me.
Why
it's either the best or the worst.
Why doesn't anybody pick the Ravens as your preferred opponent? They beat them every time.
I feel like it's a coin flip still, though, and the more times you flip it, right? This is mathematics and statistics. Even if you flip it 8 times in a row, it's heads. It's still a 50-50 chance that it's tails the next one.
I'm with you, and I'm with you on that call. Who would you rather play in the AFC title game? I'm sure you'd rather just get there. The Chiefs or the Bills? And that's just I know they'd probably have to play one of them first, but who would you rather play?
That's a great question. The Chiefs look a lot more manageable this year, but I don't want to face Patrick Mahomes, the 2-time reigning Super Bowl champion, who, like I said,
I'd rather face him than Allen this year.
I'd go with the Bills. They at least have a bit of a recent track record here of choking in the postseason.
Recent track record? They've an all-time franchise history of choking in the playoffs.
One of my pet peeves is like applying those long-time franchise curses to current players who don't have any sort of connection.
Normally, I would agree with you, but when it becomes as just absolutely tragic as the Bills or the Pirates,
feels like there's something bigger at work
that players have to deal with.
Cosmos.
I remember when the Pirates. You could ask Neil Walker about this, Brian. When they were in it, when they were trying to break the 20-year curse, the players in the clubhouse would be, "Oh no, we never think about that. What does that have to do with us?" When they finally broke it, guys admitted that was just a black cloud hanging over us all the time.
Yeah,
and when you have a history like the Bills, trust me, it's hanging over them too. I think
that's a good point. It does probably get into the psyche, especially of a guy like Josh Allen, who's become so ingrained into that city's culture, the franchise history. I mean, he does know that it weighs heavy on them. So, yeah,
Can't you just let them win once?
I'd be fine with it.
Them and the Lions.
I was
in the
hoping
Super
for
Bowl.
a Bills-Lions.
Even if
Super
they don't
Bowl
make
last
the
year.
Super Bowl, they should have a special Super Bowl for the Lions and Bills.
Yeah, they should get to go play on like a side field.
Yes.
Like I'm sure the Saints
The
have a
auxiliary
practice
field.
facility
Yeah.
in New Orleans that they can play each other. Loser just disbands the franchise
Are you
forever.
with that? Limits an auxiliary field Super Bowl no matter what between the Lions and Bills, so somebody can win?
They could play it at old Tulane Stadium where they had the Steelers play because the Superdome wasn't ready.
I like that idea a lot. All right, we'll wrap it up next with Tomlin on Joey Porter Jr. Had some interesting things to say. Made a basketball analogy there that I actually liked very much. JP Roofing and Siding, Joe Potocznik, the weather's changing. Man, I should say the weather has changed. It's cold right now. And if your roofing and siding isn't up to snuff, you're going to feel it. Trust me. JP Roofing and Siding, the way to go. Joe Potocznik, a legend in his own time. You can find him on billboards out in Westmoreland County. You can find him in his office out in North Versailles. Or you can find him at your house or one of his workers if you're having a problem or want to prevent one. He's the back-to-back Northeast trifecta MVP because they do everything well, right? To win MVP, you usually have to be an all-around player. That's what Joe is. That's what they do at JP Roofing and Siding. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation, give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Volleyball is the #1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament and will host a regional that begins on Friday and continues into Saturday at the Peterson Event Center. Last night, the Browns lost to Denver as Denver put up 40 points on the Browns defense, and Cleveland will play the Steelers 1 o'clock on Sunday with Fan Game Day beginning at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jason Mackey. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining has Sewer Hydrojet with camera black and gold special $299. Most other companies charge $600 to $1,500. Don't just snake your sewer, clean it. Fast, effective, and affordable. Call Metz 412-872-4105.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop Deal Double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com to get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. His last few changes have worked better than I expected, so I want to give MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred the benefit of the doubt, but not for this. The pitch clock, bigger bases, ghost runners are one thing. Allowing teams to send up any hitter they want once a game is another. It is so far from the spirit of the game that any consideration should stop right now. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice. It's an accident. Won a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No, it's not limits. That's 4 minutes. You have a very different calculation of time than I do. Anything to say for yourself?
You know, maybe I was off by 20 seconds when I looked at the clock. I went back in time.
You were just telling us you need a nap, right?
Yeah, Limits needs a nap. Did you hear about our field trip tonight, Brian?
No, where is it this week?
This week we're going to, we're not going to compete in anything this week. We're going to Beaver County for the Blackhawk Beaver basketball game. We're stopping at the Brighton Hot Dog Shop first, and I'm going to lobby the owners there to put me and Limits on a cup the way that Pomp and Ron Cook are on a cup together. Did you know that?
I knew that. And this reminds me of one of our greatest moments was when we had on, or you had on, Ron's high school quarterback to talk about his fantastic touchdown reception. I wonder, was that against Beaver? Or maybe it was against Beaver Falls.
It might have been Beaver Falls, his hometown school.
It might have been against Beaver area. I don't know. We'll have to go back and check.
Check the archives. You're the one who looked that up.
Yeah.
That was incredible. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Mike Tomlin, that's what Brian is here to react to. He said, with Mike Williams, it's only a matter of time. Mike Williams has not been targeted since the touchdown. How many snaps did he get the other day?
It's been decreasing each week. It was 17, I want to say.
Okay, so that would make him 40. What's 44 plus 17? 61. 0 for 61. He's had 61 snaps since the famous touchdown against Washington. And in those 61 snaps, he has 0 targets. Mike Tomlin said it's only a matter of time here.
It's coming. It might be.
Is it?
It might be. I got a lot of questions about him in my chat on the Post-Gazette site yesterday. And
what is going on?
I think.
Is he not open?
Well, I actually thought he was open on the Freiermuth touchdown if you go back and watch that one. But Freiermuth was a better option, much like the week before. He had a one-on-one matchup on the Calvin Austin, not the touchdown, the deep shot early in the Browns game. So I think he's doing what's asked of him for the most part. Here's the saving grace I'll give Mike Williams. I think Arthur Smith's a big game plan, matchup type of guy.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll see a secondary coming up here down the stretch that he thinks, okay, a 50-50 ball winner on the outside. We're going to use him more in this game.
What's the vibe you're getting around Calvin Austin? Because that could be related to how much Mike Williams is targeted. Do you think he's okay? Is he going to play?
I think he's okay, but guys generally miss a game these days when they go into the concussion protocol. So I'd be surprised if he's active against the Browns.
Alex Highsmith said he fully expects Alex Highsmith. And the way that Herbig has come along, this is the most fearsome group of edge rushers in the NFL.
And Preston Smith's no slouch. I mean, I put him in my trending down category.
I know.
In the analysis after the game just because he hasn't done much. He did grab that one fumble.
He's not Cassius Marsh or people like that.
Exactly. Yeah, and he's kind of positionless too. You can use him almost with his hand in the ground on the D-line because he's big enough, I think. Mike Tomlin was really tickled by Ray Fittipaldo's question about his edge rushers. He was happy to talk about that unit as a collective.
Man, and that's probably, Tomlin's best, most recent team. And in a way, that's what makes the Steelers go.
Yeah.
That's why they draft guys the way they do, is the edge rushers. That's what makes them go. And his last team that maybe had a real chance lost Bud Dupree.
Right. Yeah, that 2020 team, right?
Yeah, they lost him in the middle of the year and didn't have any depth. This team has depth and star power. Brian, you're a wonderful man. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome, Joe. Have a safe trip to Beaver area.
Yeah. Do you want to go with us?
No, thanks. It's kind of far from my house.
Yeah, that felt insulting, did it not?
I also have no personal connection.
No, the very short no thanks.
My daughter
just spent
has
2 hours with us. Why would you want to spend 2 more?
I can expound if you'd like. But
your daughter has
Dance class.
Dance class, okay. All right.
2-year-old dance.
Yeah.
Bye, Joe.
Bye.
Bye, Brian.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High 34, sunny skies. Good night, Limits.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, and Robert's show is tonight at 6 o'clock here, right here on The Fan and on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM Team next.
Network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but you can still protect yourself from online scammers with McAfee Total Protection. From fake delivery texts to bank alerts, scams are everywhere. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. McAfee will help keep your devices and identity safer and your private info private. Visit McAfee.com/online protection and get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
The wait is almost over for the most wanted Target holiday deal. Get 10% off Target gift cards with Target Circle this Saturday and Sunday only. From your teenage nephew to your kids' teachers and coaches, Target gift cards bring joy to everyone on your list. Join Target Circle for free now and you'll get the deal automatically. Shop December 7th and 8th for 10% off Target gift cards with Target Circle and save more on gifts. Happier holidays from Target. Restrictions apply.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The best and worst in the NBA meet tonight in Cleveland as the Cavaliers host the Wizards. The Cavs are an NBA best 18-3 on the season, while the Wizards are coming off an 0-14 run in the month of November and are just 2-16 this season. The BetQL model doesn't mind laying the huge number tonight. Their 5-star best bet in the NBA is taking the Cavaliers at home against Washington. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports with Sunday ticket and every game, every week. There's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has daily happy hours with everything behind the bar half off. Beers for $3.29 every single day, and Fireball shots for just $2.99. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss? It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Feel the energy. Hellman Electrical Associates, highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial to design build needs, Hellman Electric does it all. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant. We've got special financing, so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Pat Bostic, and I'm here to make sure you never overpay for tires again. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has a huge inventory of new, takeoff, and used tires at the lowest prices. They have 2 locations in the Pittsburgh area and offer free shipping. Check out champtires.com for sales, installation specials, and other great deals.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
I love spreading joy with gifts this time of year, but I try not to spread my budget too thin. Luckily, Kohl's has come through for me once again. I just went and used a 20% off coupon to score so many great gifts under $20, like cozy pajamas and fleece, amazing gift sets, and beauty must-haves. So if you're looking to give more for less this season, get to Kohl's. Select styles, offers end December 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins look to carry their winning streak into December with a home game tonight against the defending Cup champ Florida Panthers. Face-offs at 7 o'clock. Tristan Jarry will be in net. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You said that George needed to grow up regarding the penalties that he had. That's been a recurring thing. Because of that, at what point do you consider changing the approach to work on him minimizing those penalties and situations in game?
I'm not going to give you any detail about what goes on behind the scenes in terms of his growth and development. You know that's my style, and I'm going to be really consistent in it. Being transparent with you guys doesn't necessarily help or accelerate the growth process, and that's my agenda, not necessarily feeding the beast.
The concern that he's had these penalties that are costly.
If it is or isn't, I wouldn't necessarily tell you, to be quite honest with you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. All of a sudden, Mike Tomlin is Fort Knox when it comes to George Pickens and the way he behaved in the Bengals win. Said he needed to grow up today. Was not expansive at all with his answers, which is ironic because there are cameras following him and his team everywhere they go now. So he says, I wouldn't tell you. Well, you would think the cameras in the Hard Knock series would do that for him, if we're to believe that this is a real show and not some advertisement for the Steelers, Bengals, Browns, and Ravens.
It's not a real show. It is an advertisement for the Steelers, Bengals, Browns, and Ravens.
We've got more Hard Knock stuff. Let's not let the cat out of the bag yet. That's a whole topic we've got built in here, Malsey.
Oh, sorry.
Let's not go crazy on that.
3 hours and 57 minutes and counting. I might have just ruined some things.
Do the Steelers have a George Pickens problem? I think this is a first world problem that we're talking about. I'd much rather be dissecting what Tomlin says about him at 9-3 in first place, having other conversations like, are they a Super Bowl contender? Is Russell Wilson one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL? Is Mike Tomlin a Coach of the Year candidate? All those things swirling around the Steelers at the same time. Instead of, is this defense ass? Why is their offense incompetent again? I mean, we've done those conversations round and round for the last few years. So to have this mixed into what has been an otherwise pretty good season, I think makes it easier to talk about. It's a first world problem. He says he won't tell us if it's a concern or not. That tells me, Chris, that he's going to treat it with like over-the-counter medicine. He doesn't look at it like it's a call to the emergency room or a specialist or a doctor with George Pickens. He just does not think it's that serious of an issue. We'll see if our listeners disagree with that. But my stance on it, and this is probably how I would do it. At this point, you're so far gone. you just put up with it until you can't anymore. You just take the pain and walk around with the pain like you have like arthritis or a bad back or tendinitis in your knee, and you just live with it until it becomes too painful. And I don't think we're anywhere close to that point with George. I'm not at the trade him point. I'm not at the by no means can you sign him to an extension. The juice isn't worth the squeeze part. He's had a very productive year. He scored a touchdown last week. So that's how I see it. I mean, the time to really crack down on him and say we don't put up with this stuff here was when you drafted him. You set the tone then. But he doesn't do that with wide receivers, and that's why they all pretty much run their course here and eventually hit their expiration date, and it ends badly, as Doug Whaley put it last week.
He's not Antonio Brown, though, both in on-the-field production, because few were, but he's also not AB, in terms of how volcanic he is. There aren't that many stories. You hear, rumblings that maybe some of the veterans on the team get annoyed by this at times. But we've heard Ryan Clark said it, I think, straight away to us, or he said it in one of his many platforms, that he knew the minute AB got any money whatsoever, it was all over.
He also said that George Pickens was the most talented wide receiver in the league, more than Justin Jefferson.
I mean, physically, he's right there. You can say something like that, and it might not be true, or others might disagree, but nobody's going to laugh you out of the room for saying it, is I guess what I would bring up. But that's
why when you say he's not AB, you're right, but he's also not Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, or Juju Smith-Schuster.
No, he's a premium talent. He's probably, at worst, a top 7 receiver this year already, even with, kind of still a feast or famine situation going at times. He doesn't have a ton of touchdowns.
He's a top 10 wide receiver.
Okay. Probably closer to top 5 if I'm being honest. I don't think that he's close to the problem that most people on the outside think he is, or the people that are anti-George Pickens think he is. I don't think he doesn't respect Tomlin. I don't think he is off in his own little world. I have heard nothing about him being followed by his own personal camera crew a la AB. I don't think he's outgrown the concept of being part of a team. I don't. You heard Ryan Clark in that when he told that story about AB, basically say AB was dog cussing Dick LeBeau and mocking everybody, and it was guys respected how hard he worked, but kind of wanted to fight him all the time, it sounded like. And I really just think what you have here is a guy who can't get out of his own way with one specific thing, and it's the penalties. Specifically, personal fouls.
I don't think it's just that. I mean, he also has had times this year where he just dogged it and didn't run hard, and Tomlin had to yank him out and BS his way through load management.
That feels like such a far cry from what we're talking about now because it hasn't happened since that I don't really...
Well, yeah, but it happened this year. I mean, if it happened last year, 2 years ago, or multiple years ago,
if I was going to rip every player,
Georgia, I agree with you.
If I was going to rip every player who loafed on a play, I'd rip all 53 players because it happens at least once every season with every player. I feel comfortable saying that a guy doesn't go 100%. Pickens is pretty obvious. I guess I don't ultimately.
But he's a repeat offender of that.
Yeah, I know, because he's smart enough to know that what are they going to do, bench him? Probably not.
Well, they did, though.
Okay, they benched him once. Are they going to bench him again? Has he also done the same thing again that's gotten him benched?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so maybe the benching worked in that sense. Is he going to get benched
Broderick Jones conversation didn't work, and the Mike Tomlin sideline conversation didn't work, and the Russell Wilson sideline conversation
Ultimately,
didn't work.
I need to ask something. Do you think he got jobbed by the officials? Whether or not that's the issue here, because I don't think it is. Do you think he got jobbed on the second call where he was adjudicated unfairly? Like the officials screwed up more than he did.
Well, hold on.
That has to take some of the sting out of it if you think they got it wrong.
Well, it does, but I also have to be – I'm not ignorant to the fact that they're officiating him differently because of the way he's acted in the past. If 52 other guys on the roster celebrated that second unsportsmanlike call the same way he did, I don't think they get flagged for it. But he is because in a way, for this type of behavior, he's turned into a James Harrison or a Vontaze Burfict, where he just has a massive magnifying glass and microscope on him, and any little reason he's going to give the refs now to throw a flag, that's what they're going to want. That's what they're going to do.
Which was my main contention against him yesterday.
Right.
That he's on their radar, and he's got to stop being on their radar.
And so, yes, and so I'm not really – I don't think it should have been a 15-yard penalty.
But it was.
But I'm also not empathetic towards him.
Well, I guess, do we all agree? I mean, I have to keep bringing this up because technically we don't know that it's him. But to whatever degree you believe the Michael Brewerly account is George Pickens, and I happen to think it's him, and I think it's pretty obviously him. And if it's not him, it's somebody getting out the message he exactly wants put out there. It does annoy me a little bit that on social media he still says stuff like, George Pick, one issue, the only guy who can't celebrate in the NFL, or blah, 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 they got this wrong. Yes, they got it wrong, but that's not the bigger point, or that's not the relevant
Chris, you don't
point
even
here.
need the burner account. After the game, he lied and said that it was him signaling first down. I mean, he doesn't take accountability, or he's not contrite or apologetic about his actions. And the coach has created a space for him to act that way. Because in the end, the cost-benefit analysis Tomlin did with him was, yes, this guy is going to give me migraines like you can't believe, like I'm Terrell Davis in the Super Bowl against Green Bay. It's going to hurt so bad. But he's also going to do spectacular things as a wide receiver.
Here's the bottom line. Is he a player who gives the coach migraines because he behaves immaturely, or is he a player who thinks he's bigger than the coach, which is what clearly happened with AB?
Why can't both be true?
I think you go on a continuum from one to the next one. I don't think he thinks he's bigger than the coach.
Well, hold on a second, though. I do think he feels like he's above coaching. I feel like he's just going to march to the beat of his own drum and do what he wants, and he's smart enough and canny enough to know he can do that because of what an elite player he is. Like
coaching in what way? Like, here's how you get better at your craft?
In this instance, and I really mean this, whether it's Bill Belichick or Mike Tomlin, I think both guys could have – one guy could have the, hey, George, I support you. Don't listen to these whack jobs in the media or the fans. Keep doing what you're doing, and he would take advantage of that. And I think if Bill Belichick gave him the stern, hey, this is the final – this is the ultimatum, or this is my threat to you, I still think he would go out and do what he wants to do. I still think it would go in one ear and out the other. I just think that's his personality. That's his attitude as a player.
Do you think it's going to get demonstrably worse if they pay him? Because that's the real question here.
It's a great question. It's an excellent question. Let me put it this way: I don't feel comfortable saying that it's going to get better, because
not get better. I asked you, do you think it'll get worse than it is right now if he's making $30 million a year?
I think it could.
But will it? Could is not yes or no. I'm asking you. Because AB spiraled out of control when that's why I'm asking the question.
But again, though, you say spiraled out of control. He got that money, and then he went on to put up the best years by a wide receiver we've ever seen here.
But you would agree that the real change in behavior from pretty happy-go-lucky guy to complete a-hole happened after he started getting extended contracts.
But would you not agree when Dr. Jekyll turned into Mr. Hyde, he transformed himself into, for that era, including guys like Calvin Johnson and
he was undeniably unreal on the field. The
best wide receiver in the NFL.
The major difference between AB and George Pickens is that everybody knew Pickens was a first-round talent who'd slipped only to the second. Nobody knew AB was a first-round player. He was all the way in the sixth. There was a real chip on the shoulder that motivated insane work. George is more Martavis Bryant. He's going to be able to glide on his gifts for probably the next 3 to 5 years at least before he gets out of his prime physical age. And so do you think you can get the guy? Because you have to decide whether you want to pay him after this year.
And I would, and they will. They will.
I would do it too, because this is where I ultimately come down on this. I guess I just got to try to get my basic thought out. I don't love it. It annoys me as a viewer. I silently cussed because, well, no, I didn't silently. Lennox was sitting right next to me playing his Switch, and thank God, because I let out a word I can't say on the radio, and he didn't even notice, clearly. It annoys me, even though I try not to be the guy getting annoyed by this stuff, the get off my lawn old guy behavior. I'd still pay him. I don't think paying him is going to make it any worse or any better. I think this is just what he is. I don't sense that there is an AB level where he's going to start acting erratically off the field, which is something I bring up a lot because I think it's relevant. It's all contained on the field with him. Off the field, I literally know nothing about the guy other than he operates a burner account that we all kind of get a chuckle at just because it's named Michael Brewerly.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about George Pickens off the field, and that's probably for the best.
So I think you agree with me, though, that they're just going to continue to put up with it Tomlin is, at this point, he can't turn into a coach he's never been with him. He's been consistent, taking his side, defending him like he did today for years. And now he's going to all of a sudden become rule with an iron fist. I'm going to put you in timeout and take away your toys, coach.
I think Mike reacted one way because it was right after the game and he was annoyed by it. And I think Mike reacted the second way today because he has proven time and again, year after year, he is never going to give the media what they're looking for.
412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin back to defending George Pickens today. Does the word problem sound right to you with Pickens? 412-928-9370. Black and white, yes or no question. Is he an issue? Is he a problem? He's not. What's he call himself? What's his real Twitter handle?
I don't think he even has one. Is he one issue or is he just an issue?
412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is producing today as a headline, and we're back with more right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates will be looking for a new left-handed reliever as Aroldis Chapman has signed with the Boston Red Sox on a one-year, $10 million deal. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Midio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Last year, flu and COVID hospitalized nearly 1 million adults 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million men, women, parents, grandparents, chess players, checkers players, and chess players who are so bad at chess, they really should stick to checkers. So if you're one of these people, or not, get this season's flu and COVID vaccines so you can keep being the totally unique person you are, whoever that is.
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have jewelry on your Christmas shopping list this year but just dread going out to those malls? Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, and I'm personally inviting you to experience Urbanowitz Jewelers. We can help you find the perfect gift for that someone special. We offer the area's finest collection of unique diamond and gemstone jewelry, all at prices you can afford. Designer lines and all the classics. And now through Christmas Eve, you can save up to 25% on almost everything in stock. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here's a real story from a satisfied Window Nation customer.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 6 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market, where free coffee Mondays are back. Fuel your holiday spirit with any size self-serve hot or iced coffee or cold brew. Simply scan your loyalty card every Monday through December 30th. Hungry? Get the Get Go food you love with a $5 value meal. Plus, save on gas and groceries with My Perks. Visit Get Go today and kickstart your day with great savings and delicious options. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
A Gain Scent Beads story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
O'Reilly! Need parts now? O'ReillyAuto.com can help. Need them fast? O'Reilly is fast. Whether you choose in-store pickup, same-day home delivery, or next-day home shipping, we've got you covered. Get more parts your way at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
I'm going to have to wait. Just to clarify it, there's some moving parts there that we're going to have to figure out and explore and just see where we're at.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. We'll get to your calls here. Texter wants to know, with John Harbaugh making those comments about Deontay Johnson, if the Steelers should pick up Johnson if he is indeed cut today. My answer is hell no. Sorry, I don't want to mess with the dynamic this team has, the chemistry it has. Clearly, there's something off about Deontay Johnson this year where he can't even get on the field in Baltimore. So, no, I don't want to bring him in here. And Calvin Austin has come on even though he's in concussion protocol. Mike Tomlin was gushing about Mike Williams today. I don't think I need another player that presents a potential distraction who once got into it with a quarterback at halftime because I'm not great at a position depth-wise.
I would only say it's a weird time to hear people saying, hey, if they cut him, should the Steelers pick him up? They're coming off of literally their best offensive game in how many years? 6 years? 10 years? Their best passing game in a win in 10 years. Like, I would think right now everyone just says hunky-dory right there. It's not a bunch of big names, but it's enough.
Here is Bob on the Fan. Hello, Bob.
Hi, how are you? My take on Pickens, first of all, we have to remember a few things. He came right from high school to NFL. He did not go to college.
What are you talking about? He played at Georgia.
Well, I feel like a fool now because I read it somewhere. I'm sorry.
You're all right, Bob. There's literally been no player in the NFL who's done that.
You're not allowed. It's literally against the rules. You cannot jump from high school to the NFL.
And Bob, it's okay. We make factual errors on this show all the time. We had somebody think Mark Twain invented the 3 laws of motion the other day, so it's okay.
All right. My first point, down the trash. Now, remember one thing. Remember Juju, how he became who he was because of Brown was double team all the time?
Yes.
That is exactly happening with Pickens because he gets double team.
Yes, he does. Bob, I want to just cut right to the chase here. Do you think he's a problem or not? Yes or no?
No, he's not a problem. He's not a problem because when you put pros and cons together, in my opinion, he helps team a heck of a lot more than the other way around.
Bingo. That's exactly what I was looking for.
And he's only 20 years old, too. This is amazing. He was doing this as a 19-year-old.
I'm going to say Mark Twain.
Yeah, we did have that last week, so that's not even in the last 7 days the worst.
I don't hear Bob very much anymore, but he used to call all the time.
I love Bob. Bob's
back
more than welcome. He's got an open invite just because he goofed up there. Doesn't mean he gets on the ban list like Ken Carman.
Where would he be reading?
Probably Facebook comments. Here's Wally on the Fan. Hello, Wally.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm calling about George. George is playing himself out of Pittsburgh. He's not going to get the fifth-year option picked up.
There is no fifth-year option because he was a second-round pick, so it's a free agent situation.
Oh, okay. Even better. That works even better for them, correct?
Well, he's got one more year on his deal after this year.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it. I think that's it for him. I'm sure.
They're going to cut him after this season?
Is that a good decision if that's what they do, Wally, or is it a bad decision if they just let him peace out of here?
You know what? I'm not sure. I mean, it's tough. I mean, we don't know.
When you watch George Pickens game in and game out, Wally, do you have more positive feelings about the things he does tangibly to help the team or negative feelings about the penalties or whatever else might bug you?
Well, it hasn't lost us a game just yet.
I thought it took some points off the board, the second penalty in this game. I think they were going to go in for a touchdown. I can't prove that. But, yes, he's won them more games than he's lost.
Yeah, the blocked field goal that pushed us back, definitely, because I don't think it would have been blocked even if we didn't score the touchdown on that drive.
So just to make sure I hear you right, Mike Tomlin, who goes to bat for this guy over and over and over again, always makes excuses for the behavioral gaffes he has. The guy is finally super productive now that he has good quarterback play. And they're going to give up on him after this year and turn to the likes of Calvin Austin, Van Jefferson, their 6 tight ends or whatever they have. They're just going to go without a top-flight wide receiver after this season because they're sick of his antics.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're going to.
No, I'm not saying it like an opinion. Thank you, Wally. Thank you. I agree. Yeah. I would right now bet a huge sum of money like the money I made last night on the Browns going under 8.5 wins this year that he's going to get a second contract from the Steelers. And they're just going to grin and bear it, as they say, in this situation. And say, well, we won a ton of games and look at the numbers. And yeah, the other stuff was a bit of a distraction and a headache. But who at the end of the day cares? Until it feels like he's costing us games and causing a divide in our locker room, it's well worth it to have him on our team.
The thing that got him benched, the lack of effort, I would hazard a guess, is 5 to 10 times, let's just say, more annoying and infuriating to his coaches, to his head coach, to his teammates, honest to God, than the celebrations. I think you can excuse one as, I don't know, if immaturity or just not knowing the time and place, like not understanding or being cognizant of the fact that he's on the officials' radars. That's the penalties. The lack of effort stuff, I think, really does bother everyone right down to the core because that's what's supposed to be part and parcel with you play in the NFL, you give effort.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Tons of candidates for our PM Team Tomlinism of the week, including when Mike Tomlin compared to Steelers player Ted Bundy. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins play the defending Stanley Cup champions tonight at PPG Paints Arena in the Florida Panthers. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Philip.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Let's talk right now about the Wet Go Car Wash. 45-plus locations all around town. You can get your car washed whenever you want at those places when you go unlimited. Now, they have to be open. You can't go at 3 o'clock in the morning. But they do stay open late. When I leave here at 6 o'clock, there's one on my way home on 79 South, and I stop there routinely at least once a week, and it's always open in the evening for me. Perfect time to do it. I mean, no one is actually going to want to go out and wash their car in 20-degree weather. So the people that don't have an unlimited pass, what do? They just go the entire winter without washing your car? That's not good for your vehicle, especially when there's salt on the roads and things like that for ice doing a number. The whole point of the salt is to break things down, and you don't want that to do that to your car. So sign up today and go unlimited. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. It's the Wet Go Car Wash. Sign up today.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Hate is the new dopamine, but Jameis Winston is the new dopamine. Last night, we truly did get the full Jameis experience. Watching this dude navigate a football game is somewhere on the adrenaline scale between riding a roller coaster and blasting off into orbit on a rocket ship. I'm Jim Rome.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports with Sunday ticket and every game, every week. There's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has daily happy hours with everything behind the bar half off. Beers for $3.29 every single day, and Fireball shots for just $2.99. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Hey, it's Bob Pompiani. You know I love a good round of golf, but let's be honest, the weather, not so much. That's why I head to 9 Yards Golf Lounge. 9 Yards has something for every golfer. Their Golf Zone technology is as realistic as it gets. Hit out of the rough or bunkers. Play accurate chipping and putting. Play over 250 courses around the world any day of the year. They even have private bays for special events and membership options for every skill level. It's the perfect spot for fun, food, and keeping your game sharp. Visit 9yardsgolf.com today.
Losing sleep over your business? Get advanced surveillance cameras that detect illegal activity, recognize
recognize license plates and faces and measure traffic inside your business. Leading-edge technology from Guardian Protection security experts. For more than 70 years, Guardian has given businesses peace of mind, so get more sleep, get advanced surveillance cameras from Guardian. Visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
This holiday season, give the ultimate present, the gift of health. At G&G Fitness, we are Pittsburgh's trusted source of premium fitness equipment. We have everything you need to look and feel great. From treadmills and ellipticals to strength equipment and more. Get the best deals during our all-month holiday sale. With 4 convenient locations in Pittsburgh, there's a G&G Fitness store near you. So hurry in today or visit ggfitness.com to build your dream gym.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
He's got a serial killer's mentality. But if you're going to be a top-flight corner, you better. And that's probably one of the things that I knew about him because of our personal relationship that really made me comfortable drafting him. It's not fake, it's real. He's not running from the fight, he's running to the fight. You better have a short memory at that position, and he's always had it. He was probably 9 or 10 when I met him, and he had it then.
Tomlinism of the week. Candidate right there on Joey Porter Jr. He's got a serial killer's mentality.
Is that because Porter, especially when compared to his father, was always talked about as very quiet and like unassuming, and most serial killers are quiet and unassuming?
Was Ted Bundy?
Well, Ted was like the rare ladies' man serial killer, which is kind of how he killed so many people. I think most of them are seen as...
So he'd wine and dine him and then murder him?
Sounds like it. Yeah, like that was the Ted Bundy thing. He had lots of women who were big fans of his.
How about
while
John
he was in
Wayne
jail.
Gacy?
See, I think he was more of like a loner psychopath. Like they're all psychopaths. Yeah, he was the killer clown. Jeffrey Dahmer, again, loner, weirdo.
I couldn't even watch that Netflix series.
No, absolutely not.
Did you watch it, Charlie?
No. But the only other serial killer thing that I watched on Netflix was Mindhunter, and that was great.
Wasn't that filmed here? I think it was.
I think a few scenes
some of it was filmed here. I don't know. What is the serial killer mentality exactly? Quiet, remorseless,
silent assassin,
antisocial.
Yeah. See, yeah. What do you mean? Like most of these traits are very negative.
I think Tomlin's going to hear from the league about that.
Serial killer mentality.
I just don't think they want serial. If they're going to flag a guy 15 yards and fine him for doing a gun gesture, you think they want coaches comparing players to serial killers?
If you think he's going to get fined for that, I'm not even. You might. We can sit here and we can actually pick a Tomlinism, but I think if you feel like he's going to get fined, that's got to be the winner.
Well, here's another one. He was talking about how they can't let Myles Garrett go out there and wreck the game again.
We didn't do a good enough job of minimizing Myles Garrett in the first game, and he was significant. Not only his playmaking, but the energy that he provides, his teammates, their followers. He made some significant plays early on in that game that made it tough uphill sledding the rest of the way for us. But it's not just the beginning of the game. It's over the course of the entirety of the game. We better work to minimize his impact. They do some awesome things to challenge you in that way. They move him around quite a bit, both edges. He also plays on the interior. We better do a really good job in one-dimensional moments.
Oh, maybe they didn't. I guess that's not in that cut. Never mind.
Would you like to try to repeat it verbatim?
I thought he said something about ball searching. There was a ball.
Oh, apparently there's cat searching going on, you've just told me.
Yeah.
And also person searching.
Yeah.
First, I'm hearing of this sinkhole out in Westmoreland County. A woman possibly fell in.
Very scary stuff.
But they don't know if she actually is in the sinkhole?
And it's cold down there?
Oh, yeah, the serious situation, but the use of probably kind of makes me wonder, like, could she not be in the sinkhole?
Yeah, Megan Schiller tweeted that out from Channel 2, and I'm like, there's just a close-up of the sinkhole.
Here's my question. I didn't read the story. Did the sinkhole open up under her while she was looking for her cat, or did she stumble into a sinkhole that already existed? Because the first situation would be way scarier than the second. You're still in the sinkhole either way, I understand, and that is suboptimal.
Is a sinkhole the same thing that swallowed the bus downtown?
Yes.
Yeah. Are we more
sinkhole prone?
Yeah.
No, I feel like they can happen anywhere. But, well, you know where they happen a lot? Over abandoned mines. Because the ground has been weakened. Like, you'll get one in Florida. I think there was one in Florida that's
So what do you mean?
huge...
So the mine closes and they just start building over the mine?
Well, yeah, like where there are abandoned, not necessarily building. It could just be like, here's a sinkhole in like a random field.
I'm currently reading this story. The sinkhole is on an old coal mine.
There you go, Mulsey.
Boom. Nailed it.
This is actually pretty serious.
Yeah, no, I'm not like making light of it at all. It's just like very, the story's like unsettling, I guess.
The woman's 5-year-old granddaughter was found inside the car.
So
what?
She's okay.
So the kid's okay, but they can't find the grandma or
the cat.
Oh my God, dude.
And apparently it just opened up.
Oh my
God. So she just fell in.
So like she did not.
That's something. If that's true, that's something out of a
horror
movie.
Story. Like she didn't stumble into a hole everyone knew was there. The ground opened up beneath her.
That's what it sounds like.
Jeez.
Well, I get nervous too. Don't they?
There's a house in Moon, like on Beaver Grade. They had to leave the house. The house got condemned, and they had to redo the whole hillside because it started to.
Don't they also take old landfills and build housing developments and whatnot over them?
Yeah, they build a lot of stuff over landfills. Like I think one of the big Trump courses in New York City, like Liberty National, is built on an old landfill. There's a lot of stuff that gets built over old landfills.
So they just cover a landfill. How do they get the dirt over all the old garbage and stuff?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I mean, I think they have like a big. I think
didn't expect you to be an expert on this, Charlie. It's more a rhetorical thing. I'm just like,
I think they just take construction cranes and like dump dirt over it.
The last line of the story is the plan is to start digging to try and find.
Oh my God, dude! Good. I mean,
that's my worst.
Crossing my fingers and hoping for the best, but this is. I am sorry I brought it up. This is nightmare fuel for me. I can't even imagine what that fit like. It just opened up. I got a Westmoreland County guy texting me right now saying they didn't even know the hole existed. A trooper almost fell in it while he was looking for her.
Yeah.
Good God, dude.
Here is Dan in Cannonsburg. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
I wanted to offer up a scenario. Curious to see what you guys think on the George Pickens stuff for next year. Would you rather – so T. Higgins just coming off the Bengals game – T. Higgins is going to be a free agent next year. Would you rather sign T. Higgins to a long-term deal if you had the chance and trade George Pickens, or would you rather offer that deal to George Pickens and let T. Higgins go?
I'd rather have George. I'd rather have George,
okay.
Even with the distractions and things he does that drive you crazy from game to game, because Higgins is hurt more than George is.
I just think George's upside is greater.
And I agree with that. And I also
Donnie's landlord had a hypothetical in this same vein, Pony.
I also don't know. Like Higgins, I think is really good, but we also really haven't seen him without Chase.
Is he Batman who was playing next to a bigger Batman, or is he a true Robin? Basically, is what you're asking. Somebody, Donnie's landlord said, hypothetical of the day from me: if you knew, guaranteed, you were getting Higgins, who he pointed out Tomlin likes. He calls him a goon. Like
yes.
The way he sloughed off Porter's bad game and basically implied like T. Higgins is a monster out there. If you knew you were signing him, would you trade Pickens in the offseason for a second-round pick if you could get one? You know you're getting Higgins in this hypothetical. He is going to be a Steeler.
So I've got Higgins and a second.
You know you've got Higgins and you're getting a second, let's say, for George.
Yes, I would. Yeah. In that situation, of course.
Because you might backfill it with another wide receiver.
Or any starter.
Position of need. Because
for sure.
You feel like the drop from Pickens to Higgins is so negligible, the second is worth it.
Yep.
I mean, that's like, honestly, like that's like one of the new school GM, maybe like a Howie Roseman move, sell high on a guy that you know is good, but you might not be prepared to deal with in the long term.
But you need to have Higgins.
You'd have to have a plan in place, yes. You'd have to know, essentially, without knowing for sure that you were going to do that.
Here's Mike on the fan. Hello, Mike.
Hello, this is Mike from Uniontown.
Hi, Mike from Uniontown.
Hey, I'm Brett.
You're what?
By the way, I think you and Boswell look alike a little bit.
Me?
Anyway.
Yeah, they do. I agree. Is that why you called in to talk about Mulsey's lookalikes? Because we could add Mike Trout to that list, too, if you want.
We could add Billy Price, one of the crappiest offensive linemen in recent AFC North history.
No, I wasn't calling about that. Actually, I was calling about we have mine subsidence down here. I know this is sports related, But we have coal mines in Fayette County 200-300 feet underground, and still to this day, some houses' foundations are cracked and they have to rebuild them. Oh. There was a movie back in the 60s called The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Google it. It's about the same thing.
It's about sinkholes?
No, it's about aliens snatching bodies by sucking them up through the earth.
Oh.
Scared the bejeebers out of me when I was a kid.
Wait, are they like you in the movie? Do they utilize mine subsidence, or they can just come up out of the earth? Period. I guess they don't need mine subsidence.
The ground just opened up and they just sucked them down, and then I closed my eyes the rest of the way. I don't know what happened.
Blame you, brother.
So are there rampant sinkholes down there in Uniontown?
No, but in Fayette and Greene County, the mines that have been established years ago, the ground starts giving way, and the surface ground starts sinking.
That's what I was trying to say, Pony. Like when the ground saturates, like when it gets really wet and it starts to seep down, it like collapses under its own weight, I think. Now, I'm sorry I brought it up, partly because I've just made myself deeply unsettled.
Well, let's hope we get some good news on this one.
I swear, for real, man. I really hope we get some good news.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 23 tonight. Coming up next, it's referendum time on another Steelers player. Where do you come down on Joey Porter Jr.? Tomlin went beyond the serial killer comment today. Your thoughts on Joey Porter Jr.? Cause for concern or A-OK? 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. A number that I think makes the argument that I'll share when we come back. But first, a quick timeout. It's the PM team.
Men with ED, if you think taking old outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Egan Ford's got it, and now's the time to buy from one of the largest commercial vehicle dealers in the tri-state area. From now until year's end, businesses can write off the full purchase price of work trucks using the IRS tax code section 179.
Over 200 dumps, crane trucks, box trucks, chassis, transits, and more have all been discounted. That's Megan Ford in Connellsville, where trucks are cheaper in the country, 724-547-FORD or meganford.com.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Need individual health insurance? Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits with UPMC Anywhere Care. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends December 15th to get coverage starting January 1st.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders. It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet.
At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey there, it's Dan Zangrilli for LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly in Georgia, Western Pennsylvania injury firm and institution. They've been invested in your success and well-being for some time now. So if you're ever injured in an accident or wronged by somebody else's negligence, you need someone who lives here, works here, and knows how the Western PA court system operates. And you have to care. And my goodness, does my friend Larry Kelly care.
I care deeply about the people that we represent. I give them everything I've got. And if we are not successful, which doesn't happen very often, I hurt as much as they do because I know that this might be the only case that they have. You might have a mother who's lost her husband if we're not successful for her, she may have to go out and get another job. She will not be able to be the best mother that she can be to her 2 or 3 children that remain.
You feel that burden, huh? You feel that burden.
Oh, it's heavy. And I bring it home sometime.
LGKG Injury Lawyers. Visit lgkg.com today. LGKG, your home team.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins try to get their first 4-game winning streak of the season tonight when they host the defending Cup champ Florida Panthers at 7. Tristan Jarry in net. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
No tweaks in terms of the approach. Certainly, he could have been better from a technical standpoint. In review of the tape, some technical things at the line of scrimmage that oftentimes lead to circumstances down the field could be better. But also, as I mentioned after the game, a component of that is competing against the likes of T. Higgins and his style of play. I felt the same way when we played DK Metcalf late last year, for example. You have to match physicality of these big people, and sometimes you do so at risk, and that's just a tightrope that he are willing to walk in an effort to be competitive. One thing we're not going to do is turn it down and allow him to catch the ball. He's a big guy. As you saw that touchdown he had late in the game against Cam Sutton. He is a challenge. You know, when we play Shaq, we're going to use our fouls.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That's an analogy people don't understand here because they hate the NBA. It's also big men just foul Shaq because he was such a horrible free throw shooter.
It's also an analogy I don't even like. When you fouled Shaq, the chances were you were going to get a better outcome than if you let Shaq catch the ball. Is he suggesting we're going to commit pass interference there?
Or maybe get called for defensive holding because it beats giving up a touchdown on the play? I think that is what he is implying.
If you're going to, defensive holding is one thing. Pass interference is another. But also, if it's a physical
wide receiver, we're not just going to let him bully us around, is the other part of it.
If you're getting defensive holdings 5 yards at a time, fine. I can live with that on first and second down, not on a third down because it's an auto first. If you are trying to liken taking pass interference penalties that might move the ball 25 or 30 yards down the field as hack-a-shack, sorry, the analogy falls apart there.
I always, when I do the show, try to figure out where the heads and minds of our listeners are at. And I just got the sense out of the game Sunday that this was one of the topics that kind of underserved a segment of the audience. Because when we threw it out there for calls yesterday, and it was very open-ended, very early in the show, people wanted to call in and latch on to the Joey Porter Jr. 5 penalties. And I felt like that was a lightning rod thing that we never really sunk our teeth into. It also feeds into this belief that I have about the medium we work in, and that is, broadly speaking, people love to effing bitch. And so even when a team is 9-3 and in first place and everything's looking pretty good, for whatever reason, fans obsess over the one or two negatives, even in a very triumphant win against Cincinnati. So,
do you feel like you also do this as the fan part of you?
Depends. I mean, when they were 11-0 in 2020, I did, because I didn't think that team was very good and they were doing it with smoke and mirrors. I don't feel that way about this team. I feel much better. And part of it is because of what I'm about to say with Joey Porter Jr. I think his struggles have been greatly exaggerated this year. I think the penalty thing, which was a carryover from Penn State, it was the knock on him there in addition to he never intercepts the ball. It was he also got called for way too many penalties. Clearly, it's something that still proves problematic at times in the pro. So does the dropped interceptions. He had another one in the Cincinnati game that could have put the game away. So those two things, he has not conquered or cured those ills from his career at Penn State. By my count, and there's a lot of different places to find these stats online, I don't know how reliable they all are because it's not from like the NFL's official website. He is the most penalized defensive player in the NFL. The only player, period, that's been penalized more than Joey Porter Jr. this year is Laramie Tunsil.
How is
from the best I can tell.
Wait, has Jawan Taylor played all year or has he been hurt?
No, he's played.
How is he not the most penalized player? The guy's a human false start.
I'm just telling you what you go sort it out online. Tunsil leads the league in penalties in Houston with false starts and holdings. And then 14 for Joey Porter Jr. is the second most in the league.
I will say I think Joey Porter plays a thankless position. And I say that because unless you are like a Darrelle Revis level guy where your dominance is so overwhelming, and I don't think Porter falls into this bucket, that people take note of it and just say, wow, they don't even throw to him. You generally don't get praised for doing a good job. You just don't get noticed.
So before I put you through a little thought exercise here.
Well, hold on. I want to say one more thing.
And that's what I'm giving you the floor to do. Before I give you some data, do you feel right now like he's having a bad year?
No.
You do not. So
No.
you're on my side, it sounds like.
He's committed 12 of his 14 penalties, I think, in 3 total games. So he's had 3 what you would call very bad games from that standpoint. And the other 9 games on their schedule, he's taken 2
penalties. So is Joey Porter Jr. even on the list of things that you think could derail the Steelers' season? They don't have a legitimate number 1 corner. He commits too many penalties.
Not really, no.
Okay, good.
No. He's allowing like an 82 passer rating against. That is still below average.
Right.
Like every time a quarterback goes after Joey Porter, the results are less than league average quarterback receiver play.
So I will throw out the phone number here. We'll see if we actually get this underserved segment of the audience that I was referring to where fans were livid with him after the game against Cincinnati and think he's either underachieving or not the player he's cracked up to be. Any of those things at 412-928-9370. But after we do the next thing, I think it's going to be very hard for anybody to say that he's not having a good year. I went and looked up before the show all of the matchups he's had this year, game by game. I'm going to give you what the opposing wide receiver did against Joey Porter Jr., and you tell me for that given game, Chris, if you feel like Joey Porter Jr. did his job or not, okay?
Yep.
Week 1, Atlanta, Drake London. 2 catches.
Don't even tell me. Did his job.
2 catches for 15 yards.
Did his job. I already could just tell you from thinking about that game.
Denver,
did his job.
Cortland Sutton. 1 catch for 26 yards.
Did his job, asterisk. Bo Nix was not Bo Nix yet.
Okay. But
still did his job.
2.
But I have to rate him based on what he did. Did his job.
Quentin Johnston for the Chargers. 2 catches for 44 touchdowns.
44 touchdowns?
44, 2 catches for 44 yards and a touchdown.
Maybe I have to rethink Porter's year. Actually, you know what? Grading him on a curve.
He got caught looking in the backfield on that play and got beat.
No, I actually don't. They won the game, but Quentin Johnston he was kind of a bust. And Porter did get caught like hand in the cookie jar there.
Because you're saying you give up 2 catches even though one's a touchdown, you did your job?
No, did not do his job.
Oh, did not. I agree with you. I don't think he did in that game.
No, grading him on a curve, he wasn't going against a true number 1.
I agree. Michael Pittman, Colts, 6 for 113.
Did not do his job.
So now he's 50%. CeeDee Lamb, 5 for 62.
Did his job.
Agreed. DJ Turner was the Raiders receiver he got matched up with. 2 for 37.
Did his job.
Okay. Devontae Adams, Jets, 3 for 30.
Definitely did his job.
Malik Neighbors, Giants, 3 catches for 35 yards.
Did his job.
Terry McLaurin, Commanders, 5 for 113.
Did not. Scary Terry beat him up.
Zay Flowers, 2 for 39 and a touchdown.
Because of the overall effort, yes, he did his job.
Jerry Jeudy, 6 for 85.
I'm going to say yes, he did his job just because I just watched Jerry Jeudy go completely insane.
No, that was a payback game for him.
It's the single greatest payback game anyone's ever played.
I saw that stat last night and was blown away by it.
I'm probably I'm probably being charitable about the Jerry Jeudy game only because I just watched Jerry Jeudy have 3 times that many yards in a game.
And then Higgins, 5 for 69 and a touchdown.
I don't think he did his job there. I probably would change Jeudy to a no. By the way, our old buddy Levi Wallace did not.
Oh, my goodness.
He looked like he was running in quicksand on that 70-yarder. What the hell happened?
He almost single-handedly helped Jameis set passing yards records before the pick sixes came into play late in that game. So they've played 12 games. I would say, if we're being fair, he has pretty much shut down the opposing wide receiver in 8 of 12. And
no Pittman, no Jeudy ultimately, no McLaurin, and no.
And you said Quentin Johnston no because he wasn't matched up against a great receiver and he gave up a touchdown.
But then also no Higgins either. Or are we not calling him their top guy because they didn't really like?
Okay,
if you want to go by, did he do his assignment if he was tasked with essentially following a guy? Like Higgins is not their number one guy. Chase is.
Okay, so then I will change it. In 7 of 12, he's shut down the guy he's been matched up with.
Yeah, the opponent's top dog or near top dog.
And of those 5, I mean, how many would you say really went off against him? 69 yards is not a lot from Higgins. He did score a touchdown.
McLaurin went off on him.
Okay, 113.
I have to say, I have to say Higgins kind of went off on him in part because he kept taking so many penalties. The ball moves down the field.
That's a good point. And the same thing with Jeudy, had penalties called against Porter too.
And you know what? The Bengals game, too, I have to say is extra frustrating because the Yoshivas penalty was the worst one of all of them, and it wasn't even with Higgins on.
And in the Colts game, he dropped the touchdown in the end zone, interception in the end zone,
and he dropped one early on a ball by Richardson that he probably could have had.
I mean, overall, the guy's mostly or mainly done his job and done it well. I
think he has. Well, this goes back to what I said at the start. I do think he's done a good job in balance this year. I think he's an above average to good player at corner. Good. I won't even say above average. I think he's a good cornerback. But I do think he plays a position where when you play it well, if you are not widely regarded as one of the 2 or 3 absolute best in the league, where you're going to get talked about in these glowing terms, you get very little attention. Honestly, it's like offensive line play. Unless you're Joe Thomas and everyone's like, wow, this dude no one touches the quarterback on that side. It's wild. If you're an above average to good left tackle, once in a while you might get beat, but most Garrett Bolles did a decent job on Garrett, I thought, yesterday in Denver. If you get beat, though, everyone's talking about, wow, he put him on his ass right there. At cornerback, it's the exact same thing. If you do a pretty damn good job most of the time, no one talks about you doing a pretty good job.
Here is Donnie on the Fan. Hello, Donnie.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man.
Yeah, Joey, I think he plays a physical game, and the penalties come with it. He's had a pretty decent year. Maybe change a little bit of technique, but if you do that, it might not be the same player. So I say stick with the penalties. And
what did Charles Davis say, Pony, on the broadcast? They're going to put boxing gloves on him at practice so he can't use his hands to try to impede the receiver? Charles Davis, former defensive back himself, so he would know some of the things you might do. What if Tomlin just made him put on a pair of Everlast gloves and said you just can't grab the guy? You can put your thumb on him, but that's all you're going to manage to get.
Who do you think would win a boxing tournament amongst current Steelers?
We've already talked about him today. I got to believe Pickens is going to be tough with the reach advantage he's got on a lot of people. Or do you pick somebody that's just big and tall like Broderick Jones? Well, Broderick Jones got his elbow all jacked up.
We know Frazier's a great wrestler, but that doesn't translate.
Who's got the longest arms? Sayamalu got pretty long arms?
No, he's a guard. He might have
Dan
T-Rex
Moore?
arms. Dan Moore? No. I wouldn't
Oh, wait,
pick him.
you know who? Russ? He does boxing training.
And he has huge hands.
Well, but he might be tougher to hit because he's so compact.
Yeah, he's got a De La Hoya, I think.
You got to have weight classes for this, though. You can't have Pickens. You can't have Pickens going up against Dan Moore.
I don't know. I think you can. I liked when the UFC used to do that back in the day when it first started, when they had no weight classes and it was just a complete free-for-all.
The one dude, Hoist Gracie, would just fight in a gi.
Ken Shamrock would fight like a
Tank
sumo
Abbott.
guy. That was great.
That was when, what were the only 2 things you couldn't do? Fish hook? Like that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then you could not gouge eyes back then. I think they might have allowed biting for
referendum time on Joey Porter Jr. Mike Tomlin said, yeah, we're fine with the penalties. You got to use your fouls against wide receivers like T. Higgins, just like NBA centers had to do against Shaq back in the day. So I thought yesterday there were people that were champing at the bit to complain about Joey Porter Jr., the way he played against Cincinnati, the way he's played this season. Are you one of those people? 412-928-9370. I don't know how you could after I gave you those stats, but we'll see when we come back. Plus, at the bottom of the hour, a Pro Football Minute on the Steelers' next opponent, the Browns, and what happened last night on the Fan. But first, a headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow night. ACC-SEC Challenge. They go down and play Mississippi State. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on the Fan tomorrow night, beginning at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Smell Kia is expanding, raising the roof, and during the Season of New Tradition sales event, we'll be offering huge savings out of tiny little trailers. Rates as low as 0% APR for up to 48 months on select 2024 Sportages and Serenos. SmellKia.com. 0% APR financing subject to credit approval through KFA for well-qualified buyers. Not all will qualify. $20.83 per month per $1,000 financed at 48 months. See Smell Kia for details. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. Take delivery by 1/2/25.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Whether it's a family gathering, corporate party, or festive get-together with friends, book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Visit HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com to get started.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect. Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. for you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Crews are on the scene of a disabled vehicle on the inbound side of the Parkway West just before you hit the 79 interchange. That's over in the left lane, so expect some slight delays working through that area. I'm Kyle Fromheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
Did you know Awaken 180 is an approved expense for both HSA and FSA accounts? Reserve your consultation for December, and you decide the start date, now or on day one of the new year. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
I'm not ready to acknowledge that as a trend, to be quite honest with you. You know, we played some good offenses and guys have made some plays. We're going to continue with our preparation process and put our best foot forward and hope that we minimize it this time around, certainly.
Mike Tomlin grading his defense on a curve against Cincinnati. At no point after the game or in his press conference today has he said anything really casting aspersions on them for giving up 38 points in a game. I think he agrees with me that that's what happens when you play Joe Burrow and the boys, and to hold them in check for most of the game, a couple of tack-on touchdowns late, was good enough for him. Although he did say today he does not feel comfortable in shootouts. It's not his DNA.
But it turned into a one-score game. Doesn't he feel very comfortable in those?
Oh, he thrives in those situations.
Maybe he told them to go prevent because he knew it would turn it into a one-score game that he would easily win in the end.
I don't know this off the top of my head. I would think Andy Reid would probably have the best record in one-possession games over the last maybe 2 years, given what the Chiefs have done this year.
Well, they're basically
Tomlin's
the 2020
got to be right there.
Steelers.
Yep.
What is he now? He's 6-3 in one-possession games because he's 1-1 in his last two.
Joey Porter Jr.
Wait, hold on. Before we go back,
Yes.
10 seconds.
More sinkhole stuff?
No.
Okay.
I don't like Tomlin saying I'm not comfortable in shootouts. I don't give a rat's ass if it's in your DNA. You might have to get in one with Buffalo or even Kansas City or somebody else that you're going to see in the playoffs. Get comfortable with them. That quote drives me nuts because I loved that he was willing to just say, yes, we are going to have to go shot for shot with this team on Sunday. Get comfortable. Be a chameleon. Be the team that can win any which way. The Bengals can win one way. We get the ball last, and we try to score our 45th
Yeah, but I think he feels like it's akin to saying I'm a vegetarian who also likes a filet mignon from time to time.
I don't care if my coach is an omnivore. I want them to be. He's been an herbivore for too many years here trying to win, muck and grind fests.
Here is David on the fan. Hello, David.
Hey, what's going on today, guys?
Hey, man.
What's up?
Nothing much. Listen, man, Joey Porter Jr. is a nuisance. Okay, and that's exactly what we need him to be right now. His skill, his quality of play is out there for the world to see. We all know that this young man is good. And besides, who exactly are the opposing quarterback going to throw to? Him, who's given these wide receivers fits, getting caught from time to time, or the top, basically one of the top corners in the league, who I think he has. Doesn't Johnson have
Deontay Jackson.
5 interceptions?
5.
Jackson, yeah, 5 interceptions.
He's having a ridiculously good year. Well, yeah, but I think he's been he's been an opportunist. He's been very good. I still think physically most teams would look at Porter and say that's the Steelers' best corner. Like, athletically, he's the guy capable of the most stuff.
Exactly. Now, on the coaching side of things, as far as him being too handsy, go to your local sports store or order those baseball sliding gloves.
Oh, like the one Starling Marte puts on after he gets to first base?
Yes. You don't want to put him in boxing gloves because he's still got the option to grab. That fist stock that Fitzpatrick is going to make him grab. And have the coaches actually look at who's officiating for that week, for that game.
I like that point.
Officiating team that
that's a very
can
good
cause
point.
problems. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, I think
that's a very good point.
No, I think that's the best point anyone's made on this is that they have, because I think good teams, I firmly believe, do this and prep for it. They have somebody on their staff look at the assignment for that week, the ref assignment, find out what they call and how they call it relative to the rest of crews on average, and then tell guys, if you got a crew that calls a ton of holdings, I think Jones's last really bad game at right tackle was, I want to say, 3 games ago, not the Cleveland game and not this
Baltimore, it was brutal.
And I think that crew, if memory serves, called a lot of, came in with a reputation of calling a lot of holds. You should absolutely, David is totally right, you should be doing that for secondary guys too.
I don't think that Joey Porter Jr. has progressed into being a true lockdown number one corner this year. I don't. But I think overall he's had a good year. So I think that progress is still being made. And, I think at some point you plateau as a player, and you are what you are. This is as good as you're going to get. So I think by next year, if he's not better than this, then he'll just always be a solid upper echelon corner, nothing more.
If he's an upper
nothing
echelon
less.
corner with the 32nd pick, I'm fine with that. I have a take on this you're not going to like. I think that is an incredibly volatile position.
So why is that something I won't like? Of course that happens where guys
people don't want to hear it. But I think corner, even for really good corners, can have really bad years or large stretches of bad games. I just think the nature of the position and the nature of the rules makes it very tough to be Darrelle Revis, week in, week out, year in, year out.
Dave in North Huntington, hello.
Hey, guys. It must be the name Dave. The previous Dave used one of my points. The other one, referees are human. So I've noticed going back and looking at some of the old games too, whenever, he has a questionable call, he's using his hands and everything else, and the play's over, they always do that stupid, incomplete pass sign and everything else. And be honest with you, I think that might influence the refs a little bit too. Like, hey, that was a 50-50 call one way or another, but you're acting like that, flag comes out.
So almost like a wide receiver who gets up and starts to
bitch for
put his hand up in the air and say throw a flag, and just out of spite they don't do it. All right, Dave, so the bottom line for you then is, where do you come down on Joey Porter Jr.? Is he getting the job done or not?
You, actually. No, I think he's doing a good job. He needs to cut down and be a little smarter. So I think there are some crews he might be able to get away with the hands a little bit more than others. And that's where the previous Dave came in on my point that I wanted to make too.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So it is just
Dave's
have great takes. I think when we're talking about just Pickens at the start of the show and now Porter, I think Porter's issue, the handsy stuff, being too handsy, not having a second move in the arsenal, he's going to get physical and all that, is much more coachable and is much more football related than the stuff that people are frustrated with Pickens.
Why are you nodding like that?
That's a Johnny the Barber
Charlie?
nod. That's got to be the barber.
No, Johnny and I are cool, but there's she seems legit.
Okay, who is it?
Oh, we always put the first ladies of the show.
Yeah, they're some of our absolute
Carolyn
best callers.
Clinton, Candy in Monroeville, and now Peggy at Giant Eagle. Hello, Peggy.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Peggy.
Hi. O'Neal Cruz on the Pirates.
Yes.
He's a lot like Pickens and Porter. We put up with their stuff because they're good.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that. There's no motivation for them to change because they're that good.
What does O'Neal Cruz do that bugs you so much? There's some mental errors, but I don't think there's showboating really that much.
No, there's some massive brain farts, though, from him.
Yeah, those are different, though, I think, than like...
No, I think Peggy's onto something here. Keep it going, Peg. What else you got?
Well, something sort of related, but something that grinds my teeth about defenders.
Yeah.
too many of them across the league. They try to strip the ball before they stop the forward progress. It drives me crazy. They'll be running alongside a guy getting 5, 10, 12 yards all the time trying to strip the ball instead of going for
Go
their
the jackhammer out and make the
Peggy,
technical tackle.
Peggy, I'm going to tell you something. I think Porter has been guilty of that in the past when he's tried to come up and make tackles. I think that is a problem of his and others.
Peggy, who is your all-time favorite Steeler?
Oh, my. Joe Green.
Joe Green?
Safe, solid
Could
pick here,
Peggy at Giant Eagle ever date a Cleveland Browns fan?
No.
No.
Man, she's diehard.
That's a weird question.
I know. Does Peggy I couldn't either. Does Peggy think the Steelers are going to the Super Bowl?
No.
Does
Why?
Peggy think the Steelers are winning a playoff game?
Yes.
What would Peggy like to see done after the season with Russell Wilson in terms of a contract?
Oh. I hope we can. I think he's a good mentor for the younger quarterbacks coming up.
Okay. Thank you, Pegs. Peggy at Giant Eagle.
The last question could have been, are you a fan of the Steely Dan song that bears your name? Peg.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
It's a good one by them.
Steely Dan never toured because I think it was only a couple of guys that played the instruments.
They didn't ever hire a band to learn
So they'd
the
have
songs?
to match them up.
Really?
So one guy would play, I think, guitar and vocals, and he'd also do...
Was it Donald Fagen or whatever was the one dude?
And then they would just sync them all together.
Well, yeah, Trent Reznor does that for Nine Inch Nails, but they can still go on tour. You just hire people to, learn your songs.
So I think they did that, and it just flopped badly. It was just
I think they're one of those
abject
bands.
failure.
I don't care about a single Steely Dan album cut. Give me, the 10 to 12 songs that were pretty big for them, and that's all I need.
Pro Football Minute next on the Steelers' next opponent. You heard them play on the Fan last night. React to that, plus more of your calls. Joey Porter Jr., a referendum on him. How do you feel about his season? Can you correct the penalties? How would you do it? 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Here's the headline from Charlie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aroldis Chapman has left the Pirates in free agency. He has signed a one-year deal with the Boston Red Sox. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Famous Jameis, legend. Are you not entertained? You can't even look away from the screen when this dude's out there. Any play could be a touchdown, and that touchdown could be scored in either end zone. Anyone on that field is equally likely to wind up catching any of his passes, no matter what laundry they have on. It really is that scintillating. I'm Jim Rome. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Winston is picked, intercepted. Bonito, goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
No Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Donnie has Jim Rome's December schedule. He's off practically the entire month.
You got to use them, brother.
So Charlie's here. And instead we have a Pro Football Minute reacting to the Browns and Broncos last night.
We should do a segment when Charlie's in called the Borges Breakdown. The problem is it would have to be about hockey.
There already is a Bechtold breakdown. The alliteration thing's already been stolen and hijacked by the midday guys.
What about an alliteration with Charlie? Chew on this with Charlie? I don't know. There's got to be something for him.
So, a few things from this game, and we'll get back to some calls on Joey Porter Jr. Number one, there is a part of me, I'm not going to say a big part, but there is a small part of me that is more worried about Sunday than the Chiefs game on Christmas.
Because of the Jameis volatility factor?
Yep.
The JVF?
And Myles Garrett. And you put those two guys into this game. And the variance exists. I mean, I still believe the Steelers are going to win because it's hard for me to fathom them getting swept in the season by the Browns. When was the last time that happened?
Oh, boy. It's got to be an eternity ago. I don't think it's happened since they came back into the league.
I don't think it has either. They lost 2 times in 2020, but that was week 17 game. And then a wild card game.
So there's no way that they've lost twice to the Browns in a season since the Browns came back to the NFL. I know they infamously went 1-1 in the Browns, first season back, 43-0 on opening night.
So I'm going to guess, is it possible in 91 they lost twice to them? Or in 90? One of those last couple of years with Chuck?
Maybe. Hold on, head-to-head here. Here, I can get this. This is actually not that hard to get. By the way, while I'm looking for this, Pony, can I just say, last night's game is a classic example of why the NFL will always be king in this country. That's a matchup between a team that, in the Broncos, is probably going to make the playoffs, and the Browns pretty much a nothing burger of a season. And yet it did deliver a wildly entertaining football game.
So 88's the answer. Because in 89, remember, They lost 51-0.
And then they beat them.
And then they came back and won in Cleveland later in the year. 88's the last time.
Jeez, I'm looking this up, man. There's just so few W's for the Browns that you can just basically eliminate all the way back to the point where they were in the NFL again. They only won back-to-back games, so it was in different seasons, going from 99 to 2000. The last meeting in 99, the first meeting in 2000. Sandwiched around those, they lost 43-0 and 22-0. There's just so many L's, man. It's absolutely wild.
88 is also the last time the Steelers finished in last place in the division, and now that the Browns...
You did get that wrong on Twitter, I saw.
What'd I say, 89?
Yeah, and then people corrected you.
Oh,
because 89's the year that they beat the Oilers in that pretty famous playoff game.
88's the last time that the Steelers finished.
It's a little risky. The Jameis factor makes it risky. He's done a hell of a job somehow doing a little magic trick to convince people that he's not also a bad guy, by the way, because he is, with a lot of bad stuff on his ledger. It just so happens that he backs up the most repugnant human being probably going right now in the NFL. It's just funny, though.
I feel like he's so beloved and such a fan favorite that that's why no one can bring themselves after games like that to say that's why he's not a starting quarterback. Instead, it was, man, isn't Jameis so much fun? And I like Jameis as a player. I wanted him to come here and back up Ben and be the reclamation project that he ultimately turned into with the Saints behind Drew Brees. But the penchant for throwing the ball to the other team is why no team is ever going to treat him again like they can be taken seriously as a contender with him. But
can you imagine Tomlin
in a one-game scenario?
Oh, he's dangerous.
He can friggin' beat you. He can play Sunday. He absolutely can play better than Russell Wilson.
He beat the Broncos while also beating the Cleveland Browns last night is the best way I would describe it. Tomlin would break out in hives at the thought of having to have, like, say Russ was his starter next year and somehow Jameis ended up on their team as the backup.
Would never happen.
But just somehow it did. The thought of, like, Russ going down with a torn ACL in week 1, Tomlin would literally be breaking out in hives at the thought of Jameis being his quarterback.
Because the turnovers are just so abhorrent to him.
He threw for
more than any other coach.
He threw for 497 yards. I believe, so the 2 pick sixes were 44 yards and 71 yards. So that's 115 yards of pick sixes right there. And then he had another, I think, interception that went back, about 50 yards or something? Like 51? So somebody did the math on this and came up with he threw for 667 total yards when you factor in the interception yardage and 6 touchdowns. To which Steve Palazzolo said Norm Van Brocklin could never.
Here is Tomlin pretending to praise Jameis Winston when he plays a way that would have Tomlin dry heaving on the sidelines.
If you saw the game last night, you saw what they're capable of with Dorsey as a play caller and Winston as a quarterback. There was some explosive playmaking. They went up and down the field. Judy had a big night. And that's what I meant when I described him as a gunslinger a couple of weeks ago when we played him, man. He's got unbelievable arm talent. He was the first pick in the draft, and you're not the first pick in the draft for no reason, man. He's got arm strength. He's got accuracy. He's got trajectory. He can place the ball just about anywhere on the field. He's a big-time competitor to boot. He never turns down competition. He's going to fight to win possession downs, things of that nature, man. We got to do a really good job of matching that competitive spirit.
It honestly feels like a game Sunday now that no person on planet Earth is going to pick the Browns to win. It's going to be...
Except for you.
No, I'm not going to do it either, but it's just going to be one of those games where they pick every game on Sunday, and it's just the Steelers logo.
Clean sweeps.
For every analyst.
Steelers coming off their best offensive game in forever.
Browns short week. They were just in Denver. They lost. They clinched a losing season. There's nothing left to really play for. They already beat the Steelers once, so in theory they can't win 2 Super Bowls in 1 year. They already won their Super Bowl in the Thursday night game. That was their shining moment, an apex moment in the season. There's no way lightning strikes twice. Steelers won't look past the Browns.
Emotional letdown for Jerry Jeudy. He already had his personal Super Bowl last week.
Steelers won't look past them because they already, in theory, did that this year. They're out for blood and revenge. TJ Watt had a bad game. It's just that whole scenario where there's this group think where every single football person feels the same way about a game.
Should make you nervous.
Does scare me. Yes.
Tomlin probably, you said he plays away, and Tomlin's praising him while he plays away that would make Tomlin insane. I do think Tomlin, the defensive coach, is being serious when he says he respects what Jameis is capable of.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What he doesn't say there, what is left unsaid is, I, as a defensive coach, also know that if my defense does their job and I come up with good schemes, he will throw the ball to us at least once or twice, maybe 3 times. I saw somebody, I think it was like Ben Solak, had this stat. He had 450-plus passing yards, 4 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. There have only been like a handful of those games, like maybe 10 to 12, I want to say, in NFL history, and he's got like 3 of them. He's the only guy with more than 1.
If Minka doesn't have an interception in this game, he's not going to get one ever again.
I'd go so far as to say, what do you think defensive touchdown for the Steelers is going off at right now? That's usually like a plus 2,000, like a 20-1 shot in most games.
Yeah, they probably juiced it way down to like
plus
10 to
14 or 1,200. Yeah.
You know, on the days leading up to it, every single pregame show is going to have somebody saying, and guys, get a load of this. My bold prediction for this game.
Why are you doing Nick Costos' voice right now?
My bold prediction, Minka Fitzpatrick ends the drought and has an interception.
First touchdown scorer.
It's just... So I'm going to be the a-hole that says he's not going to do it.
Well, no, he's going to play on the back. He's going to play 30 yards off the line. They'll win the game in a way that makes all of us annoyed. It'll be like 24-21. And the Browns won't get any big plays. And Tomlin will say, yeah, you know why? Minka was back there. They were afraid.
Charlie, that was a Pro Football Minute. Here is Jim in the North Hills. Hello, Jim.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wonder if the Steelers organization, if the only way they can sleep at night and have sweet dreams is if they win 16-13 with TJ having a sack in the last 40 seconds. I mean, can they really be happy if that's not the way?
Wait, are you saying like against the Browns coming up or generally speaking?
Are you talking about the team or their fans?
Well, no, I mean, I'm talking about the team.
Okay.
I mean, if they win with 3 touchdowns and 1 interception, can they sleep at night, or would they rather have a mud fest where they get
their coach has all but admitted, even though I would imagine unless he's an insane person, he does try to blow out every opponent. It just doesn't happen that often around the NFL, period. Their coach has all but admitted that he does love these close games because he thinks his team makes fewer mistakes and makes the right plays at the right times way more than other teams do.
And Jimmy said today, and thanks for the call, that he prefers to play low-scoring games to shootouts.
I don't know that I'm ever comfortable playing in the shootout. It's just my background, my expertise, to be quite honest with you. I respect offenses and talented players, and I acknowledge when we're faced with stiff challenges, but it doesn't mean that I'll ever be comfortable in those circumstances. I have certain expectations because of my professional journey on defense that I expect us to slow those things down and minimize some of that. The rare instances that we don't, I'm thankful that we have an offense that's capable of matching it.
I think that's him letting his guard down for once, because I never remember him ever saying that when Ben was the quarterback, because if he says that, Ben would hear about it and Ben would be offended by it.
What wouldn't Ben be offended by?
Because if he said, that's not my preference, it's not my nature.
Ben would say, you've got me. Isn't that good enough? I'm the best gunfighter at the OK Corral.
Right.
The problem is I feel like he lost a fair number of those kinds of shootouts with Ben. The Jags game should not have been one, but it turned into an insane shootout, and they didn't have enough bullets.
The thing that Tomlin, I think, should realize, and he probably doesn't care about this stuff, the optics, but Lord knows fans do, is when it comes to the record keeping or the score keeping that's done by the people that care about his team, he is getting credit for everything Russell Wilson is doing, whereas with Ben, he got very little. Because Ben wasn't his guy. Russell Wilson, even though he played for 2 other teams,
Mike
came
took a
here
chance
in part
on him
because of Mike. Exactly.
Well, Russ was damaged goods. Mike took a chance on him,
Mike
period.
gets credit for resuscitating his career and getting him back on track. When the stories are written by fans after these seasons are done, it will be I don't think anyone will levy the criticism. If they do, they're idiots. Well, Tomlin got lucky because he had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, Ben, and then he tripped and fell into Russell Wilson. No, Russell Wilson is here because of Mike Tomlin. Not only because of Mike, but Mike had a lot to do with it.
Somebody will make the argument that he got lucky.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 23 tonight. KDK TV will have more on that. Mike Tomlin was asked by Jeff about Russell Wilson today, and Mike didn't know what to say. He was tongue-tied. What had the coach at a loss for words on his star quarterback? You will hear that coming back. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Thank you so much, Charlie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, official betting partner of the NFL. We got a game Sunday between the Steelers and Browns, and it would be a good idea to get onto FanDuel and bet on that. You just heard me say I would be shocked if there were many people betting on the Browns in this game. It feels like it's easy money right now to take the Steelers. So that's for you to judge. I've got my own opinion on it. I think the Steelers' money line is going to be a very popular bet. So how about this? If you just pick the Steelers to win on FanDuel, new customers are going to get $150 in bonus bets if they win that bet. So bet Steelers to win for $5. They win, you get $150 in bonus bets on FanDuel just for signing up and playing today. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
It's an ugly game, but will there be points? I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Tennessee is laying more than a field goal against Jacksonville in an NFL game that has zero playoff implications. But if you're looking for a reason to watch, the BetQL model does have an angle on the total. BetQL over 40 is a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for state semifinals week. Luke Neal rushed for a career-high 263 to lead Avonworth to a state title game. Tyler Eber rushed for 206 and 2 touchdowns, but not enough to vault TJ to the finals. And Elijah Faulkner had 26 carries for 132 and a touchdown to lead Central Catholic to victory. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Did you hear the news? There's a dog on the loose in the city, and he ain't friendly. They said if you see him, don't pet him. He out there sniffing around. He's sniffing for accidents. His name is Top Dog. Big dog, Top Dog. Accidents, you call him. Top dollar, you call him. After you call him, he calling them. Insurance companies, he calling them. Like, hello, Mr. Insurance Company. It's me again. You miss me? We got a problem. We have an accident. Medical malpractice is an accident. Want a lot of money. A lot. Like top dollar. A lot. And don't take forever to get it to me. My client needs it. Get it to me now. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. and I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking, though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hearing about online threats every day can be stressful. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? You won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. Act fast. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, our best deals of the year are here. Get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Just ask us how. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity Internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price.
So don't wait. Bring home a new iPhone 16 Pro built for Apple Intelligence.
And connect to reliable 5G and Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile.
That's a big deal.
More like a gig deal.
Now through December 3rd, ask how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us with an unlimited Plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Primanti Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the destination to catch all your favorite sports, now with Sunday Ticket. Don't miss daily half-off happy hour, $3.29 daily beer, great deals on wings and pizza, and of course your favorite almost famous sandwich. Primanti Brothers, now serving more sports.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
New holiday deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances, plus an additional $75 off for every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. And don't miss big savings on DeWalt. Save $80 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 2-tool combo kit. Was $229, now just $149. Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 through 12/11. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
This holiday season, cozy up to streaming more of your favorite entertainment, a whole year more. Switch to Fios Home Internet and get 12 months of Netflix and Max on us. So kick back, relax, hop into your coziest flannel jammies, and switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet for 12 months of Netflix and Max on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. 'Tis the season for streaming on the 100% fiber optic network. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Cozy flannel jammies sold separately. Verizon. For your first 12 months of the perk with select Verizon Home Internet plans, then $10 a month after. Netflix and Max with ads perk requires Fios 1 gig plan. Must install service and enroll in perk within 60 days after, and then register the perk with Netflix and Max within 90 days of enrollment. $10 a month perk credit ends after 12 months. After 12 months, perk bills at the then current price for the Netflix and Max bundle, currently $10 a month unless canceled. Must be 18 years or older. One offer per eligible Fios plan. Limited time offer.
Tonight, mostly cloudy with overnight lows in the low 20s. Wednesday starting off mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 30s. Snow arrives late to the north overnight Wednesday and continues through early Thursday morning. Overnight lows in the low 20s and highs Thursday in the upper 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Delays are starting to build up on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll see congestion from the Birmingham Bridge all the way through to Greentree. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Let's see if the Penguins can keep it going against last year's Cup champs, Penguins and Panthers tonight, 7 o'clock at the arena. For more, go to 93.7theFan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday. I'm Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Why does Russ fit in so well here?
I don't know. He's a football guy. He loves football. He likes to work. I think that if you had that general approach, this is probably an easy train to get on because that's my tenor. That's our tenor. We love football. We like to work at it. We like to take the mystique out of performance. You do that through high energy and urgent preparation, and all of those things appear to be naturally him.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in the South Hills. That was Mike Tomlin asked a pretty boilerplate question from Jeff. Why does Russell Wilson fit in so well here? And his first part of the answer was,
I don't know.
I'm not so sure he struggled to answer that. He immediately launched right into several different things that he thinks are part of it.
He's a football guy.
Like Donnie.
He's a football guy.
Can we need to cut that little drop.
I already did. I think I'm playing it right now.
I don't know.
I don't know why you're playing it right now.
I don't know.
He's a football guy.
There was also more hemming and hawing and pause in there, but I just edited out for time purposes.
You do like to do that. So if he was hemming and hawing, maybe I could understand it.
I think that I'm going to use this as a way of launching into a conversation about Russell Wilson and the initial pause and then Tomlin saying, I don't know, to start an answer about him. I think that kind of questioning or uncertainty is exactly how I feel about what the next step is with him. I think anytime you enter into, in our state, we're in our 30s. Charlie, how old are you now? Are you in your 30s yet?
Man, I'm not,
31.
I'm not going to be there much longer, Charlie.
You're 31?
Yeah, I took the scenic route in life.
I thought you were like 26.
I appreciate that. No.
Anyways.
I've got like 3 months left, man.
I think most women that are looking for partners in our age demographic, maybe a few of them are just looking to have a good time. But I think for the most part, it's, okay, what are we really doing here?
What, or get off the pot?
Are you serious? Can I see you, or can you see me as your spouse? Do I see you as someone that we can have kids with and have a home and a family and all those things? It's not about, go out to the bar, do a couple shots of Rumpelmints, and then go screw your brains out for 8 hours. Okay? Like, that was fun when you're in your 20s or in your teens or whatever, but that's really, I don't think, very high on the list of priorities for most adults that are in the market. You're making a face like you disagree with me.
I don't know why. Screw your brains out for 8 hours straight just sounded like something out of a porno.
I don't want to taste Rumpelmints in anybody else's mouth. I mean, I don't even want to taste it in my mouth.
So
that too.
What I'm getting at is, I think that this arrangement is perfect right now. It's cheap. You're not really paying him. You're getting results. The team is in first place. There's Super Bowl conversation. There's Russ is cooking and he's back. He's Mr. Unlimited again. Everything is just, you don't want to, you want to live in the moment and
it's the
enjoy
honeymoon
this.
phase
yes,
right now.
You want to, yeah, I mean, I don't.
It is. He's never going to be cheaper than he is to you right now. He might never play better than he did last week in a Steelers uniform because he was phenomenal last week. Everything's hunky-dory, man. He's 5-1 as a starter.
But when I throw things out like, hey, would you give Russell Wilson a 3-year extension for $30+ million, it's...
I don't know.
That's how I think our listeners feel.
Even though he's a...
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I missed that one.
He's a football guy.
Yeah.
That's because I think people are watching, for example, now this guy's several years older than Russ. People are watching Aaron Rodgers just die on the vine for the Jets.
Are they going to watch his new show?
What's
out on Netflix?
What's it called?
3-part series. Enigma. Ugh. Yeah, camera crew following him around for all his revolutionary and outside the box healing methods and therapeutic things he does. And all of the weird idiosyncrasies of Aaron Rodgers now coming to a home near you through Netflix.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Charlie,
my life is worse for knowing that exists.
I'm just trying to think of how many mushrooms did the camera crew have to consume to
get on his level?
To get on his level. I wouldn't want to operate an expensive piece of equipment.
Do you think he did therapeutic vomiting in front of them? You think
really
he still does that?
Did he do the thing where he laid down and they rubbed him with something and he said it felt like all of his ancestors came back and talked to him?
They were like, what were they saying? Things like, you missed so many open receivers last week. You played like crap. Team hates you.
Maybe that's why he's been so bad. He's done mushrooms and he's seeing things that we're not seeing.
He's seeing ghosts on the field. Extra defensive backs.
Zach Wilson called
Back in my day, we used to get on guys for smoking too much pot. This guy's out there doing all kinds of hallucinogenic drugs.
No one bats an eyelash.
No one seemed... Well, now people make fun of him for it because he stinks.
But no one, like, in terms of suspension, bats an eyelash.
I do think views on all that stuff have softened overall, but it is now, looking back on it, insane to think that Martavis Bryant's career was short-circuited.
I mean, Josh Gordon, although he had other issues, too, with like, alcohol abuse.
Le'Veon Bell was rolling doobies with LeGarrette Blount.
Ricky Williams,
another great one. That's a phenomenal pull.
Has anybody, it's probably the best example of it of all, has anybody been more appropriately named than LeGarrette Blount? It would be like a defense attorney named like Bill Lawyer.
It's the opposite of Bob Walk.
Right. Tim Strikeout. To go back to the Rodgers point, I'll get us back on track here. I think one of the reasons is you're watching here's a guy who's actually a contemporary. I think this is the better example. I'm glad I didn't go Rodgers here. Here's a guy who is Russ's age, had been better more recently than Russ, got paid, and was supposedly in a system where we thought the guy that they had hired to be the OC for this team was like a hot name that the Steelers should have pursued. And the guy sucks all of the sudden. Had a brief run where he looked okay and has turned into a corn cob. Kirk Cousins, man. And he's never been mobile, and now Russ isn't mobile. But I am reading like some disaster stories about what's gone on there where people are calling for Michael Penix.
Yeah, he threw 4 picks and looked like he aged dog years.
I think he's thrown 6 in the last 3 games. Yeah. Like, Pony, they're talking about, seriously, a team that is tied for the division lead.
Well, yeah, that's why
Michael Penix.
That was going to happen when you drafted a quarterback in the first round.
My point is, if there are listeners who are cognizant of what's going on around the rest of the NFL, and I think most of our listeners are, then they probably are seeing a guy like Kirk Cousins look awful and wondering how far down the road is that for Russ?
Well, he had the bump in the road against the Ravens, and then a slow start against the Browns, and in the snowstorm put it together and was their best player in the game.
And he was their best player in the Bengals game.
Followed it up with one of the best games of his career on Sunday.
I know. I guess my point is, when you get to this age and when you're not like a guy, Cousins is an upper echelon guy, but Russ is a way better career, obviously. He's won a Super Bowl, among other things.
I'm hearing you say buyer beware on a contract is what it sounds like.
I think that is what people feel, and I would be lying to you if there was a part of me that also didn't feel that way. There is. You don't have, like, Tom Brady's do not go on trees.
When you say part of you, is that like me saying last hour, there's a part of me that is nervous about the Browns game, and it's not the it's just there. It's not like it's not consuming me. It's not an overwhelming part.
It's like between 20 and 30% of me.
So you still are leaning heavily on the side of you would give him an extension.
Yeah, I mean, right now I would, because I'm continuing to see like really good play with one notable exception in a game they still managed to end up winning, so that always softens it a little. But here's like the other thing. What's the next plan if you don't? And I know we always laugh at people when they say, who are you going to hire if you fire Tomlin? Not that we have those conversations nowadays. But there's always another coach down the line somewhere, somebody who deserves a job. I really don't know if there's somebody out there that's a better option than him for like next year. And you're not going to sign him to a 1-year monster deal as like a glorified bridge.
If the wheels somehow came off for Russell Wilson, I think their starting quarterback next year would be Justin Fields.
I agree. And it should be, because he's so much younger. You would hope there's more meat on the bone.
I mean, and look, I feel great about Russ right now, and I'm not trying to manifest this because I'm rooting for the Steelers to win. I have a bet on them to win the Super Bowl. I'm all in on them. However, I'm not ruling it out that he looks mortal again here because of his age and the fact that that's more or less the kind of quarterback he's been for the last few seasons. I mean,
I think there's one thing that really matters with him right now, and it's not even something that he technically can control. I think if their offensive line continues to largely hold up, then I think he's going to play well. I read a pretty decent-sized write-up. I think it was, again, Ben Solak today, given Arthur Smith.
Man, Solak is just on the brain for Malsey. It's a big day for Solak. He's getting pops left and right on this show.
I just try to give myself a broad base of reading every morning to try to get perspectives. I try to get perspectives. And he did give Arthur Smith, a ton of praise and kind of pointed out, when Arthur Smith has actually had a good quarterback, he hasn't been good at procuring one in Atlanta. That was a disaster with Ritter and all those guys. But when he's had one, Tannehill's the best quarterback till Russell Wilson that he's ever had.
What was the name of that comedian, Ritter?
John Ritter.
Dead, right?
Died, yeah. He had that show, 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Teenage Daughter.
That was when that Kaylee Cuoco girl kind of got her start. Was
she the daughter on that show?
Yeah.
And then Peg Bundy was the wife. Katie Seagal is her name.
She's been
in Sons of Anarchy.
This goes to show you the way I honestly felt like when I watched Married with Children as a kid.
Peg Bundy was super hot.
No, I thought she was in her 50s. I thought she was an old woman. And she's been, I feel like, the same age my entire life. In my opinion, she's looked like a woman in her late 40s to early 50s for my entire life.
I would say she looks
from the mid-90s all the way through to now.
She's 70. I think she probably looks her age at this point. She did have, I know what you mean, though. She had like a very lengthy run.
I thought,
where she looked like she was about 38 to 42.
Yes.
I agree with that. And if Married with Children was on, 30 to 35 years ago, she'd have been 35 or so.
Because I saw her in the show maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I'm like, holy bleep, that's Peg Bundy. And she looks the same exact. Obviously, she wasn't dialed up the same way with the outfits and the hair. But I'm like, her face hasn't aged.
Did I tell you?
Botox, cream, who knows?
Did I tell you that when we had our Halloween party, I think 4 different couples showed up as Al and Peg Bundy?
Just as a joke? Did they all know?
No, they didn't. There was not a plan. Why are you getting Botox though? I noticed you did not want me to bring up Arthur Smith, so you just moved it right onto Peg Bundy, which is fine.
No, what was going to happen with Arthur Smith?
Well, no, he just gave him praise, and he said you can tell that you can give the guy like a downvote for saying he did not figure out his own quarterback situation when not inheriting one that was like a solid player. He said Tannehill up until this year is the best quarterback he's ever worked with, and ultimately the Tannehill era was a wild success for him. It got him a head coaching job. He basically went with the premise it's pretty reasonable to assume that if he did really good work with Tannehill, he should continue to do good work with Russell Wilson because Russ is the best guy he's ever coached. He also had a much more rosy view of Arthur Smith, like the offensive mind and schemer, than I think we or people here locally do.
How do you feel about Russell Wilson's future with the Steelers? 412-928-9370. Tomlin said,
I don't know.
How about you? 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Quick timeout and we're right back. Here's a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins against the defending Stanley Cup champions Florida Panthers tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Mike's Beer Bar, great place to go before tonight's game. Puck drops at 7. You're getting out of work, head over to Mike's right next to PNC Park. It's kind of a life hack, a life cheat code to park down there and then take the T over to the arena, watch the game, then take the T back, and that way you don't pay exorbitant prices for parking. Also don't have to deal with the chaos of traffic around the arena, which is also a big pain in the butt. And when you go to Mike's before the game, you get the best beer menu in town, 80 rotating taps, local craft beer, the pumpkin beers, they're out of style. The Christmas beers are back in vogue right now. I just had one the other day there, a Mad Elf over at Mike's. And also great food options, steak on a stone, wings, etc. So meet me at Mike's today right next to PNC Park.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Looking for a rewarding and exciting career? Consider joining the Allegheny County Police Department. With a competitive salary and excellent county benefits, the police department offers a unique opportunity to provide professional advice and protection to all citizens and visitors of Allegheny County. The current application period is open through February 3rd, 2025, with a written test for all applicants on February 15th. 2025. Apply online today at joinacpd.com. That's joinacpd.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Snow and rain tonight, the low 37.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Things are starting to stack up on the outbound side of 28. You'll be seeing delays from the Parkway North on the north side all the way through 40th Street. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down at awaken180weightloss.com.
Did you know Awaken 180 is an approved expense for both HSA and FSA accounts? Reserve your consultation for December, and you decide the start date, now or on day one of the new year. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
It is an example of the latitude that experience provides, not only in terms of getting us in the correct plays, but just the communication component in a hostile environment and working the play clock and some of those things. It's not an equation or circumstance where his experience doesn't weigh in a positive way in terms of some of the things that happen in play.
Mike Tomlin on giving Russell Wilson the license to do whatever the hell he wants, to audible, to change things on the fly. Privileges that were not given to Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, or Justin Fields earlier this year. So that speaks to the level of trust that's there between Mike and Russell Wilson. We'll see if that plays out on Hard Knocks when we go behind the curtain tonight.
Do you think it's incumbent on me as a sports host in this town, now that they are finally on it, that I have to sit and watch it?
Again, these are things that are meant for a conversation later in the show, Malsey. And we have a Hard Knocks.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that part of the
whole
rundown.
Hard Knocks
Discussion. Pretend I didn't say that. Can you just dump all of that?
Too late for that.
Well, pretend if you're listening that you didn't hear me say that.
Here is Mark on the Fan. Hello, Mark.
Hey, when you have a conversation about paying Russell Wilson, I think you have to take into account like Najee Harris's contract. If
no,
they're going to be drafting a running,
they've already made up their minds on him.
Well, I don't think Russell Wilson is the same quarterback without a solid running game.
Which you can find in like the middle rounds of the draft. Yeah, you can find a replacement.
The dice is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Right? What you have right now, works, but if you roll the dice from the draft, you are taking a risk.
You could also roll the dice and get a much more explosive, better player than Najee.
All right, so let me give you a hypothetical then, Mark. Let's play a little game here. If you had option A, Justin Fields and Najee Harris on the Steelers in 2025, or Russell Wilson and, like Mulsey put it, a running back that you take in the 4th round.
Middle rounds guy. Deep draft for that position, by the way.
Which quarterback running back combination would you prefer? Great answer. He's gone.
The answer is Russell Wilson and the drafted running back.
I mean, I do think they made a mistake not picking up the option on Najee based on how he's played. But I don't think there's no friggin' way when they do the calculus and they're moving the pieces on the abacus around over there in Omar Khan's office. He's like, damn it, we can't give Russell Wilson this money because we've got so much earmarked for running back. We can't dip into the running back reserved cash. We can't afford to do that. The running back is such an important position. We can't extend ourselves on Russ because of it. Like, I'm okay. Here is Sean in Robinson. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I don't think I think it would be smart to keep Russell Wilson, but only if it's a very team-friendly deal, if that makes sense.
What's the number that makes you think team-friendly off the top of your head?
I don't like the 3 years, $30-something million. I would say 2 years, low 20s, if that's possible. If not, then you've got to try to hope that Justin Fields will sign for longer and cheaper and see if his talent is there. Because, I mean, he wasn't bad for us. He didn't show anything that was like, this guy needs to be off our team.
No, but we also weren't averaging almost 30 points a game with him, though, as the quarterback. I'll be the first to admit I was wrong about that.
8.5 more points per game with Russ than with Fields. That is a huge jump. If you want to ask Russell Wilson, hey, would you like 2 years and about $24 million per, you know what he'll say? Bye.
Unless he really is the character, the person that he plays in front of the microphone is the real deal, and he likes it here so much where he's willing to play for peanuts and quarterback dollars in order to build a better team around him.
I'm sorry, I'm still kind of concerned with the degree to which people are in love with Najee Harris's season such that they think it's not replaceable with a drafted running back. I think Steelers fans are very sharp and very smart and know ball. Yet sometimes there are things said and attachments made to players that just baffle me. You could maybe get Devin Neal, the guy who just had a monster game for Kansas against Colorado in that game a couple weeks ago, in the 4th round, and he might be just as good.
I agree with that. I mean, I think that it's possible that the guy they pick on day 3 of the draft is just as good, if not better. I thought early in the season when he was struggling against the Colts that there were going to be probably 5 to 10 running backs that were drafted that would give the Steelers more production. But I've softened on that, and
he's played really. I think two things can be true.
He's durable.
You can admire the level of durability he's shown and how hard he plays.
Pat Fryermuth's girlfriend's food. He doesn't need to get yanked out of games.
You can admire how hard he's played this year and how much he's meant to this team, and also not think that it is imperative in any way, shape, or form that they bring him back next year. That's exactly where I'm at on this.
What do you think the fire-ass banana thing was? Banana cream pie? Banana Fosters?
Do you know apparently banana cream pie is our boss Spac's favorite pie?
Yes, I got an email about that.
Bananas Foster?
I love those. I love that. That's one of my favorites.
It wasn't straight up banana bread because maybe it was because you could eat so much of it that it was sitting.
No one would describe a loaf of banana bread as that fire-ass banana thing.
You just haven't eaten good enough banana bread.
Banana split, no. That's got to be Banana Foster.
That's the one that's on fire, right? With alcohol.
Yep.
Burning.
Mm-hmm. You ever had it?
I have.
Really good.
That's probably what it was. But wouldn't he know what Bananas Foster was instead of calling it some fire-ass banana thing?
Is there a whole secret menu of banana desserts that
we've never had?
We're not privy to?
What if she made a banana pudding with graham cracker? See, now I'm getting hungry. Graham cracker crumble.
That's too basic.
Sometimes the simplest things are the best, Pony. What kind of steak do you like? A really, really great ribeye or something that's coated in blue cheese?
Fire-ass banana thing implies that it was something that blew his mind. A freaking bowl of pudding with Nilla wafers crushed up in it is not going to blow anybody's mind.
I'm just trying to figure this out.
He's going to eat so much of it that he ran out of gas in a friggin' game or pooped himself?
What if it was banana cheesecake?
Is that a thing?
I don't know.
I'd like to try it.
Sounds like it could be.
Al and Peters is next. Hello, Al.
Hey, how you doing?
Al, do you like banana-related desserts?
Yes, I do. I love those.
Now, what do you think was this awesome banana-related dessert that Najee claims he ate that made him basically tired early in that game? If you had to guess what it was, as a man who loves banana desserts.
Well, probably wasn't a banana split, was it?
Oh, we're asking you. What do you think it was?
Because I think he would know the name of a banana split and say, I ate a banana split and was sick to my stomach the next day.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a banana connoisseur like you guys.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, we're not either, apparently, because we're having a hard time.
All right, so what do you got for us, Al?
So can we not franchise him, Russell Wilson?
Yes.
I mean, you have to get him $38 million.
Is that what the number actually is? There's no way. It's got to be higher than that.
Let's see.
It might be.
The internet says it's 40. The internet says it's $41 million
for next year.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, that's the answer. Then you get one more year out of him. Then you see where he's at. Then you maybe sign him if he's still great, but it's hard to believe that. So I mean, that's
what, Al?
What are you gonna do?
Don't you have a pretty ticked off Wilson if he's playing on the tag for a year?
Hey, that's your Players Association. You know what I mean?
I'm not. No. Listen, I'm not disputing what you just said there, Al. I'm saying there are human beings involved here, and you might have a guy who's extremely annoyed.
I got to tell you something, though. I got to give the guy credit. He just brought something up that I have not seen anybody else.
Just tag him.
Yeah, I mean, if we're saying things like he might get close to Kirk Cousins' money, which is $40 million a year, and we're also saying things like we're nervous
about how he's going to age,
then that's the compromise. That's the remedy there.
I understand that, but it's too clean from the Steelers and like from the worried fan side of it. The player isn't going to say to you, "Yeah, man, tag me. Who knows when I'll drop off a cliff." The player here wants the multi-year deal. And I'm not saying, obviously you can do this. The Bengals could franchise T. Higgins again if they really want to. Guess what they have if they do that? T. Higgins on their roster, very pissed off.
And also not to get into the minutia of this because I hate it, but you can't have a serious conversation about this without mentioning it. If you tag a guy, then all of that money counts against next year's cap. If they give him, say, a 3-year deal,
to spread it out.
They can spread it out and do the funny business with it that Omar Khan, he can put his magic touch on it. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
You can mess with it.
So you say the caller says, well, that's the Players Association's fault. The team has that right. I don't think the team would be in love with that either. I don't think that would be on.
And it doesn't sound like it's actually on their radar because everything, for example, Jerry Dulac reports is their intention has always been multi-year extension.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. A Bucko Minute coming up because of an alleged new baseball rule, and the Pirates' highest paid player left for another team today. Gorgeous Charlie Borges has a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow night against Mississippi State in Mississippi, ACC-SEC Challenge. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
An O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card is the perfect gift for that hard-to-buy-for person. Give the gift of convenience from O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Denver's one of the better stories in the league right now. Hey, listen, if that's your take, you're not wrong. That's valid. In fact, you're exactly right. Bronco fan, you should be extremely hyped this morning. You have every right to be. Your team is exciting. Your team is playoff bound, if you ask me. And you've got yourself your own quarterback who is worth the price of admission. I'm Jim Rome.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
An O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card is the perfect gift for that hard-to-buy-for person. Give the gift of convenience from O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up Week 14, Pro Football Sunday. Philadelphia, winners of 8 straight games, a huge home favorite against Carolina. Philly laying 12.5. Total in the game is 45.5. And while Carolina's been much better since its second-year starting quarterback returned to the lineup, Philadelphia way, way better. And I think this number is pretty short. Philly's defense looks awesome. Philly with an MVP candidate at running back. Philly's quarterback not turning the football over. This point spread should be 13, 13.5, or 14, and it's not. So coming up on Sunday, let's lay the 12.5 with Philly against Carolina. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The 1-2 from Chapman. Stevenson swings and misses. He struck him out. 102 miles an hour from Aroldis Chapman in his return to Cincinnati. And the Pirates beat the Reds 2-1 with a 6-1 win here this afternoon.
Gonna hear calls like that emanating from Fenway Park this year. Mr. 102. Aroldis Chapman signs a 1-year, is it 7.5 or 0.5 million dollar deal with the Red Sox. Man that felt up his mom's breasts before last season. And
that one disappeared reasonably quickly.
Said that it was a cultural thing.
Okay.
From what I was told.
Who am I to argue with that explanation?
Did you know that was a cultural thing in Cuba, Charlie?
No. And I didn't need to know that.
I got to be honest with you. I think that explanation doesn't pass the smell test. That's like the old athlete says something really bad, and they say, I was taken out of context.
All right, so we got a couple things here on the in the Bucko Minute here. Didn't think we'd be doing Bucko Minute on December 3rd. It's a rather frigid stove for the Pirates. But there are 2 big baseball stories out there, Chapman leaving and then the golden at-bat, which we will get to. On the Chapman front, I've seen a lot of tweets from Pirates fans saying, what? We could have had this guy for $10 million. Why didn't we just bring him back for that price? I disagree. The bullpen imploded last year. Bednar was bad. Chapman was up and down like a roller coaster at Kennywood. And Colin Holderman sucked. I'd rather use that $10 million on things the Pirates really need, like a right fielder, a first baseman. I'm not saying get a first baseman for only $10 million. I'm saying putting that money towards a first baseman. And before you say, well, why can't you have both? Good point. But I think I can find bullpen arms less costly and with higher upside than a guy that's, 37 years old now? Chapman walking out the door, I've seen some Pirates fans, and maybe I'm projecting here on just a few tweets I've had.
Probably.
But, well, here's what's happening. Nothing's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So when a player leaves, all fans can do is say, what the F? When are we going to do something? So that's where I think, not the panic or anything like that, but that's where the complaining comes in.
Well, Anthony Rizzo should be signing here.
That is the worst-kept secret in baseball, it feels like. Anthony Rizzo to the Pirates on a one-year deal.
Yeah, it'll at least be fun to watch him lord over home plate like he was Barry Bonds 2.0 and get hit by 18 pitches.
Yes, 10 years past his prime or whatever.
Oh, no. I'm saying that facetiously. I despised him for the way he would stand over home plate like that when he was actually good.
I'll tell you something I'm worried about, and this is not with any kind of inside knowledge. This is me just looking at baseball and everything that's been reported on it during the offseason. The Pirates don't have that big, robust TV deal anymore. They went into business with the Fenway Sports Group and the Penguins. They're not getting as much money as they did before. I'm really scared that because they're not generating as much revenue off of the TV deal, that's going to affect their shopping this offseason. And I'm not saying I don't think fans have sky-high expectations, but I think some believe that they're going to make a considerable jump this year in payroll, and I am afraid that that's not going to happen at all. I think it's going to be stagnant status quo kind of stuff.
I think that the Pirates are going to, if anything, spend less on next year's team than on this year's team.
So what is it going to be?
And I think you're going to hear Ben Cherington talk a lot about...
Paul Skeens and Pray for Rain?
I think you're going to hear a lot about internal improvements. They expect better Jared Jones in year 2. They expect even better Mitch Keller.
O'Neal Cruz.
They expect Brian Reynolds to continue
Hayes
to play well.
Back.
A bounce
Nick
back.
Gonzalez
yes.
makes a big jump.
Do you disagree with any of what I just said?
No, I'm not. That's why I'm adding Billy Cook might be able to play first base.
Who was the other guy? Warren
Sharp.
No. Who was the other guy
Warren
they got
Zevon.
with Billy Cook? I was going to say Warren Zevon.
Warren Ziders.
No, who was the dude that they
Warren
got
Sapp?
with Cook? It wasn't Warren. I just said Warren. It was the guy from Boston.
Oh, the Red Sox, yeah. Who they got in the...
Rob Riff-Snyder?
No.
Rob Riff?
What the hell's the matter with you? Wasn't it something Logan?
Logan Paul?
No.
Keep going here. I want to see if you can get it.
I can't.
I know. I want to see if you can do it.
Will...
Come on, you can do this.
Will Lutz? No, it's a kicker.
He kicked last night.
It's definitely not Will Craig.
Come on,
we
you
know
can do
that.
This. They traded their former first-round pick pitcher to Boston for this guy.
Quinn Priester for...
Yep. Come on, you can do it.
Oh, I got it.
Who?
Nick York.
Yep.
Why did I think Will? Yeah. Boy, how memorable was Nick York?
We think Trey Cabbage can have a big year.
It's kind of funny to me how you're talking about people that are rebounding.
Let us hope Trey Cabbage has a great year.
You're all
Yes.
talking about guys who are rebounding.
Yeah.
Not one of you have said the number 1 overall pick in Henry Davis.
Yeah.
Because I don't... rebounding implies that he didn't just land with an absolute
We didn't say
thud
Andy
flat on
Rodriguez
his
comes
back.
back from his elbow injury.
But I'm telling
ready
you,
to
that's what they're
contribute.
going to say. They should spend more money on free agents and not on bullpen guys. I actually agree with you. Bullpen is still something you can reliably cobble together on the reasonably cheap in most cases, and they're so volatile year to year that it doesn't matter. But I think they're going to spend less money than they did last year.
I think they still need somebody as a fail-safe and a backup plan to Bednar. Even plan A and Bednar is plan B. But I don't think it had to be Aroldis Chapman. All right, to this golden at-bat thing. The golden at-bat. I'm sensing you hate it.
Was that because you read one of my tweets?
Did you send out the tweet that said, here's an idea, pick one lucky fan every game who gets to walk up to Rob Manfred and punch him right in the face?
No.
That was not you?
I wrote...
That was out there.
I wrote, I'm fine with the pitch clock in MLB. I don't really have an issue with the regular season ghost runner and extras either. This golden bat nonsense that they're going to try to ram through within the next 3 to 4 years is some of the dumbest garbage I've ever seen.
Not just garbage, it's dumbest garbage.
Yeah, it's just... It's not baseball anymore. And people, the ghost runner, the pitch clock, the game never had a clock. No, the games are becoming unbelievably long and boring. There were huge stretches where literally nothing happened. they have a wild imbalance right now overall with how much better pitchers are, like the second, third, fourth pitchers that teams are using as far as what they're capable of throwing versus the hitters trying to hit it, because most of the hitters are just swinging for the fences. So the ghost runner thing, I think, was a necessary evil because some of these games would just go so long, you'd have arms getting taxed way too much, etc.
But this is a necessary evil. The necessary evil is most people find baseball still a bore.
This is just saying we're trying blatantly to cater to the younger generation that because of like algorithms people our age or whatever have created have the shortest attention spans in history. They're used to TikTok and YouTube Reels and Instagram Reels. And so we are going to try to give them the Kirk Gibson moment once a game.
Bastardize away.
The Kirk Gibson moment and stuff like that is special because a lot of planets usually have to align to even get to that point. But now they're saying, hey, guess what? If Aaron Judge made the first out of the inning, and then the next three guys reach or like two guys make or another guy makes an out, then the next three guys reach base, and you're down 3. Guess what, Aaron? Come right back up to the plate. Take your hacks. That's what this is it not?
Sure.
That's dumber than dog crap.
Well, do you think it was dumb when they just put in a line on the basketball court and said this basket is gonna count more than the other baskets?
I wasn't alive when they did it, so I didn't have an opinion on it. I was born into that.
Okay, they also decided that one position in baseball was so bad at hitting that they were not going to ask it to hit anymore. That was pretty radical.
Yeah, but they replaced that with a hitter who had to wait his turn in line to hit.
Okay.
In your baseball, the lineup is a pretty fundamental thing in baseball. Would you agree?
For the first 150 years of the sport, it has.
Okay, so you're with Starkey on this. You like it.
I don't know. Is he on board with it?
Starkey said, I don't like this idea. I love it. I didn't think I would like this idea, and I don't. In fact, I love it. That's actually what he said.
It brings strategy, and it brings more entertainment. And so those are two. It's an entertainment product, and baseball
How
is a
often are
game
you allowed
that
to do it? One time a game?
Yeah.
All right, you know what I'm doing as a strategy?
Baseball is a game for me that is largely a thinking man's game and trying to figure out when you're going to use that golden at bat. I think
part of the thinking
of it
way
more
part
interesting.
of the thinking of it was strategizing around the idea that you might pitch around a player knowing you wouldn't have to see him again.
And part of it was also trying to figure out what you were going to do with your pitcher spot with pinch hitters and whatnot, and we did away with that. So
okay, I know what my strategy is. If the player comes up in the golden at bat situation and they are not like there's somewhere to put them, or I'm up 3 and the bases are loaded, I'm hitting the guy with the first pitch.
As a protest.
Have fun with your golden at bat.
Well, see, I think baseball would be fine with that.
With Aaron Judge repeatedly getting hit in the ribs by teams managed by Chris Muller.
It would get people talking about baseball again.
Hey, guys, here's the strategy. Throw at his ribs, try to break him.
If there was one team that hated the rules so much they were just plunking good hitters, hell yeah.
You know Rob Manfred, the guy who cares so much about baseball, he called the trophy a hunk of metal, would immediately act to stop that. What if Bob Nutting told Ben Cherington to go find a golden at bat specialist?
They're fighting such a losing battle. Their fans are aging out. The sport has lost significant relevance in our lifetimes. It is a niche sport behind the NFL and college football. I have no problem with them.
What do you think would do more to bring it back into the mainstream? What do you think would do more to bring it back? Salary floor, salary cap, or this?
Yes, the first one for me, that's my preference would be let's make it a level playing field. Yeah, you wouldn't want a cap
because Steve Cohen, he's going out on a Juan Soto shopping trip.
But look, I don't think it's healthy for professional sports, whether it's European soccer or Major League Baseball, where teams can just buy wins. I don't like that. I think if you enter into a game, be like sitting down and playing a game of Monopoly, the 4 of us, and Charlie gets to start with $1,500, and you get to
Wouldn't
start
be a problem with you because you were a nationally ranked Monopoly player.
Well, yeah, and I mean there are teams like the Rays and whatnot that find their way around it.
You were the Joe Madden of Monopoly, the Andrew Friedman of Monopoly.
Remember when I was going to say Billy Bean? Remember when Harry Kalas thought Billy Bean died, but it was the wrong Billy Bean, and he eulogized the A's.
The A's GM and not the outfielder.
Yeah,
Mike Francesa did that too.
Really?
Yeah, he went on a whole 5-minute rest in peace, and then he went, it's the wrong Billy Bean.
I didn't even know he was still doing a radio show.
He's doing a podcast.
He's doing a podcast.
If it's a podcast, just don't air the podcast and start over again.
I don't think he's that smart.
I don't think he cares that much. I think he's just like, all right, back
all
after
right.
this.
Steelers, AFC North, Hard Knocks starts tonight. What would you watch for? I've got 3 things that I don't think they'll show, but if they did, I would be absolutely riveted by it. And I'll tell you what those things are when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 23 degrees. All right, Sunday, the Browns come to town, and the Steelers are almost a touchdown favorite. They're out for blood. They're out for revenge after they lost the first game in Cleveland just a few days ago. Get on FanDuel and bet this game. If you believe the Steelers are going to win, and you've never made a bet on FanDuel before, you can literally turn $5 into $150 with this bet. That's what they do for new customers. $5 and you get $150 in bonus bets if you win. That's with any winning first bet. So the Steelers just beating the Browns, whether it's by a Boswell field goal at the horn or they roll up on them and they win the game by 30, it doesn't matter. You will win that $150 in bonus bets when you sign up today. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For sideline real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Think of early December as the 2-minute warning for enrolling in the right Medicare plan for you. Bob Pompiani here from MediConnect. The deadline to compare your coverage is December the 7th. If you're on Medicare, give the top-ranked folks at MediConnect a call. Meet in your home, online, or in their office. It's absolutely free. MediConnect will work to gain an understanding of your particular needs and situation. It's Medicare made simple. 888-818-6334 for MediConnect.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Midio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
Permane Brothers Restaurant and Bar is the best destination to catch all of your favorite hometown and out-of-market sports with Sunday ticket and every game, every week. There's no better place to grab a table or pull up a bar stool. Permane's has daily happy hours with everything behind the bar half off. Beers for $3.29 every single day and fireball shots for just $2.99. And don't forget your favorite Permane Almost Famous sandwich or our great deals on wings and pizza. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. Question for all business owners out there and anyone worried about risk and loss. How satisfied are you with your current security provider? Not so much? Make a switch to Guardian Protection, the security experts who install surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, access control, and fire alarms. Make a switch for the better. To get a free security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First in Maine, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and I recently caught up with my friend Paige at Awaken 180. I asked about the new Awaken 180 Golden program. I mean, feeling and looking younger in addition to weight loss. It's true. With Awaken 180 Golden, clients receive the same fast weight loss we all had, and at the same time see the benefits of what matters most to those over 60. Increased energy, improved mobility, better sleep results. Awaken 180 Golden clients start seeing in just 2 weeks. I mean, who doesn't want to be 30 or 50 pounds lighter and at the same time feel 10 years younger? At 29, I'm already feeling better. My knees feel a whole lot better than they did a few years ago. And I can only imagine what else is coming down the line. Want my advice? Don't let weight, don't let age get in the way of living the life you want to lead. Instead, choose Awaken 180 Golden. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS. You can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance. And as part of this special radio offer, you'll also receive a free $20 gift card. AAA will always be there if they're in need of a tow, run out of gas, or have a flat tire. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine.
Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time, find out how to get an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Outbound side of the Parkway West is looking pretty rough at the moment. You'll be seeing delays from Bates Street all the way through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Ronheiser.
Beyond Lincoln's 2024 Corsair. 24 months at $389 a month plus tax with a total of only $2,500 due. This includes your first payment, plate, and all fees. Your security deposit is waived. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville offer ends January 2nd.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 hours away from puck drop over at the arena, the Penguins are going to host the defending Cup champ Panthers. 7 o'clock face-off. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Said that George needed to grow up regarding the penalties that he had. That's been a recurring thing. Because of that, at what point do you consider changing the approach to work on him minimizing those penalties and situations in game?
I'm not going to give you any detail about what goes on behind the scenes in terms of his growth and development. You know that's my style, and I'm going to be really consistent in it. Being transparent with you guys doesn't necessarily help or accelerate the growth process, and that's my agenda, not necessarily feeding the beast.
Concerned that he's had these penalties that are costly?
If it is or isn't, I wouldn't necessarily tell you, to be quite honest with you.
Anyone else?
Mike, you gonna watch Hard Knocks?
Absolutely not.
All right, we'll end on that.
Thanks, guys.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. It's debuting about 4 hours from now. Hard Knocks, AFC North, in-season Hard Knocks. First time they've